The Championship Darts Corporation presents the CDC Indianapolis 501, coming to you live from Indianapolis, Indiana.
Welcome in, everybody. What a great way to put a cap on this weekend. Weekend 3 coming to you from outside of Indianapolis. We saw on Friday night Adam Savada pick up his third title on this season in the Winmore Darts Trophy. Last night, Braden Hall picked up his maiden title in the Cosmo Darts Classic. And today we bring to you the CDC Indianapolis 501, a double in, double out treat. My name is Anthony Eugenia, and I will be escorting you through the action today. And I am pleased to be joined by gentlemen sitting in the UK right now, fresh off a flight from Las Vegas, Mr. Keegan Brown. Welcome in, Keegan.
Thank you, dude. Yeah, it's really good to obviously be part of the CDC for the action today, and really looking forward to it.
Glad to have you, and we'll sort of pick your brain on your travels this week out in Vegas for the WDF World Masters. Congratulations to Mr. Chris Lim, the first United States-based player to win the WDF World Masters. So we'll get into that in a little bit. We'll pull up some of those results and make sure we give accolades to everybody getting their trophies and stuff. So we're going to open up today. We've got a nice little group. We've got the all-time winningest CDC player in Leonard Gates, the number 2 seed this weekend, and we've got the number 15 seed in Jack Robinson. Those are our seeds in the groups. As we've talked about all weekend, we assign a group to each of the boards and the streaming boards. So we will see this group until we have a board winner, right? And then we'll get some new faces in the quarters, similar to how the PDC runs things. We also have the treat of having last night's winner, Braden Hall, on this board. So some decorated players on the board, and we open up with Kevin Hawkins versus Jeremiah Millar. We'll learn a little bit about these guys as we go on. We know Millar. We've talked about him this weekend, one of the more dangerous unseeded players in the event. So we'll see what kind of form the beast is in, and then we'll get a taste of Kevin Hawkins on our stream. So Keegan, let's start off with the idea that we're in a double-in setting here, which is off the pace a little bit. So how does, I guess, outside of just practicing your doubles, what is the prep for a player to go into an event that has that double-in part of it?
Yeah, it's a weird one because obviously there's only one competition a year, isn't there, in the PDC calendar for a double in, double out competition. And you're speaking to the guy, the only twice I ever played in the competition, I drew Michael Van Gogh and Gary Anderson. So, I didn't have the best of lucks, one might add. But yeah, for practice-wise, it's just one of them things where don't throw out a double where you're not used to. Don't give yourself an unhealthy sort of job of, let's go for double 18 when you don't throw for double 18. Use your common doubles that you take out, the 32s, because let's be honest, if you go for 32, there's a high option it could slip into the double weight, and let's be honest, as soon as you get off, that's all we want to go for.
Yeah, exactly. It's the process of just getting in. And even if you, at the sacrifice of just a few extra points, like you said, of a double 20 or whatnot, I used to, as a right-handed player, I used to favor that 13-6 area. Again, not a lot of points, but if I'm going to be very comfortable, if I can get in my first 2 darts, I felt I was going to be in a strong place. But of course, I'm not playing at these guys' level. But that idea, that job number 1 is to get in and not get stuck on the outside looking in.
Yeah, that's one thing that any dart player does want to do is get brushed, don't they? Let's all be honest. It doesn't matter what side of the Atlantic you're sitting at.
Outside. German.
So I've looked up some stats for these boys. They have not played before on a CDC setting. So I do have that, Keegan, throughout the day. I could look up players and see if they've got a history on the CDC circuit. Kevin is relatively new to the CDC. He's just played 9 matches. Millar, a little more seasoned, 118 matches in his CDC history. So, yeah, good experience from Millar. So we've bulled up, and then we take a few practice starts before we let the boys reset, and then we get going. All right. So over the course of the day, everybody, you can play along with Keegan and myself. If you want to look at what the information of the tournament is, you go to tv.dartconnect.com. All right, and there you can look under the PDC banner, and you'll see 2026 Championship Dart Circuit Main Event 7. And that's what we're playing today. And under that tab, tons of great information. You've got live scoreboards for all of the 8 boards. You have the brackets, so you can see who was drawn into what groups and where we're headed with everything. Plus 2 great leaderboards. You can see the leaderboard for the whole season, get an idea of who is the hot hand. And there will also be, as the first round progresses, a leaderboard just for today's event. So Keegan and I can peek in later and see who has the most 180s or who's coming out hot in their first 9 darts, things like that. So you can check that out at home, folks, as well. You can also join us, of course, welcome in on YouTube and PDC TV for our feature board here. And we've got bonus coverage of boards 2 to 5 on PDC TV. So if you're not a PDC subscriber, go get that subscription. It is a great, great deal. All right. So there we go. And we are off.
115.
Opening first dart from Millar.
And let's be honest, any dart player right this second will be just thinking, if I can hit 1 double out the 3 in the first 3, we're at the races now, aren't we, sort of thing. So,
Indeed.
Yeah, so Minnis came out, he's came out really strong in that 115, perfect start to the match.
No score.
And I think there's one really important issue that we do need to obviously explain to the viewers today is this is where averages go out.
58.
We don't care about averages today. It's all about the W. And, I think there's a lot of hype and there's always a lot of expectation with how high can you get your average. But today is the day where you just get the W, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, it's a scrape through and just win in advance, and
No score.
those early darts at doubles bang up the averages a little bit in these early rounds. In our first 3 rounds, we will be best of 9, so first to 5. And
77.
Millar off to a good start.
This is where Kevin just needs to relax, because it's the worst thing you can do as a dart player is put additional pressure on yourself, because when it's not going your way, that's when it starts to unbuckle. And there, he's kept to the same routine, which is brilliant to see.
95.
And he's hit brilliant 95 there.
$61.
Now, you talked about coming in with a game plan and having doubles that you're comfortable with, doubles that you may be your preferred doubles to finish a leg and using those. Yeah, at what point, if you're struggling on your chosen route, do you start to consider going elsewhere? Like you talked about, he stayed with a game plan and you like that, but is it a case of stay there and fine tune it, or try and find some relief somewhere else?
Yeah, it's another personal question. So, like with me personally, if it didn't feel right or I couldn't get it going within, say, the first 4 darts of the leg, for me that was the time to switch, because it was, you're putting too much effort into something that's obviously not clicking this leg. We're not saying it's not going to click the next leg, but for that moment in time, that's when you just have to sort of have that sort of refresh button, as we always say, is have that refresh button, and just to take that tour again and just to
150.
look at a different target.
150 for Millar.
76. 74. Oh, sorry.
I think he might have missed.
83.
83 scored. Yep. He there was a miscount there, right? So if he had 74, yeah, he thought he had 64, I think, going for the treble 16, right?
Yeah, because
Or at
let's
least
be honest,
that's the
nobody
story
wants
we're gonna tell.
to. Let's be honest, nobody wants to leave double 13, do they?
It's not a lovely number.
40.
All right, so Jeremiah Millar comes to the
requires
Aki
67.
to open us up leg one with 67. 17s would be the preferred way to go. Double 8.
51.
All right, so he's got some more space to work with. Hawkins back on 230.
So this is where I say to a lot of the players is, don't give up in the leg where you feel like, the darts has gone past you, where, Kevin here, a good tonner of 140 puts a lot of pressure on Midder's throw. And straight away, he's filling it up with this treble 20. Bit of a wayward dart there. But he's gone back to the 18s and once again,
Jeremiah
put himself in a
requires
decent
16.
finish.
Good recovery.
And that's game shot in the first leg to Jeremiah.
Second dart from Millar goes in, takes
Second leg, Kevin
one.
to throw
And,
first.
to your point, we talked about it earlier this weekend in commentary with this type of scenario. It's not Kevin's throw. It's Millar's throw. That almost was like a free 3 darts, if you will. This is a little different that he's going to go right to a double now. But when it was straight in, we talked about you could use those 3 darts almost as a practice 3 darts, right? To work on your scoring. And to your point, if it goes in and you score well, then maybe you're in a position to steal that leg. But it's your opponent's on double 8, so there's almost you're not losing anything with those 3 darts to just sort of relax and use them as a to get centered again.
Yeah, 100%. And that's what we want to do is just to make sure that, okay, if the leg's kind of gone with the opponent just for the very short amount of time, it's just to make sure you're able to put the pressure back on. We've seen it before with dart players. A little bit of pressure does the weirdest things at times.
Mm-hmm. Changes the complexion of a seemingly easy throw. And if you've ever played darts, a lot of times there's no easy throws.
I can concur, there really isn't.
No score.
So welcome in, ladies and gentlemen. We are at the CDC Indianapolis 501. This is event number 7 on the 2026 road to the Continental Cup Tour Finals Championship. All right. You can find out information about the CDC on our social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, and TikTok. You just search up at Champ Darts, and our website as well is champdarts.com. So we ask you to subscribe and check out those platforms. On our webpage, we've got to sign up for the newsletter, which is a fantastic item to get every month. You get updated news on what's going on with our tournaments, stuff from our sponsors, great deals and promotional items, as well as, a heads up on upcoming episodes of Shooting the Bull, the official podcast of the Championship Darts Corporation. So go check that stuff out. All right, Keegan, we're a little flat here in leg 2. Nobody's opened up yet.
No score.
But one thing I have to say, I really encourage, Kevin's darts, because obviously he's, as we found out, he's a 19 man, and for him to switch his game to the 16s, that takes a lot of, of confidence, because he knows that he's just not clicking at the moment, but he knows this leg is very, very important, very critical, in such an early stage of it.
We'll be staying with you for the first 3 matches. We've got this 128 match, and then we open up with our first 2 64s of this group. So in between games, Keegan and I will get you updated on what's going on around the tournament floor, see what matches are in play, upsets, what the bracket looks like, all that fun stuff, and get caught up with Keegan on his travels as well. So Kevin Hawkins opens up the scoring. He's got 57 on the board. Now it's back over to Millar, and I
80.
think that tops is in, and it is.
If there's one thing you would always see, especially when players are playing this full amount of darts, is they will always tend to follow each other, where they could miss potentially 6, 9, 12, 15 darts, and as soon as one of them gets in, the other, you can guarantee a house on it, the other will get in the next row, and then you're literally back to square one again.
Perfect, my friend. That's exactly where I wanted to take you. Is it sort of both players are in a malaise, but then when one pushes a little, players just have a tendency to respond, and you saw it there with Millar. They both couldn't get in, and as soon as one got in, the other got in, and away we go.
And obviously, if you're the one that's first got in, you'd be thinking, "Oh, here we go, I've got a good chance here." And then when you're the second person, you're thinking, "Hold on, $1 in it. I've even got a better chance now." And all of a sudden, you feel the pressure's back on Kevin
79.
to sort of back up that, obviously finding the double first.
Indeed.
$45.
So you talked about, averages not being the focus so much, on a day when we're playing double in. And if there's one player that's come through the CDC ranks that'll be happy to hear that is a player of Jeremiah Millar, because Jeremiah will
41.
be the first one to tell you he's been on the opposing end of some high averages on the CDC circuit, Jules Van Dagen being one of them. I think Jason Watt put up an over 100 average on him. He just has
100.
He just has the unfortunate history of being on the opposite side of those days when players just seem to get it all right. So he's happy to not have averages be the story today.
So what are you trying to say? Somebody's going to hit a 9-darter double one against him today?
He's kind of our James Wade, not from 9 darters, but from 100 averages. Jeremiah Millar, he looks on the bottom of his shoe and he constantly
40.
He's stepping in players hitting 107 averages on him, and he's just like, what did I do to deserve this?
That he can obviously find that sort of needle in a haystack, but the needle's worth the 100-point average against him.
Yes. So neither player, in all earnesty, has really found their scoring after getting in. So, Millar just doing enough to edge himself out front. That ton scored has just put that much difference between him and Hawkins. So Jeremiah
57.
will come to the Aki with a 156
Jeremiah
effort
require
in leg
156.
2. So Millar not going to take it out, and this is this amazing mistress we love, darts, right? Hawkins will struggle on
Kevin, you require
on
170.
scoring, and all of a sudden he'll come up and take the 170 out.
As long as he doesn't start on the 19s first.
There's a pro tip for you, kids. All right, just a little high. So Hawkins now it's looking to set up the darts and try and put a little pressure on the Millar 132.
Jeremiah, you
Stays
require
in an
132.
That's a difficult. 128's always a little tough. So Millar's going to start on the 25 right there. That's 82 left. So choosing to stay there. So 72 down to the 16s, I would think.
76.
Okay, 56 when he comes back.
Kevin, you require
if Kevin Hawkins
128.
does not take out the 128.
As a player, I always find the 128 route is probably the only one, probably along with 129, where you actually prefer to hit the big single first, having the 1 dart, the treble, then the ball. But here now, Kevin's hit. It looks like he's hit the 54, so it'll be 74. He might stay there, We might go across for treble 14. He's having a think. Oh, he has. So it's one dart.
Look at that.
Yes, sir.
At double 10.
108 scored. Double 10.
$118.
A mile away,
Jeremiah,
as Sid
you
Waddell
require
would say.
56.
But what an effort from Hawkins. It's got to give him a little bit of a little bump there. So tops from Millar in leg 2.
That's game shot in the second leg to
Cleans
Jeremiah.
that up nicely, and the
Third
beast
leg,
is
it's
up
Jeremiah to
2-0
throw first.
as we open
Game
up
on.
here at the CDC Indianapolis 501.
You know, what I found quite amusing there, you saw a Ray smile there from
No
Kevin
score.
where he knew he had an opportunity to get, you know, one apiece on the board, but he now finds a bit of an uphill challenge here, going 2-0 down to the good.
No score.
One thing I do have to, one thing I do like doing, obviously, besides watching darts, is watching how darts go into the board. You know, it sounds very cliche, but
160.
it's an absolutely fantastic 160 there for Millar to, you know, get into the third leg here. But, you know, how Kevin's darts stand up, especially when he's going for the 19s, can make it a bit awkward going for the double 19. So hopefully that sort of dart there, where he has the sort of the hard plastic flight, you could get very,
No score.
you know, wild deviations as such. You know, hence why that last dart was, you know, thrown at the double 13, the double that nobody likes.
4 perfect for Millar. And yeah, to your point, that and that comes into play a lot of times, right? When you're making, you know, decision making on scoring trebles, right? You know, the position of a dart, whether, you know, some players, as you said, you know, are coming in with their flight laying up high. Obviously, the most famous being Taylor being nice and flat, and Waddell coined the term a stacker dart, right? But you know, some players will sit right underneath the double, some will sit above it, and they're all different angles. So that's a wonderful analysis.
40.
You know, it's that sort of thing where,
sorry, doesn't cash in there, so just still on the outside. No, I walked on you, Keegan. That's I got to give you some space. I'm eating up the airwaves here. Go ahead, sir.
I was going to say that was another, you know, opportunity where the dart has hit that sort of hard plastic flight, and it's then deviated a lot more wildly if it was compared to a normal, you know, polystyrene, you know, not polystyrene, nylon flight as such.
59.
I have to say, the only thing I'm worried about Kevin in this leg is we could see our first brush of the day.
Yeah, and as you can imagine, that builds and piles on the frustration if you were to just get brushed, and the disappointment of not being able to take out that big out. And now, oh, there you go. What good sportsmanship from Millar.
Yeah, it's brilliant sportsmanship. You wouldn't see an Englishman do that. That's what I'm going to say.
60.
That's all you. Speaking of Englishmen, I mean, did neither team yesterday between England and France, did they not start one defender? I mean, it looked like an American sport there. Was it 6-4? I mean, was it basketball? What was going on?
I thought it was a baseball game. You know, I was in obviously Vegas airport, literally gone through security. Well, you know, gone through security as you do, and then all of a sudden I thought, hold on, when did England and France start playing baseball? But yeah, it's that's why we love sport.
Like Saka hit a home run. The shot's
3
on.
times.
Double 16 for Millar. Oh. All right. I thought he had that first triple 20. He did not. He was moving over for the 86. My apologies.
And that's just another really good compliment where we could play Millar there, where his darts were so close to that treble 20, where I thought that was in the treble 20 as well. And yeah, full kudos to him, and he's put
Jeremiah, you
himself in a
require 56.
fantastic chance there now to go 3-0 up to the good.
Top
sir.
for Millar in leg 3. Sort of a wry smile there. He almost missed the big number, and he misses
18.
tops, and he's down in Hawkins' neighborhood. Were you in favor of maybe splitting that up to set it up for the next 3?
100%. Looking back at the scoreboard, you would think that it was going to get at least 6 to 9 darts. So, me with more of a board management, and that's all about the board management, is being in that situation. And I would have gone for a 6 to leave 32, and if I hit the 10, it's 28.
Jeremiah, you require 38.
So let's see. Yep, Millar coming in here. Yeah, it does feel a little odd to go right out of double. There you go. I think that's the smarter play.
22.
And even that's okay in and of itself, unless it gets too tricky. But that's why obviously we all get taught to head down that 16s route. It gives you the most options, and no reason to get into a sticky wicket with Kevin Hawkins back on 259.
No, definitely not. And to be fair to Kevin, he's going to target these 19s, because 5 19s would leave 164. So he's
95.
very smartly there, thinking about the finish
Jeremiah
already.
requires 16.
And those were similar to what we talked about. Those were
That's game shot in the
if
third
they go
leg
in, and
to
the first
Jeremiah.
one goes in from Millar. But for Hawkins, those are those were in a
Fourth
way
leg, it's
just
Kevin to
free
throw
darts.
first. Game on.
They scored well, so then you're in position. And if Millar takes it, now it's your throw. This is he's up against the wall. This is a must win for Kevin Hawkins. Not on paper, but pretty close. That you cannot go down 4-0 with Jeremiah getting the throwback in leg 5.
The one thing we use with darts is that word momentum, isn't it? And it's so hard to beat somebody that's just got that momentum edge over you at the moment. And if I was Jeremiah now, I'd just be thinking, do you know what?
No score.
Break the throw now. Then all of a sudden you're on the home run dry, aren't you?
Yeah, and we talk about a lot as well. Sort of, if you're going to go far in these tournaments, there is some thought to conserving your energy and not letting your opponent, even if you're going to win the match, if you're up 3-1, don't win it 5-2 or 5-3 at this point. Try and close it out as efficiently as you can. Get back on the practice board, get some rest. So put the pedal down and get the job done.
Yeah, 100%. These guys would be playing darts for the next good 4 or 5 hours at the moment. So, this stage is all about looking after them sort of energy levels where,
80.
let's not make a good situation look awkward. Don't kind of throw yourself, being in a good 3-0, 4-1 lead, and all of a sudden, just getting over the line with a 5-3 or a 5-4 victory.
Yeah, because over the course, even if you continue to win over the course of a day, it's essentially an extra match. 2 legs here, a leg there. It's 4, 5, 6 legs that you've now played unnecessarily, and you've used that energy up.
Once again, you see the fantastic sportsmanship between these fine competitors today, where I'll be honest, I wish we saw more of that with the British side of the game, unfortunately. But yeah, that's always really refreshing to see. Really refreshing, because even when you're playing someone, and this game is a hard game at the best of times. But when you're obviously trying to double win at the beginning of the match, it turns the most that's why nobody's ever a favourite. But yeah, it's really good to see, Jeremiah saying, do you know what, Kev,
No score.
you're just unlucky today. Keep your head up, pal.
Yes.
You're doing good.
Yeah. One of my favorite sort of synopsis on this sport that we love. I think it was Bobby George. I'll give it to Bobby. It's an
140.
easy game to play. It's a difficult game to play well. One of my favorites.
And it's so true. Another, I do a lot of coaching now, and I say to a lot of the youngsters, I say, at the end of the day, the only person that makes starts harder is yourself. Nobody else makes it any harder. It's all, psychological. It's all, I would say 99% is in your head, and how you feel on that day. If you're feeling confident, you feel like the big peacock that's just walked into the sports hall, don't you?
Peacockery, as Wayne Martel would say.
40 scored, yes, sir.
But yeah, spot on. We use that here in commentary quite a lot. That most of these players, everyone has the physical ability. They can take a dart and put it in that treble 20, and so on and so forth. It's the difference maker gets to be those intangibles, the mental state, the preparation, and the physical and psychological state that you're in. It gets to be the difference maker. That little space between your ears.
But Jeremiah absolutely making inroads here. We should be looking at a 4-0 lead after this leg. But anything can happen in darts. This is why we love it.
Absolutely. And and you talked about the momentum. We've seen we've all lost count on how many matches we've seen that have turned just by one particular leg, one big outshot, and it changes that momentum. And that's where, to me, if you were able to pull Jeremiah aside right now, I'd say it at this stage it's about not trying to do too much. You've got a nice lead both in the match and in the leg. Just stay simple, stay uncomplicated. Just don't try and hit a 190. Just keep it simple. Keep them tried straight up and down, and just be solid about it. And don't try and win the whole match before you're capable of doing so.
No, definitely not. It's all about just keeping that sort of cool head, not really
95.
Focus on too much what Kev's doing at the moment. 32. But here, just go up there, kill the 32 off, 1 for 2, 3 dart, and get the leg on the board. And that's all we want at this stage. And he does so perfectly.
To Jeremiah.
Couldn't plan that any better, could I?
Jeremiah to throw first.
No, sir. You nailed it. Yeah. Just do the tidy work. Break 4-0. And as we talked about, 40. It's imperative now to just sort of shut things down and move into the next round.
And to be fair, that double top that for Miller, I would have felt like $1 million. Because there's nothing worse now that you're only one leg away from victory, and yet them 3 darts could be so tightly on the treble, on the double, sorry, and it can kind of resets itself. And now, with Kevin, he's going to feel this is a bit of a free hit now.
Yeah. Oh, certainly, and we see that all the time, right? In lots of different sport, but darts in particular. A player gets to the place where they're seemingly just hopeless, and yet that lifts everything off their shoulder, all of that anxiety and tension, and then the natural ability just comes flowing out.
One thing I do have mention is if Kev gets onto a bit of a roll here, if he gets this leg, goes 4-1 down, then he goes 4-2 down, do you think Millard would be less good sportsmanship towards him?
Probably just a tad bit. Yeah, it's all fun and games when you're up 3-0, but
95.
If it's 4-3, not so much.
No, you don't want to give a sniff to your opponent, let alone a handshake or a fist pump.
it's one of the beautiful things about this sport that we love is the camaraderie and the
85.
friendship and the fellowship. You know, I found a lot. You know, singles leagues have been really popular now in the U.S. for about 20 years, and it's part of what's sort of helped us build the game here. You know, team league is still a lot of fun. You've got, you know, your mates and you come out and you play team, but you know, to have that sort of focus on a weekly basis where you're going to play, you know, best of 5 sets or some real nice long format, and you find a lot of times in those settings that, you know, during the competition you may not see what Jeremiah did, you know, a lot of talk during the match, but if somebody's struggling or there's discussion, there's always learning afterwards. We'll have a pint and we'll
41.
talk about, you know, what you went through, or this decision making, you know, on outs. And you find a lot of, you know, we're here to compete, but we're also here to, everybody's looking to improve their game, and it's a really great thing.
80 scored, yes sir.
You know, if that's one thing I have to say, that, you know, I've been very fortunate and I've watched lots of darts over the years, and I think that's one thing that North American darts have got better, I would say, over the last 10 years or so, where the standard of players that North America are producing are elite dart players, and they can mix it with the PDC, where, you know, we saw it at, you know, Madison Square Garden every year.
It's been the availability of competition, you know, with such a vast country. You know, it's difficult to get people together to play. Like Millar looking at a 157 to take out the match in like 5, not going to be able to do so, but it'll be a setup, and a great setup turn from Hawkins prior 135 to set up the Shanghai. So we'll look at Kevin's effort to get his first leg on the board.
And this would be such a darts moment, wouldn't it? Right here, right now.
A good amount of stutter on Cat. I haven't seen that throughout the match. I mean, I've caught glimpses of it, so I don't know if that's coming from, you know, the thing we don't like to say out loud.
Jeremiah, you require 60.
So a 60 cuts that in half. So 60 from Millar to put Kevin Hawkins away and move into a last 64 match with Patrick Guerriglia. These Italians on this sheet. All right, Jeremiah Millar takes our opening match 5-0 over Kevin Hawkins, and as I said, he will advance into the round of 64. We've got a nice Greek boy and a nice Italian boy here, so my linguistics are going to be challenged. Guerriglia, that's better. All right. So, yeah, we'll look at the tournament in a minute. We're going to stay with you, everybody. We've got up next, we've got Leonard Gates playing Gino Florian. Obviously, 2 guys that we've seen a lot on our cameras as we open up the round of 64. To your point about you know, development here in North America, yeah, it's been the opportunity to compete. You know, I think we saw along, you know, many moons ago, players with talent, with ability, you know, get put on world stages and not having the sort of background to get to compete enough in a long format setting. So it, you know, it was almost like there was not a lot built between, you know, a player's weekly league, you know, on a Tuesday night and a world stage in England. So it was like such a vast leap, and it's a lot to take with the cameras and the crowd and the whole deal, you know. So with the Championship Darts Corporation, with you know, some dart players tours that I had a hand in, and online play has helped that. It's just been the ability for players to get that high level competition has ramped up, you know, probably 100-fold in terms of what it would have been 20 years ago. And I know you've got a taste of that. That's where you have a relationship with a lot of us now, is the online play.
And it is fantastic, isn't it? When, you know, when you think about it, I think one massive, you know, factor was probably during COVID, where, you know, where a lot of us couldn't go out playing darts, playing league darts, and then we found ourselves locked away in usually a dartboard in the kitchen, and then just playing darts for hours and hours. And yeah, I think that's one thing coming out of COVID that it's made a lot of dart players realise that they've got real talent, real talent.
You make my heart warm there by talking about the dartboard in the kitchen. I hear so many English stories about playing with grandmom in the kitchen. The kettle is on, and we're gonna toss some darts. I love it. Oh, so we've got a whole tournament going on, Keegan. We're on our feature board, but things are going out on the floor. So let's go take a look. I've got Dart Connect open. So I'll just sort of give everybody an idea of who has advanced out of the 128. I'll just read them straight up and down. Jason Watt, Joel Skilkey, Rob Ethington. We saw Jeremiah Millar, Ricky Boudreau, Tyler Reddy, Brady Brown, and Tim Neal. So those players are now in the round of 64 proper. Currently in play, Albert Anstey, Canadian legend, up 3-0 in the round of 128. John Liggett, we saw good things out of John yesterday. He took out Leonard Gates and went on to the board final in a real tussle with Braden Hall. He's tied at one leg apiece with Ron Gaiman. And BJ Pollock and Brad Farley are tied at 2. Games that are already in the top 64. We've got some seeds in play. David Cameron just underway 0-0 with Edward Pope. Doug Boehm, today's 7 seed, playing Glenn Richard. No score yet there. Alex Spellman, the number 4 seed, is tied at 1 with Bob Exner. And Adam Savada, of course, our number 1 seed, is tied 2 legs apiece with Mike Celio out of the Bronx, New York. So, even though Savada won on Friday, we've seen, yesterday he looked. I don't want to say he looked tired, but we talked about that there were a lot of matches that he went the distance that normally you wouldn't think that Savada would go. 5 4s, 6 5s yesterday. So we'll keep an eye on Savada in his journey today. So right there, warming up in front of you now, we have Gino Florian out of Syracuse, New York. He's taking on the number 2 seed, Leonard Gates, out of Houston, Texas. And, if you don't know Leonard Gates, you haven't been watching North American darts, and actually international darts for that regard, right? I mean, come on.
He was an absolutely fantastic ambassador, wasn't he, for the the World Senior Darts that we had over in the UK for a good 2 or 3 seasons, and that's because he took it by his storm, didn't he? The only thing I don't think he won was the World Championship, but everything else he had a badge full.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was one of those unexpected things to where when they set that up, and I think that was not to go on a side tangent. I think that was what confused things. It was a mix of legends. We're going to bring you some legends, and is this going to be an open tour for anyone of a certain age? But North American players certainly took advantage of those opportunities. David Cameron and Leonard Gates amongst 2 of them.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, David Cameron won the seniors masters, didn't he? The first year at the Lakeside. So, and I think that's the thing with darts. You always have to take that opportunity because you never know when that opportunity is going to happen again.
So Gino Florian has won the bull, so he'll throw first.
135.
All right.
No, 50.
Gino with a 112 open there.
I don't think anyone,
65.
anyone's ever seen a 115 opening, but only averaging 38. So, once again, it just shows you averages don't mean toffee in this format.
28.
All right, right there. We love Gino, but we talk about constantly. Gino is a very emotional player, and at times to his detriment. Early doors there, he opens up good, and frustration comes out just a few darts in. So it's Gino
26.
has obviously got the chops. We've watched him play at a high level. It's all about managing that emotional roller coaster that darts puts you through.
And I think as well, it was one of them things where, to be a good dart player, you need to be a good poker player, because, you don't want to be sending sort of negative vibes and ending opponent, because, as soon as, if I was playing Gino right now, I think I've got you. I'm only about 15 darts into the first leg, but that's the beauty of darts, where we meet a lot of personalities, and that's what makes darts exciting. Because if they're all boring like me, people will be turning off.
It's a wonderful point. It is a real sort of line to a fence to walk on. That there's two sides of it. Where I agree that I was brought up playing darts with my dad, and he always professed the idea of don't let too much emotion out. Act like whether you missed or if you hit the 170, act like you've done it before. You hit the 180, don't make a big show of it, or don't get overly emotional if you miss that double. Stay pretty even keeled,
98.
But at the very same time, we come in with the CDC and we have guys on camera. You're asking for, like you said, that those characters and that emotion and a little pump to the camera. So it's a tough thing, and I've felt for the players that they have to kind of learn a little bit of both.
Leonard, you require
A little bit of composure, but figure out the right time to show that emotion.
30.
And all of a sudden, Gino's got a fantastic chance here to go 1-0 up with this 57. So it'd be, he's hit 34. That has slipped, unfortunately. So it's 23 left. Should be looking down the bottom of the board, because something will leave him a finish unless he hits another double. So it's going to be double 8. Very unlucky there, but
Leonard, you require 10.
No, that's Keegan. It's going to happen. Keegan's getting upset that he's talking. Trust me, I have a lot of pregnant pauses. I will say something. I will sit there for a second. It's very difficult to do commentary with me. It's okay, my friend. It's okay. Gates doesn't cash in there, so now let's watch Gino try and get the double 2.
4.
So go ahead, my friend. You bring us home here in our opening leg.
so it'd be Leonard looking for 2 5s, looking at a big 1. So it'd be 1 dart, double 2. It doesn't, leaves the madhouse.
Gino, you require 4.
So Gino with 1 dart, a double 1. Well, we both know where both players are now at.
Used to be in the pub, the scorekeeper would put the pen down and go grab a pint.
Score.
Hopefully of lemonade, that is.
We're not playing JDC here. All right, the Madhouse. Okay. And sometimes, Keegan, as a player, you get, if there's a lot of room to be played in a match, sometimes you say, please, even if my opponent hits this, let's get this double 1 rubbish out of the way. Let's just move on.
Yeah. Maybe 3 or 4 darts, a double 1, everything else, just put it straight in the trash can. That's what I want to say. But, Leonard there, using his professionalism there, where, we were saying it earlier, where any double counts. And then it just went up there, throwing for double top, hit a bit, double 1. Then all of a sudden, he's off at the races. And that's all what dart players want to do today, is just make sure they get any form of dart in that outer ring. And then all of a sudden, they're good to go.
So you that brings to mind a follow-up question I'll ask you. You talked earlier about, you know, being very aware of the placement of players' darts. Is there a consideration as a player? Are you aware of, or my darts sometimes will move left to right, and I'm trying to remember the terminology. Wayne has come up with stuff, right? The plane and the something or other. You know, some players will, you know, maybe move back and forth, and other players will drop up and down. And the question I'm saying is, like, if you're a player who maybe moves back and forth up there at the 20s, you have those 5s and 1s. Whereas if you're a lefty or a righty and your darts move up and down, then those, you know, double 14s, double 18s are better for you.
Yeah, definitely. You know, let's be honest. You know, the game of 501 is based on maths. You know, and when we come to a double, it's all based on angles, and you know, 100% where, you know, if there's a chance where you do go for tops, there's a strong chance you might hit the 5s or the, you know, the 1s, and it's the similar for, you know, down the bottom of the board. But Gates at 134, leaves 132. But yeah, you know, I'm always been a 32 guy. You know, and my trouble is, as soon as I get 2 darts sticking up either side, they've got nowhere to go, have they? Unfortunately, so
Blocked.
I'm all blocked. But you know, Gates hit 57, so he's got 88 left, and he's going to come back for 68.
65. No, 64.
This is that scenario. You know, Gino can't hit 385 with 3 darts, so just relax a bit about it. You know, use them to refocus. But Gates has got a good amount of time and doesn't need it. 2 darts goes in for Leonard Gates. Holds his throw, and we move into leg number 3.
And to be fair, we know, you know, Gates is. How was Gino Is Gino gone for a treble 20? Forgotten it was double
That
1.
was, yep, that was a lapse of concentration. Quite honestly, you know, I wouldn't kill too many players. You come into a day like this, we've got two previous days that's straight in, and you know, so I wouldn't be shocked that if there were a few times out on the tournament floor. The first turn, you would think, you know, not the third leg, but you know, to open up a match, you know, you can understand some players might forget that it's double in. I think that probably was again that mental lapse of you know, Gino was probably still in the previous leg. You know, he might have still been thinking about something prior and not in the moment at hand.
And once again, it goes back to that word concentration, doesn't it? Where, you know, it's very hard. Where, you know, there's opportunities there in that first leg for both players, and obviously Gino took his chance. And then, obviously Leonard, you know, let's be honest, he showed his class, didn't he, in that previous leg, and you know, taken out, you know, within around about the 18 dart mark. So, but yeah, puts a little bit of pressure back on Gino, and that could be why, you know, you might have just seen that dart trickle into the small one.
Yeah, and you know, all credit to him though. You know, we're focusing on that first dart 1, but then he went and hit the double 20, triple 20 to open up with 100. So you know, fair play to him for quickly fixing that mental error. And Gates with the 1-2-1 sets up the 122 effort.
26. Leonard, you require 122.
Doesn't need to go the bowl. 90 scored. Now, my question to you is, sometimes we talk about, well, if you are not going to go the bowl, then maybe you should. Is there no reason to go 18s, right? If you're going 18s, are we going bowl, or you know, should you go 20s? If you even on 122, if you're not going to go bull, then what's the right pathway? As Gates looks at double 16, he gets it third dart. Now turn it over to Keegan.
It's a weird one, isn't it? You know, where I agree with Gates there. So what Leonard did there perfectly was he applied the same sort of methodology to his trade. Where if Gino was on, say, tops for an example, he would have had to go that sort of 4/18s to leave the bullseye.
No score.
And as well, what we lapse over here is players skillful in the game of cricket. But obviously, where North Americans are very good at cricket, so they're playing to their advantage, aren't they? In my opinion, where Leonard would probably back himself to hit at least 5/18s nearly every throw. And but yeah, I think he's just done his trade perfectly there, and I would have probably done the same thing. But don't get me wrong. If I'm playing a MSG and I'm on 170 and I go treble 20, treble 20, there's no way in God's green earth I'm going to be hitting an 18. That's all I'm going to say.
Sometimes you have to play to the crowd, but and sometimes would you not? Sometimes we talk about you may go for a shot like that, knowing you have some room to recover, but also for your own momentum and your own confidence, right?
100%, 100%. Where it's them sort of finishes of let's say 129, 130, where if you pop that bullseye, that crowd makes that double 1,000 times worse for your opponent. And there's nothing worse when I'll be honest, I've done it a couple of times when say I'm on 195 and the opponent's on double top. I will go for 180 because it just gets that sort of crowd going at the right time, and it puts a bit of pressure on. But don't get me wrong. Let's say a CDC event, without being on the the main board or a PDC Pro Tour event. If I'm on 195, there's no way I'm going to go 180 because there's nobody behind me backing me.
There's no pop, no sizzle.
No.
95.
Let's be honest. If you obviously make a noise or anything like that, you probably get security probably asks you very quietly to just keep calm for a minute.
Game shot.
Oh, and there you go, just on cue. We talked about it, that Leonard Gates takes out the bull to brim with confidence. Yep, he's back there. Little peacockery from Leonard Gates.
No score.
And that's them sort of finishes that will hurt Gino massively there. Where let's be honest, he's not done a lot wrong in this match. He's just played a very good Leonard Gates on double one. That's all he's done. And Leonard would have been looking at that 84 thinking, do you know what, if I can hit the bullseye here, I could knock a good, that's a sucker punch, isn't it, right there?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Gates really settled in that fourth leg, so we'll see if it really turns on the burners here. Good open.
It's like we've obviously previously mentioned, where obviously Leonard played in the World Seniors over in Britain, and there was a couple of events where it was double one. So he has got a tracked history of playing double one in front of a camera, and unfortunately Gino hasn't got that sort of wealth of experience yet. And that can all change, can't it? And the fantastic things that obviously the CDC is doing is giving opportunities the experience of getting better, and this is how you do get better, is when you do play somebody that has got years worth of experience.
Yes. Yeah, and there's you cannot replicate that. It just like you talked about earlier, you need to ply your trade. You need to experience the experience, if you will, and play and just sort of earn those experiences and learn and grow and put them in that mental file cabinet of opportunities and learn and grow from it.
It's one of them. I learned an interesting fact not that long ago where, I think they were saying James Wade wins something ridiculous, like 87% of matches that go 6-5. Why does he do it? Because he's got 20 plus years worth of experience. He knows what to do at the right time to put pressure on the opponent, and that's all it is.
So Gino back
That's not-
on a bogey. So Gates comes back
59.
for his 137. So we'll see what the showpiece is from Gates. He's gonna stay up top there, 77. What do we got? 58 remaining, so 18 for
99.
tops. No, did I miscount or did he miscount?
Gino, you require 100.
He miscounted.
He's done a miscount, yeah. But nevertheless, Gino's in for 100. Unlucky there not to go tops.
Leonard,
Is he going to go for it, or is he going to split it?
I think he's going to go for it. I've seen him go for it a lot. There you go. First start for Leonard Gates.
sixth
4-1. He's one leg away. That was a break, so he'll come back with an opportunity to advance into the last 32 of the CDC Indianapolis 501.
32.
So I am certainly no math major. That's why I was willing to give myself the
45.
first opportunity that I might have gotten the math wrong. But let's be honest. When we cover Leonard, we do talk about the amazing skill he has, but it's no
99.
secret that the one facet of his game that does cause him trouble is the occasional math and the decision making on that. And
140.
what we talk about is he's so skilled that, no disrespect to Gino and a couple of these other matches, but these are levels where he can outplay his opponent and fix those. It's when he's on stage at Modus or Ali Pali or Lakeside where those sort of things start to really make a much deeper impact at a higher level.
Yeah, 100%. It's that sort of thing of, hitting 99 to leave 159, isn't it? That sort of situation where, against the lesser players, he knows he would have another maybe 3 or 6 darts to fix it up. Where, if you playing anyone on any world stage, it could be,
96.
in the latter stages of this competition to the final with Ali Pali, you only get that free sort of dart that sort of free dart chance, don't you? But yeah,
140.
I think that's one thing Leonard has worked on. Knowing him from the last 3 or 4 years from the scene to now, where the maths is getting better, if that makes sense.
So now, what
Poor
was
Gino there, I
let's-
think-
let's- right?
I think-
single
I think-
20 leaves 100, and was he implying it literally went so wayward that it went into the 18s? It
Leonard, you
must have,
require
because
104.
that was not a tactical decision.
I think he might have looked at Leonard's score,
52.
because he would have had 100. He would have had 84, 54 for 30, and I think that's when he might have realised.
Game shot.
But nevertheless,
Well, yeah, he
Second
picks
leg,
up the
Gino's
second his second leg on the board, and some head scratching decisions, but he gets across the finish line, and we move into leg number 7. And
Gino's
there
done
you
it
go.
again.
40.
But that's once again really good recovery there from Gino. He's off at the leg, because all of a sudden this match 4-3, especially if Leonard keeps missing doubles like this, could be anyone's game. We might only, seen 40 scored and then 60, but there's still 100 on the board, better than Leonard at this stage. And all of a sudden, Gino with what I would say cheeky 140 puts him in a very good position.
85.
Yeah, it really is a match that, even though we're looking at the number 2 seed, Leonard's not playing as crisply as he has other parts of the season. So they're in a way they're exchanging mental mistakes, and like you said, even in this competition, that's going to get exposed
121.
as you move later on. You start to play in the quarters up to the finals like that. Those are really going to get exposed
26.
and punished by your opponent.
Definitely 100%. And to be fair, it's these sort of matches where you almost want your opponent to hit a 140 for you then to go 180 as such to sort of start the catalyst. And to be fair to Gino, he is applying the pressure back on Leonard, and Leonard does want to be careful. And I've just noticed Leonard's actually changed his flight. He's gone from the white flights to potentially the pink Keegan Brown flights, as I can see.
Keegan Brown signatures. Now, I
80.
am sure that he's a type of player similar to Peter Wright that I think he's got. Maybe he may have multiple sets. So I don't know that. Yeah, he might have just picked up a new set.
59.
Now, and you're an equipment guy, you're a coach, so my mind goes to that could be multiple things in that, right? Where it's a grip issue on the day. It could be humid. You might go heavy, light. Players are going to have that feel of different types of barrels or weights, right?
And that's a really good point. And one thing, if I was Gino, I've known Leonard's done this. I'd think, hold on a second, he's not happy where his game is at the moment. Leonard's here for the taking.
Gino, you require 43.
Yeah, Keegan Brown letting you in on a lot of those.
17.
What did we do there? 9 gave him 34, correct?
Yeah, I think he's
I'm a
miscounted,
little- yeah.
unfortunately.
45.
I think he was he looking at the numbers? I don't know what happened there. So 2 7s.
24.
So 2 2s if he comes
You
back.
require
See what
107.
Gates does with the 107. But yeah, to one of your earlier points, yeah, this match really now just feels completely up in the air. So 71. And yeah, just like that, Gates pulls a 107 out of the magic hat. And we're all done, everybody. 5-2 for Leonard Gates. Make of that what you will, Mr. Keegan.
A darts coach's nightmare, I would say. But nevertheless, would Leonard Gates care at this point? No, he's through to the next round.
No, you're exactly right. He will probably not give that match a second thought. He'll be back up, practice board, earbuds in, listening to some music, and, kind of glancing at when he's up next. Speaking of up next, we have last night's winner, Braden Hall, taking on Tim Kraft. So while we wait for those players to get to the board, we will look at a few things from the event. Let's go back into the results on DCTV. See if there's anybody new that has advanced. I see Albert Anstey at the 128 through BJ Pollock as well. We went through those other winners. Players through the last 64 stage. Tim Neal, Kieran Strauss, Adam Savata, Alex Spellman, David Cameron, Glenn Richard, who notably took out the number 7 seed, Doug Boehm, and we just saw Leonard Gates. So those players are through to the round of 32. Currently in play at the round of 64, we've got Mike Scarborough taking on Michael Riley. No score there. John Cifoletti, you know DPFL John, taking on Brandon Kindo, 1-0 to John. Ben Krieger, 1-0 over Jimmy Jones. Nick Lindberg, the number 8 seed today, ahead of Davey Main, 3-1. This is a good clash. We'll keep our eyes on this. Joseph Cheney out of Tennessee. He is behind Jeff Smith, the silencer, Keegan's pairs partner, 3-2. Jim Long, the number 5 seed. He's currently tied up with New England's Stephen Krikorian. and 128 match still underway. John Liggett and Ron Gaiman are in a deciding leg. So that is a little synopsis of what's going on the tournament floor. What else can we sort of look at? It's a little early to look at the bracket. We'll check that out in like the round of 32 and give everybody a preview on that. Don't forget, you can check this out at tv.dartconnect.com. Pull up the CDC main event number 7, and you can see all of those scores. We've got bonus coverage of our boards number 2 to 5 on PDC TV, so you can see streaming action on those boards. And we're proud to present our feature board here on YouTube and PDC TV. Great time to join us in between match play action, an appetizer, if you will, before the match play gets back underway tonight. We've got great double in, double out darts today, and this concludes weekend number 3. Friday night, we saw Adam Savada pick up his 3rd title on the season, and last night, Braden Hall, who we're about to watch, picked up his first CDC title. Braden, we got a chance to see at MSG, played in the U.S. Masters. A great opportunity for a great up-and-coming Canadian young man. So Keegan, tell us a little bit about the week. We were in Vegas for the WDF Masters, and there were a few ancillary events, correct?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Yeah. Obviously qualified from obviously the Toronto Open area, and I'm not going to turn down a nice darts trip to Vegas, am I? In 45-degree heat, but that's a different story. But no, really, really glad. Obviously, went over there. Unfortunately, not to get out of my group. I had a very hard group, and obviously, I had a very good Canadian and Jeff Smith that carried me for the pairs and the 501. The cricket and the 501 pairs. So really thankful. We got another couple of pairs trophies with Jeff, and we've got good chemistry at the moment. So we want to keep seeing that for the foreseeable future.
When is the next scheduled Brown Smith pairing?
I think whenever he comes across there, I would make up a darts competition just for us to win.
Fantastic. All right, everybody, we are about to get underway with Tim Kraft and Braden Hall in the round of 64 at the CDC Indianapolis 501. All right, we've shot bull. Braden Hall has won the bull. They give the players an additional 9 to get reset on their scoring, and in this case, doubling wedges. What do you have in store from a playing perspective over the rest of the summer? I mean, we're almost done with the summer, but August, September, what's on tap for Keegan?
Yeah, for me, obviously I've got a good couple of weeks coming up at Modus. Obviously, all obviously the Modus Super Series, should I say? And
TV guys, come on.
So I'm really looking forward to that. And obviously we got Challenge Hall in mid-August. Trying to get the confidence back going. I've been a bit unfortunate, a bit unlucky, but it's just one of them things, isn't it? Where you can throw 100 averages and you still lose on the PDC, even on the Challenge Tour. So, it just shows you that the standard of the players is just getting stronger and stronger through all the depths that everybody's playing fantastic darts.
Well, we wish you well, of course. We always love watching you play.
Thank you.
Here we go. We are underway, and Braden Hall looking for a bull opening.
That's confidence. I like that. I like that a lot.
We'll see. We'll see if he tries it again. It may have been the first dart, first leg, where I'm going to go for the 170, or maybe, he got in. My apologies.
100.
We'll see at the next leg if he chooses to. I've seen some players decide to say that first dart is going to be at a bull, and then I'll move away. But I'm going to take a crack at the, you know. But somebody needs to tell Braden we don't have a trophy for the 170 in, you know, or there's no side pot of money for the 170 in.
Yeah, nevertheless, the young man, playing some really good stuff.
Sorry, 39.
In North America at the moment, and yeah, he'd be just happy to find that sort of double in that first throw of the match, and thinking, you know what, let's stamp the authority before obviously Tim can get off.
57.
But to his credit, we've seen Braden show a little bit
60.
more pizzazz than I expected. He really did enjoy himself on that MSG stage. So yeah, I think that was a little bit of showmanship. Take a stab. I've got the opening, and let's give it a try.
Yeah, definitely. A bit of Jack the Swag, as we would say.
81. $100.
That's a really good turn there from Tim. Puts him with only 50 already of Brandon, but another one of these will leave double 14.
121.
That's good darts there. Really good stuff from the Canadian.
Yeah, very much more settled in this third match than we've seen in our first two prior matches.
121.
Nice
Braden,
from Tim
78.
Kraft. Both settled in a lot quicker than we've seen. So good signs as we sort of roll into these games.
That's game shot in the first leg to Braden.
There you go, Braden Hall, 78 in
Second
leg
it's
one.
Tim to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, let's be honest, it took Tim a couple of throws to get in, and he was literally on Brandon's tail. So, really good signs from both players, and Tim there, fantastic use of the double 16 to kick things off to to get the 112.
22.
And we will make note that your opponent hits 112 in, and so that bull opening thing went out the window very quickly.
43.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if he was going to go for the bullseye, but yeah, that's the beauty of darts, where the young man thought, what, let's go for it first of all, and I was a bit surprised, I'm not going to lie, but yeah, really full credit that if you've got a plan, go out and deliver it.
53.
I'm sure he felt a little blocked on that first dart that went into the treble 5, so moved downstairs and for some cover shots.
97.
So good recovery there on the treble 19 from the Canadian. See, they're the type of shots where I would say, the 293s, the 302s, where, in, I would say, mainland Europe, we would start thinking of, leaving a finish where, 293, we would try to hit 719s to leave 160, or, 302 leave 18s to leave 170. And it's that sort of thing where, I think that would be the next sort of step where
100.
for the North American darts to shine further is when players will start thinking that way, where, let's be honest, there's only been the last 15 years that Europeans have done it.
Tim, you require
That's a 180 for the bull shark, Braden Hall. Yeah, these boys have hottened up.
60.
And at the moment,
Require 61.
Hall's on course for the highest average so far of today. Now he gets the
Double
ball.
4.
No score. Tim, you require 92.
So 92 with your, well, okay, he burst that. Okay, double 16. 2 8s.
76.
So Hall back at 61. Let's see, does he stay with the 25, 50, or go 15s? So 25 leaves 36. Double nine.
And that's game shot in the second.
Double nine it is. Goes in for Braden Hall to break
Third leg,
Tim
it's Braden
Kraft
to throw
in
first.
the
Game on.
second leg. So a couple of things for you. Let's go back to that 92. Your opponent on 61. You staying on that? I mean, it worked. It didn't work that he hit the. Yep.
22.
I think we're gonna see him take a stab at this quite often. These boys are giving us a lot to talk about. All right, back to the bull talk. I don't know.
So what I would have done in that situation where obviously Brandon was on the finish, 92 for me is always 25 in bullseye. Always give yourself the biggest segment to aim for. So for me, obviously bullseye, it'd be bullseye 10, double 16. If you hit the 25, it's 17 bullseye, that sort of thing. Where, let's be honest, if you aim for that treble 20 and you miss it by a millimetre, you then got another plan where you have to find the Neville treble. Where, let's be honest, like we were just saying before about the maths, the math size where players are now starting to go double because, let's be honest, the double's a bigger target than the treble.
So that's where my question was with that, 91 to 95, and your opponent's on an out. That the 25-50 is usually the preferred route because that will let you get back to a bull option on your third dart. But to the maths on your point, like it's I've been since the late 70s when I was a little boy, and there's the way the things have moved in darts is incredible. I would have been scolded as a young man if I tried to hit two double 20s, right? I would have been taken aside and having to talk to by the elder statesman on the team. But as you said, now it's quite acceptable because the truth of it is it's a larger target, right?
Exactly. Why put pressure on, yourself trying to find a smaller target when you've got a perfectly double the size target around about, 2.5, 3 inches above the treble as such. But yeah, that's what I mean. Where darts has came such a long way, and that's only within the last 20 years.
60.
So let's see Tim Kraft's efforts at 81. Good leg from both guys, sharing a 140 and a ton to come on down in somewhat tidy fashion. So 66 remaining. So it'll be a 16. Now bullseye, Tim Kraft in leg 3. 30 remaining if he comes back. So Braden Hall will just hopefully stay straight and true up and down on those 20s. Look for a treble on the first one. If not, now just work up, leave himself some space. And that is what you desperately do not want to do in that situation.
Tim, now what a fantastic chance to get first leg, and he does so. And I do have to point out here that Brandon did go for the bullseye first dart on that previous leg on his throw, and it's them sort of situations where he might be having a bit of a giggle at the back of the back of the hockey, but in 20 minutes time he could be coming off a loss, and that could be all stemmed from that one dart. Maybe I'm just getting too sinister in my old age.
No, I think it's a valid point. I understand. I think what he's doing, but as you there's two things come to mind. One, if it doesn't work, which the odds say it's probably not. Now you've used the dart, and then secondarily you've now got to reset to go to a double on the exterior of the board. So you're
160.
There's a great open from Hall, but you're expending mental energy when you don't necessarily have to, as opposed to picking that outer double and starting from that point. And I want to finish a point that you talked about, players now going, literally after the first 3 darts now, it seems that Littler has set that tone, but so many other players now these days, after 3 darts, you're already setting a pathway to an out, right? And I'm glad that you were nice enough to say that, hey, even over here in the UK, it's something that's only been like in the last 15 years that we've gotten that sort of pulled back, because and it will, just like other things, drift over here because we have some of the top players, but it's a 5%, 10% are in that zone. Like a Stowe Bunce is fantastic with that. David Cameron, obviously Jeff Smith. Those players have used those tools and are at that phase, and it will just you know what kind of sport we're in when the top players set a tone of a way to do something. And here, Braden Hall looking for tops. He'll come back with Tim Kraft. When players set a tone on something, players pick up on that and they learn and add that to their toolbox.
Yeah, 100% there, 100%. And like I said, there was an incident which I will talk about in the next leg where it's like, Hall, now we've got 3 darts at double top, and he does so. I remember there was an incident once.
Yep, opens up a 3-0 lead, and we'll turn that over to... No, come on. I'm having fun with Keegan. Big open.
Literally.
Now, interesting there, we didn't see the choice of the 25. Of the 50 it would be on a first throw from Braden. And that paid dividends here, the potential of the 160, which he desperately needed there with Tim opening up. So go ahead, sir. You've got a tale to tell.
So there was an incident 20 years ago this year where there was a match at the match play with Kevin Painter and James Wade, and James needed 80 and he went tops, and you could see obviously Kevin was visually annoyed. And he was so annoyed that he lost his, obviously, concentration. He lost, the pattern of fall. And obviously, James cleared up, the win as such. And, it just shows you in the space of 20 years how something so small going for tops has now changed the whole pattern for dart players. And, rightly where you said there, it was only a matter of time where you would see more North Americans going that way because, to be fair, it's quite new still within Europe. It was only, say, 15 years ago. If you went, 72 for 2 double 18s, you would have been seen as a very cocky youngster.
Yes.
Against the elder statesmen. And now it's actually being recognised as actually it's easy. And, like we said around about an hour ago, why make darts any harder than it already is?
Yeah, you would have been labeled the cocky youngster. But at a certain level, you should have command of your darts. We know what players with ability can do when they are in a relaxed setting or at an exhibition. You guys can put it nearly any place you want to. So if that theory holds, why not utilize a larger field of direction and go for the larger target?
92. Tim, you require 160.
One thing I do have to say I'm really impressed with Braden's game there is the fact that he's realised that his error was going for the bullseye in that third leg, and all of a sudden he's just switched it on, and that's fantastic to see in a youngster.
Second dart goes in for Braden Hall in leg 5, and quite honestly, I think in a way, I don't know. I don't want to surmise about his attitude towards Tim Kraft, but it became pretty evident a few legs in here. We're in a match. Tim is going to give him a match, right? So, like you said, the adjustment of we need to get on this. Well, just as we say that, we're back to the bull.
Do you know what? I think this is the first time I've ever said this, but I'm actually lost for words watching a game of darts. has confidence. But just
112.
let's not hope it bites her on the backside.
Well, that is something that Braden is not lacking in is confidence. But I think the real exclamation point is what you proposed is the sort of like, you know, unnecessary dart effort, the whole thing. You know, this is a proper match here. Utilize all that energy, get after it from the start, and put aside that sort of, because in this case it is the attempt to be a bit showy and try and get that 170 in for, you know, for nothing more than I think the highlight of it.
Yeah, 100%. And you know, I know that I understand there's a game plan, but you know, because you know, this young man, he could have a good 40 years in darts. You know, let's be honest. And what you don't want to do is upset the apple cart before you even got started.
So
But
Kraft is
nevertheless,
gonna
like
need
we said,
he's going to need 2 triple scores to sort of make an impact and get himself down to an out. He's not going to do that. So Hall has, you know, somewhat rested the throw if he gets his own big scoring wedge here.
97.
Okay, leaves the door open a bit. First one to a double, I think. What does that leave? All right, 136, which is a nice tidy one, as Keegan will tell you. So Kraft is going to have to put a little pressure on that.
might go for the 25, or we might go better. You know, obviously the second 57 left tops, but you know, being a cricket player, I would have thought you might have gone 25 to leave the 132.
60. Tim, you require
So
100.
Tim now, another outside chance on the 100. Might go tops.
That's the exact scenario we've been talking about. That it really is the place where it's become so much more applicable is that 100 when the player hits that 20, and you've got 80 on 2 darts.
Game shot and the match.
Very good recovery from Braden Hall, and certainly no lack of confidence from Braden Hall. And he takes that 5-1 over Tim Kraft, and he will advance to play Leonard Gates in the last 32 here at the CDC Indianapolis 501. And that brings us to our first break, and we'll be back with 2 more games in the last 64, and we'll have more from the CDC Indianapolis 501.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com or follow us on social media at azdarts today.
With their nails done now. Girls with their
Welcome back to the CDC Indianapolis 501, coming to you live from Indianapolis, Indiana.
Welcome back, everybody. Anthony Ugidia joined by Keegan Brown as we move on here into our second part of this group in the last 64. We have seen Jeremiah Millar open us up in a prelim round. He advances to play in this section, actually. We'll see him second. We saw Leonard Gates 5-2 over Gino Florian and Braden Hall 5-1 over Tim Kraft. So coming up now is the 15 seed Jack Robinson versus Jimmy Statopoulos. Jimmy Stats, as they call him in Chicago. And then that will be followed by Patrick Guariglia takes on the advancing Jeremiah Millar. So welcome back in, Keegan. We've got a couple of interesting matches, and let's see, what have we seen so far today?
I think we've seen a really good standard of, North American darts playing the double win format, aren't we? Let's be honest, it's not an easy format at the best of times, and everybody's taken it in their stride, and I think it's been a really good day so far.
We've seen a little varied, a little taste of everything. A couple of players early on struggling to get things under their feet. Doubling it is going to be an issue. In that last match, we saw a couple of interesting choices, but some good scoring in that third match. So I think things will certainly progress as we get into the later rounds and everybody gets settled in to things. Our matchup here, I will pull up some history and see if they've played each other before. I should have done that at the commercial. My apologies.
One thing I do have to say, I feel sorry for Tim Kraft in that previous match. Just threw below a 70 average double one, and let's be honest, that would have won in most games. First round in this format, this during this morning, this afternoon period, and he'd be annoyed for losing, but at the same time, I think he realised that he just unfortunately came up against a good Canadian.
So we'll look at our opponents here. They have not met yet on a CDC stage, so this will be the first opportunity to get some historical data on them. overall, Jimmy is a new player to CDC. He's played in and around different CDC events, finally getting his tour card. So only a handful of matches for Jimmy Statopoulos. And Jack Robinson is the 15 seed, a little bit more experienced, but just a few years under his belt. He's played 60 matches in his CDC career. Finding his form, he ebbs and flows. We saw him yesterday against Braden Hall, and the eventual winner yesterday, and Braden Hall took out Jack Robinson 5-0. So Jack looking to sort of make things right a bit on his weekend, and Jimmy Stats, as we'll call him, looking to sort of make his bones here at the CDC.
It's one of them situations where, as a player, if you're playing, somebody you're probably used to seeing in the back room, you've seen them at darts events, and, there's not a lot of history between both players. One thing I used to do, or what I used to strive for, was making sure you get the first win. Playing more of a mind game as such, just to make sure that, the next time they see you in the room, you always know business, and that's when the sort of the mental game of darts comes in.
As you see by the flags on our scoreboards, Jack is a Canadian player, I believe, in the Ontario area. I'll sort of nail that down a little bit. James is out of Chicago, a product of Dart Players Chicago. That's the system that he plays in, a long format, and it's what is sort of put. I know he's listed as James, but I know him a little bit, so I keep wanting to call him Jimmy. So I'll call him Jimmy Stats. It sort of put him on the long format and given him a real desire to get his tour card and get out here and mix it up with the best in North America.
If there's one thing I have to say, what I've noticed about Jack's game already, not just being a Canadian, but his throw is very similar to John Part. How he gets that dart and he brings it back as such, and if you can throw like John Part, you're going to have a good career, aren't you, in this game?
Amen to that. That's a good catch. I do think this is one of those matches, even giving Jack the respect of being the 15 seed. I do think that this would be a match where you'd say both opponents fancy their chances in it, knowing their skill levels and what I know about both of them. I think they're pretty evenly matched. So this would be a match where they both see a good opportunity to advance in this tournament.
No, 100%. And, there's nothing better when you do see that in two opponents, because you think, do you know what, right, game on, we need to hit them hard. And to be fair, it's Jack that's came out hitting the 32 there, straight out of the woodwork. But once again, it goes back to this, I'd call it a killer format, in my opinion. You should never be playing double one. It's hard enough hitting one double, let alone two.
It's just cruel. Excuse me.
But nevertheless, it's given us some absolutely fantastic viewing on this Sunday afternoon. Wherever you are joining us around the world watching this.
We very much appreciate having Keegan Brown with us today. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you taking the time, and let's raise a glass and hope that this is the start of, this isn't the first and last time that we've got Keegan Brown on CDC commentary.
Well, if it's the last time, then something's gone completely bad today.
Or we may get a message that Keegan says, I can't do anymore with that guy. I need to let me do solo commentary. I can't handle that guy with that New York accent.
No, it's an absolute pleasure to be commentating on the CDC circuit. I do apologise if I do sound like I've got a bit of a sore throat at the moment. I'm experiencing a bit of jet lag, so I've only just came back into the UK from Vegas, and I've probably only had about half an hour sleep in the last 30 hours, so I can only apologise if you do sound like my throat is getting a bit strained, but nevertheless, we will soldier on.
A look out on the tournament floor as we really, are starting to get into the meat of the tournament. Quite a few results out of the 64 round. I'll just read them down, and apologies if I've read them before, but advancing into the top 32 are Tim Neal, Kieran Strauss, Adam Savada, Alex Spellman, David Cameron, Glenn Richard, Leonard Gates, Nick Lindberg, Jeff Smith, Jim Long, Mike Scarborough, John Ciaffoletti, Braden Hall, Brady Brown, and Jimmy Jones. Currently underway at the last 64. Roker and Estel knotted at 0-0. Lanaugh and McCoy. Lanaugh, the 9 seed, at 1 apiece. We're watching Robinson and Statopoulos. McHarg playing Bull Bolts, 2 local guys, 2-0 to McHarg. Kylie Edmonds, your 10 seed. He's ahead of Nathan Humphreys, 4-2. Fred Kruger supplying a nightmare to Ricky Boudreau, 4-3. Kruger and Gary Mawson, another seeded player. I think Gary is the 8. No, I don't know what Gary. Gary might be the 11 seed. He is ahead of Troy Colin, 4-2. And whoa, we've got a result already in the 32. Keegan's not going to be happy to hear this. His boy Jeff Smith goes out to the 1 seed Adam Savada. So Savada booking a spot in the last 16.
Yeah, I'm just obviously looking at that score right now. That's,
100.
to be fair to Adam, double one, he's thrown an 82 average. Let's be honest, that's world class playing for normal, 501, let alone double win. And to be fair, Jeff just unfortunately came up against a better opponent this afternoon. But yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff from obviously Adam this afternoon. And let's have a quick look on the leaderboard. And once again, he's running away. The 3-dart average at the moment is over the 80 mark. And let's be honest, if he was playing at the Grand Prix like that, he would be winning a lot of matches playing like this.
Yeah, that we aren't going to focus too much on numbers, but when you see a number like that in double in, it needs to be noted. And here we are, bringing up the back end of the first leg. Both players have had an opportunity for a double. Jack Robinson, at his second look, takes out tops, so he holds throw, and we move into leg 2 with Statopoulos on the Aki.
Yeah, it'd be really interesting to see what James does in this leg. He's bounced back really well, so he's got the double top there, and that's a solid 60. So the pressure's back on Jack now, because both players would be, they won't be annoyed to say that they struggled on the outer ring to get the first double, and both players are off within the first 3 darts. So once again, this is a killer format, but both players absolutely living up to the expectations.
Yeah, as you open the show, it's such a priority to it literally doesn't matter what that double is. It's get that in the first 3 and move on. It is a rolling ball downhill of frustration when you can't accomplish that in the first 3. So good sign for both of these guys that we're off and running in leg 2, and now it's moved into the next phase of a leg, very much like a chess match. Now we've finished with the opening. Now it's the scoring phase.
I 100% agree with you there, buddy. It's both players are coming into this match really well. One thing I do have to say about James's equipment, it's very unusual now that you see a dart player playing with a stumpier dart, where it's now quite considerably quite trendy to play with a longer barrel straight dart.
Yeah, I'm trying to get a look at them. They don't look as like the old school traditional little bulbous was the John Lowe, was the famous unicorn John Lowe, and then the Dennis Priestley was also and I'm dating myself. I'm giving you players who haven't played competitively in 20 years, but those were darts that were very, very popular and very traditional with players in terms of
Yep.
of a front, loaded dart that gave you some weight in the front. And I think from a amateur standpoint, that always helps to sort of correct that kind of lob, right? To have a little front heavy dart, it helps lead the dart, if you will. A more straight barrel exposes your flaws a little bit in terms of your elbow left and right and things like that. So
100%. And James on the 144. That's good thinking. That's clever thinking. He's left the 96. And that's why I say that's clever thinking, because if he stayed up on the remainder of the 20s there, he would have left a 3-darter, and by hitting that 25, it would have left 96, which is a simple treble 20, double 6 again. Well, hopefully it is for James, he says. That's unlucky not to use the lie there. An outside chance for Jack here for this 160. That's unlucky. Might switch to the 18s. No, he's staying up there on 20s.
18s from a math perspective, or more of he might have been blocked a bit with that first one kind of hanging over it?
Probably a bit of both, really. 2 treble 18s would have left 32, but just pause that just in case James hit that. But it's, as I said previously, unfortunately, some of the harder sort of plastic flights, you do get a wicked deflection as such. And, where we saw that first dart in the 20, that was my sort of warning sign to go for the 18s. And, unfortunately for Jackie, obviously scored 26, but nevertheless, James won't be too happy, won't mind if he can take out this double top. And that is very close not to do that. And he does those second dart there. So really good bounce back leg there for James.
Yeah, we've seen good glimpses from both, and I think we do have a competitive match on our hands. It may go back and forth for a little while. Good adjustment there from Robinson to move over to get a look at an open double.
And once again, both players getting off with their first 3 darts. But yeah, it was really good to see Jack there in that previous throw where, it's very unfortunate not to hit either one dart to go into the double top, but he changed narrative. He changed his methodology and went for the 18. So, there's confidence. There's confidence in Jack, and, the same could be said, for James, where that first dart landed awkwardly, but then he filled it up perfectly for double top in the second.
I just want to say, I want to encourage you, my friend, to continue to give us let's keep an underlying thread on the equipment, because it is fascinating to me. I come from a much older school where things were a bit simpler, and so I'm always very interested in to get your analysis as we progress the day, and you see the different materials people are playing with these days, and we've got such a different array now of molded flights, and as you talked about, different materials. There's the trade-off for harder materials, which sort of last longer, if you will, from a product standpoint, but you've brought it up more than once. It gives you a tougher area to get through. Back in my day, people were still throwing with feathers, but you had feathers or a soft nylon, which was much more forgiving when you were trying to put a dart into a tighter space.
Yeah, I can't agree with you enough there, buddy. Where I used to think, no, I still do. I've always used the same sort of stairman, the same sort of flight, but it's always worked. One thing I say to a lot of the youngsters nowadays is, with the old-fashioned equipment, it's it's there to be hit, if that makes sense. Where you would get a deviation, but the deviation is a lot softer. Where obviously when we throw the darts, we don't realise when the dart clatters into each other. We can't see that, but it's now becoming quite obvious with the harder material. So with the old-fashioned nylon flight, I say old-fashioned. I'm only 33 and I'm still using them, but that's a different story. But it's more the fact that when your dart clatters into them, it gives you enough, sort of space where it can land into the treble 20. It can kind of follow that sort of first dart. But you're seeing a lot of, especially youngsters now that are coming into the game where the deviations are wicked. Where you can get the first dart, the dart will hit it. You can hit that sort of plastic on plastic sound, and
Yes.
all of a sudden it's then travelled 45 degrees in any possible way to the segment that you don't want. And then you see a lot of how do you say, disappointed youngsters playing the game, and that's what we don't want. We want the youngsters to keep playing this wonderful game, because if you don't get the youngsters playing the game now, you then don't have nothing in 10 years time, do you?
No, and you're right. You have to fall in love with this at first, and that's where you need young players to be, is to be encouraged, fall in love with the game, have the fun that we had, and then you progress it at your own level. You get the competition comes to you.
100%. Unfortunately, I was given the task of the math side. So, for 3 years, before I could even throw a dart, I was made to chalk 3 years worth of my parents playing darts before I was allowed to play darts. So proper
Take that,
old
everybody.
schooling.
That is a lesson. That is an old school lesson.
Jackie require one.
And we'll come back to that. That there's something to be talked about in that, as we see Jack Robinson going. Nope, he stayed for the treble. James looking at 212s here in the third leg. A nice tidy first dart for James Thatopoulos in the third leg, and that breaks Jack Robinson, and James has the throw here in leg number 4. So where I wanted to go with that, scenario you gave us, which is such a wonderful, it's a heartwarming story, family and old school, that the whole deal. But what a good big opening from Jack Robinson. We revel in what Dart Connect has done for the game in the last, goodness, now almost 15 years. There's about as exactly old as the CDC is, and quite honestly, I remember telling David Maher, the founder of Dart Connect, you're going to save steel tip in this country anyway. From the conversely on the other side with soft tip and self scoring and what that did, and but now I do hear people saying that Dart Connect has taken away that scenario that you talked about. We used to always tell young players and beginning players, the best place to learn is to chalk, is to score.
Yeah.
And just like when you're out at tournaments and league matches, now there's no pencil to pick up, but pick up the chalk, pick up the pencil. That was always the richest place to learn. So that has been a little place that's been lost. I mean, you still get up there and digitally keep score, but there was a lot to be said for manually keeping score.
100%. And it's one of these small things in life that I take for granted, where if somebody said to me, right now, these are the scores left, this is how many darts they did it on, these are the legs that they played, work out the average. So I'm very confident I can work out the average, and
Mhm.
but then trying to explain to the youngster that, you know, this is how you work the average out, and they're like, is it? No, no, you just add all your schools together. I'm like, no, 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 that's not how it works. But it's that sort of thing where, you know, as the game is being modernised, so is the technology we use. So, you know, obviously
Mhm.
the youngsters nowadays are being brought up on, you know, tablets rather than chalkboards. You know, and it's, to me, it's one of the things where, you know, the bonuses was still getting youngsters playing the game. You know, and that's all
Mhm.
I'm worried about at the moment. But yeah, it's one of the things where, you know, my father would say to me, he said, there was nothing worse looking at a dart player and not knowing what he's going to go for. And he said that would never be you if you just keep chalking. And literally, it was 3 years worth of chalking.
Tops for Robinson in leg 4. Nails it. First opportunity, the first moment of asking, and we're all tied at 2 apiece. And Jack Robinson gets back that hold, so we are all back level and on throw. And yeah, you're exactly right, Keegan. I mean that it is. I've so been. I think in these long formats, there's so much to learn. I think there's something to learn in every match, every win, every loss, and you know, there's so many facets to this game, so many things that you need to get right, and that's one of them. To like you said, to see a player at the on the line in real time, not having any idea where
Mm.
they're going. That is such a, you know, we talk about the mental aspect and the momentum of things that derails you so much from staying in that rhythm and staying and feeling good to completely get out of that out of your head and go like, I don't know where I am, and it's such a detriment.
You know, and that's the thing, is that when you do see a dart player that does unfortunately miscount, you know, it could be something so minor in the context of the game. But if, and as soon as they've sort of done it, they've done the action, you can see the clogs that are going around in their head, and then they're looking sort of back at the scoreboard and then realising what they've done wrong. And I always find it always takes them a good 6 darts to get back into the leg, because it's very
Yes.
unusual to see a dart player miscount
Yes.
and then come back into the game instantly.
Yes. And to sort of show that in that, you know, that's what the preparation is about, is learning the game, because you can see the complete opposite, you know, the opposite of that player that doesn't know where they're going. You can see when a player is fully, it just oozes out of them, you know, the comfort, and you know, they're not thinking about where they're going. They throw a dart. Based on that dart, they instinctually move, and you know, move their eyes and their hands into the, you know, the place where they're going next, and there's not a thought process to it, because that work has been put in prior to that moment.
Mm.
And I'll give you a good example after we, you know, sort of get through this leg.
So it's like James here on the 72. So he might look at the 25 option. He's not. He's gone for the 15, so it's going to be 1 dart at the bullseye. That's unfortunate, though. He looks like he's going to leave 35. But Jacket on the outside chance of the 152. That's unlucky. Is he going to stay there?
60. James, you require 35.
So James here coming back for the 35. Should be looking at the big 3 for 32. And he does. He's got 2 darts to break the throw. And that's a brilliant, what you would say, what we would say, that's a clean cut execution where, you know, they're the sort of finishes where your opponent has got an outside chance if you miss, but you just want to go up there, attack the board as good as you can, just to say to your opponent, I'm here still and I'm winning this leg off you.
And you know, I like that we're sitting here talking about training and schooling, and you know, even you know, kind of directly talking to young players. And you know, it sounds silly, but when it goes awry, you see how important it is. It is an absolute skill to be able to go up and hit the big number, hit that fat number when you need to correct the score. It allows you to not have a wasted dart, more opportunities at doubles. So it is a skill, to put into your practice routine. Working around that board, hitting big singles, hitting big numbers to be able to use those as setup darts.
And it goes back to what we were talking about earlier. The only person that makes darts harder is us. Nobody makes it harder. It's just us that does it. And a lot of people know that. Obviously, I do a lot of coaching. With a lot of youngsters, and obviously all the dart players. And I always say, we've got to have a routine A, B, and C. And so when A's working, brilliant. It's when A goes wrong, what do you do in that situation? And that's when you start seeing dart players start travelling with the dart, and they get used to it, which is brilliant. And then I say, well, actually, what happens if the second dart goes, as we would say, pear shaped? You need a routine C, and it's just getting into that sort of, using it as a preparation where, you're not scared of going around the board when chasing it, but to be fair to James here, it looks like he's using his routine A absolutely perfectly. I know we're not talking about too much about averages today, but in the last 4 legs, he's put 21 points on his average, which is a phenomenal standard for double in, double out.
On 81 after 12, so 62 remaining. Does not need to go the bull route with Rip Robinson back on 215. So 52 left, 12 for tops. Good decision making there from James. So he'll return with double 20 is the ask. Jack back on 215. This is the scenario that to just sort of like plug away and try and put a little pressure on the tops. 135. I'm sure James is pretty comfortable at the tops at this point. He's been using that as his double in as well. So there you go. First dart. Very nice, tidy 16 darter for James Statopoulos in leg 6. And he opens up a 2-leg cushion.
And this is where Jack needs to step on the throttle now. And he's found a double top second dart. And that's really good because, let's be honest, if you obviously have hit the surround or it's fallen out the board, you always feel cheated. You always feel cheated out of a dart and you get annoyed very easily. And what Jack's done there really well is just composed himself, because he knows that if he loses his leg, he knows it's, unfortunately it's home time, isn't it? Where, it puts so much pressure back on that open and throw. But what would he do for the 180 here? But he'd be happy with a ton. So,
darts.
straight. And that's the thing, isn't it? Where, like, you were just saying in that previous leg, buddy, where it's just straight darts. That's all you want. It's straight, clean-cut darts. It doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be 180 every throw. It doesn't have to be 60. Just as long as they're straight as a barrel, you've always got a chance. And I think that's what Jack's really doing really well, and he's executing it really well in this leg so far.
To head back for a moment on we talked about being adept at board management and having a plan and sort of what that looks like comes to mind. We were watching your partner Jeff Smith play last night, and my commentary partner was talking about him being one of the best counters as we talk in darts, and and it's not that Jeff can't do math. I'm not saying you can't do it in real time, but I was expressing it's not as if he's specifically doing all that math in the real time. It's the preparation and learning the patterns of play. When you learn the board. So like you talked about working with young players, it's the scenario of I'm shooting at this triple. Well, what's the scenario if I fall into the single, or if what's next door? If I hit that, where am I going? And when you become adept at that, there's not a thought process in that. Your brain knows I was shooting for the triple 18. Well, if I hit if I hit it, I'm going here. If I hit the single 18, I'm going here. If I hit the 4, I go here. You know, so you learn that, and that's where you get a polished look like a Jeff Smith.
Yeah, 100%. And I'm very close to Jeff, and I have to say, if there's any youngsters that get into the game, he is the type of player that you want to look up to. To me, he's the full shebang, as I would say. But it's double top here for Jack for 100 checkout. Oh, he's very unlucky there. Very unlucky there.
And certainly unlucky here for James to, we talked in a previous match of what a sort of frustration it is to get brushed if this is the case. But it's a weird scenario where I think James is playing, way too well. I think he may have the ability to, even if he doesn't get in here, if Jack takes this 40, I think James will be able to recover from it. But Jack is for James's tighty leg prior. Jack now responds with a pretty tighty leg himself, and claws one back. Yeah, I think James is not going to. Well, he exhales there, obviously acknowledging that a whole leg he didn't come in, but I think he'll be able to be fine mentally. Well, after that one looked a little tough on him.
I think this is the situation where, when James comes back, he needs to find another double, because he's not getting the same sort of consistency as he was getting the first, open the legs on that double top. So if I was James, I'd be looking maybe at the 18s. What do I know about darts?
I still think the hypothesis was correct. A 120 open there for James, but yeah, it was nearly 10 turns prior to that before coming in. So, but all of that now is a wash. James is in, Jack is in, so we're off and running from into the scoring phase. As this has continued to be pretty contested match, 4-3 in a race to 5.
And it's this situation where, like we alluded to a couple of legs ago, it's now just straight darts. We don't want the 45s, we just want 60s. 60s, 85s, 100s. They're the ones that are going to start winning you on the matches. And to be fair to Jack, he's put the pressure straight away back on James. And, I think James is beginning to feel it, unfortunately, after that previous leg. But he needs to find a treble just to give him just anything, any sort of confidence.
45.
So like a prime example there, what I would say routine A and routine B is, as soon as you can't see, in my opinion, as soon as you can't see 95% of the bed, that's the time to switch, because you're always going to end up a dart in a very serious, in a very similar situation. So, I would say to the youngsters, right, if you get 2 darts there, then it's time for the 19s, because then you're looking at a fresh bed with no target. So, you're looking at a brand new target that's easier to hit rather than having objects in the middle.
Yeah, you do get players that fall into a long-term pattern, older players who simply insist on sort of bullying their way through to that triple when, as you just said, there's other open beds that may be only a few points less, but they're wide open, and that takes some discipline to learn that aspect of the game. And to your point, if you can instill that as a young player, that's going to be something that's going to be an asset to you. The
It's
shot
Jack
is
hit,
on,
double 19.
19. Oh boy.
170.
That's twice now that he has gone for a double, and that has happened. You can see the frustration on Jack's face, but you have to say at this moment in time, Jack's the one he's got the momentum, he's got the confidence, and more importantly, he's got the throw in the last leg.
Game shot.
And there you go. We're all tied at 4, and as Keegan just told you, the bull shot comes into play. Jack won the bull, and so he now gets the honor of opening up the deciding leg with the throw.
That's brilliant darts. That 100 is worth a lot on gold. That's all I'm going to say.
And this is where that real tension of a double in comes into play, and a deciding leg. Your opponent has opened up with 100, and things just tighten up a bit.
And usually from a darting perspective, if you're noticing that your darts are now dropping, say an inch, maybe 2 inches, that's when there's tension in the arm. And obviously when there's tension in the arm, there's pressure to perform. So that's a really good dart there from James. So that's be perfect if he can just hand that one in.
No score.
So that's 3 really well thrown darts, and unfortunately he's just got nothing for his good calls there.
And here is the similar theme that we've talked about for Jack. He can continue to put that pressure on James and doesn't have to do too much if he just keeps it straight up and down. 60. If it falls into the triple, all the better. But just stay a consistent pressure and squeeze, and those darts, just as we're looking in front of us, will get just tougher and tougher for James as things progress in this decider.
And there's nothing worse when Jack starts doing this.
120.
I was gonna say, or you could just flat out just go hit the 1-2-1. What do we know?
That's why we're commentating and not playing.
Well, I'm not going to let you go there. We've been joking around that for the other weekend. Me and my CDC guys, we say that, but you don't get to say that. You're still world class. You just want to sit behind a mic because you love it. That's all.
Yeah, I can be that horrible headmaster now, can't I? I can tell where all the kids are going wrong in life. So Jack here, looking at 64, look be at 16s or the 8s, so he'll be coming back for 56. So, well, you just think for James, this is the time just to relax. Just relax. There's no pressure on these 3 darts now. Just go up there, just enjoy the experience. And look at that. As soon as he's starting to relax, that arm, that tension has now been released. He's not dropping the dart. And look how much more consistent them 3 darts were.
And you truly just never know, because we know how difficult. And there you go. You get an eye roll. How difficult getting that double, that final double is. So from James's standpoint, again, keep it loose, keep it comfortable, and just chip away. And who knows, you just might get an opportunity. That's a 180 for Jimmy Statopoulos. And look at the broad smile on his face. He's like, is that the last turn I'm going to have? No, sir, it's not. And again, just come on back. Keep it cool. Keep it simple. The last thing Jimmy needs to think is, I have a chance at this match, and that will build the tension back. He just needs to stay loose.
And straight away, that is that point well made. Because if you look at them first 2 darts, that's when he started thinking, I've got a chance. And then he relaxed, but it all comes back to Jack. So Jack now, he's got another 2 darts, it's double 15. Surely with a good marker like that.
No score.
No. James is going to come back.
James, you require 81.
Oh, I was hoping he put his darts away. I wanted to use one of my favorite Sid Waddell lines, Taylor against Bristow. The darts were in the pocket. Priestley put them in his pocket, and Taylor missed double whatever, and Sid said the darts were in the pocket. Oh boy!
So it looks like it's double 13.
Yes. Just ask James. Calm down first. Use the tools that are at your disposal. we have some time. Let's put a pin in that, and we'll come back to that because that proved what we've been talking about for the last
Jack,
half
you
hour.
require 30.
Let's see. Jack now third, asking
And
at double
shot
15,
match,
and
Jack
he
Roberts.
gets it there, sort of deservedly so. James got his honest effort, his honest chance to get it, but Jack Robinson holds firm. Double 15 it is, advances into the last 32, where he will meet the winner of our next match. So Keegan, give us a little look on that, and then I definitely want to talk about that. What happened with James there at the end.
That match was perfect because it was one of them where what I would tell youngsters is never give up in the match because you never know when the right opportunity is going to come through, and it just proves in that match where, as it was getting, it looked like Jack had it on the, it made it look too easy, didn't it, at one stage, and then all of a sudden there's a bit of tension when he left 30. You could see that he was, a bit upset, and all of a sudden James started relaxing. The 180 went in, and unfortunately, he was
All
only,
good, bro.
let's say,
All good.
millimeters away from hitting double 13 for the match.
But 15, 20 minutes we've conversed. You set up exactly. You said, what it does to a player to not know the route that they're heading into, what that does to their mindset. And we could not have scripted it any better. You see, James is up there. He's got 81 left. I mean, 81. We should all be practicing 81, right? Why? Because it's going to get us. It's the end part of the 9-darter. 81 is, you're going to see that more often than not as a dart player, right? So these are the things that Keegan is telling you guys about. That's the scenario in practice. I'm going to throw at the 81, and I'm going to handle in practice the possible scenarios. If it goes here, I go there. If it goes there, I go here, right? So, for him to not know, he knew where to go at 62. He knew the 12 was the route, right? But then you also have to know, well, what happens if I hit the triple, or what happens if I'm into a different, right? So you saw what happened. He hit the triple. His head was only 12 to 50. So he hits the triple. It's a beautiful dart. You're right at a double. And if he just had the flow of the hand turning towards double 13, the mind, the eyes, if it all flowed, who knows? But you do know that his chance of hitting that double, rises in a spectacular fashion, as opposed to, he stood there at the line, rolled his eyes, wasn't sure, asked, and tried to reset, but it wasn't a true honest effort at that double 13.
And it's one of them sort of, unfortunate doubles where it catches you off guard, and it really did unfortunately catch James off guard, and sadly for us, I was going to say the last leg heroics, and unfortunately just couldn't just go over the line.
But yeah, there was a whole lot in there to learn from and to digest, and first and foremost, never give up, stay in it, and you may get the opportunity. So we move on, and we are going to determine who Jack Robinson's opponent will be in the last 32. So we see a return of Jeremiah Millar after his 5-0 win in the last 128. We saw him open up against Kevin Hawkins, and he's taking on, right there, you see Patrick Guerrilla. So we've got Patrick and Jeremiah here at the last round of 64 match for this group. So after this, we'll take a commercial break, and we'll come back and tackle the round of 32, which always gets a little interesting. Players have wins under their belt, some time on the board, and things get a little tighter.
No score.
We are officially underway, Mr. Brown.
To be fair, I have to say one thing I do admire about Patrick straight away is, okay, 2 darts at tops didn't go to plan, but he was willing to change. He was really willing to change the routine just to get onto the board. So that's a really good start so far.
No score.
I can remember being taught that pattern a little bit. 2 on, 1 off. You know, it's funny. I'm going to sound like I'm contradicting myself, but I don't think I am. You also don't want to see someone too jumpy and changing. You know, too scattered around the board as well. That I think can also be a detriment.
And that's the thing. It's, you know, it goes back to the sort of the routines where you know you double, you know what you're going to get off to. It's when, you know, what is the plan B? What is the plan B double? And that's where most people do struggle with double one, because they think, I want to go for double top. Well, what do you do if it's blocked? What do you do if something, you know, if something doesn't look right? You can't keep going for a block bed. And but yeah, and I think that's the thing, isn't it? It's making sure that, you know, when you practice, it's all about getting them routine right. And when them routines are right, that's when you see the bet. You know, that's where I always say, you know, people like Adrian Lewis and Gary Anderson, when they're in full flow, they make darts look effortless, to the fact that they just go up there, they throw darts. But it's more the fact they know what they're doing, they know what their routines are before they even go up to the oki. And, you know, you see more the sort of the elite will be practicing their sort of, you know, 6 darts before they even got down to a double, thinking, right, I'm on 302, I'm on the 293, this is what I'm going to do to leave a finish. But yes, you know, and that's the thing, it's all about the routines. And, you know, obviously children getting into the game is brilliant because you can explain to them about the routines, but, you know, the struggle is when you get an older statesman that, you know, let's be honest, they're maybe a little bit more stubborn. Yes, should we say? And it's harder for them to change. And then, you know, unfortunately, that's, you know, sometimes you do have to get with the time, but
Yeah, that is so important to have those established routines and to be mentally prepared when you enter a match. It is not the time and place to evaluate or analyze in mid match. You need to be prepared and to, you know, have a game plan. You may not always utilize that game plan, but you need to come in prepared.
Yes.
114 shot. Double 17.
double 17.
Is my math correct?
Sorry, I told you.
Oh, he's miscounted.
He miscounted. He did.
And that's the second time today.
Yes, you are correct. So Patrick Guariglia takes out double 12, and I must say there were some hiccups in there, but Patrick was overall pretty impressive. Once he established his in shot, he scored well and stayed with it. So I'm intrigued to see what more we get out of Patrick. And yeah, an unfortunate miscount there for Jeremiah.
No score.
You know, this is the situation where Jeremiah can't be annoyed with himself because, you know, the leg's gone now. You know, it's gone now. You need to forget about it. And, you know, sometimes you do have to compare darts to boxing where, okay, your opponent's just hit you, but how quick can he come off the canvas? And that is what Jeremiah needs to do right now, because otherwise he'll get into a dogfight with Patrick, and that's not what he wants to get involved with.
No score.
And here are those moments to just stay true, stay up and down, and just you've got the opportunity to. I think this is a chance where I know, Keegan, you're well versed in cricket, and a lot of times here in the States we'll talk about the ability in cricket for you to directly put pressure on your opponent. You know, you can change your opponent's decision making based on your darts, and of course you can do that in 01 as you get later in the leg, where you know you will choose. We talked about earlier, I'm going to choose where I'm going to go if my opponent is on an out or not. I think here is a similar fashion where, you know, Jeremiah as we're saying it over and over again, doesn't have to do too much, but just by doing just enough squeezing by solid scores, he can put the pressure on Patrick.
And he can do it so easily, can't he? And you know, let's be honest.
Oh, sorry, 80. My apologies.
And unfortunately, in that last leg where he thought he had 138 left, and unfortunately, very closely took out the 138, but obviously needed the 148, and it's just that sort of the fine tuning of the talent as such, where you wouldn't get the, and it sounds, me being really negative, but you don't see that in the elite game. You wouldn't see, top 32 or better player
81.
miscounting more than once in a competition, if that makes sense.
Oh, it certainly does, because you don't get to be the elite if that's going to be, something that's going to occur in your game more often than not, outside of a very rare hiccup. So he must have hit that triple.
72.
Yeah, our monitor just doesn't give us as tight of a shot sometimes as we need. So that was that case
59.
Earlier, right? We talked about decision making coming off of like 18s on that 122, and so there you go, double 16 for Jeremiah Millar.
34.
To be fair, Jeremiah, I would have gave you that all the way in from the UK, because I thought that was in as well, buddy.
So back to double 8 for Jeremiah here in the second leg.
And that's game shot in the second leg to Jeremiah.
Corrects that a little too close to a burst, and makes the adjustment up on the bed, double 8, and we are square, one leg apiece.
No score.
Yeah, Millers came back really well. To be fair, he was very negative, the first throw of the previous leg, but he's come back here. He's now throwing, with a good action. He's looking happy. He's not looking, annoyed and stressed out, which, like we always say, dart players don't make the best poker players.
No score.
There you go. Jeremiah in first dart of his second turn. And that I've seen quite a lot. I've seen players who might normally be 20 throwers from a scoring perspective, when they utilize the double 16 in, will stay in that part of the board and just move over to that triple 19.
Yeah, and you know what? Once again, it goes back to routines, doesn't it? Where I did a shot many moons ago now where 152, everybody always goes 60, 60, double 16. And then one day I thought, hold on, that's 8 19s. So it's treble 19, treble 19, double 19. And I hit it against Michael Van Gogh, and a lot of people said, well, why did you go that way? I said, well, because it's easier, because you're looking at one space of the board all the time, rather than looking at two targets and then moving 8 inches down to the bottom of the board. That's easy.
Yeah,
140.
Exactly, nearly fully across the board from a high eye line down to double 16s. I'm going to speak to my dog for a second. All right, baby, hold on. Well, this leg's almost over. I may have a puppy who needs to go out. So let's this is twice she's come over and kind of like wagged her tail and looking at me. So I may have to leave Keegan on his own for half a leg while I run the dog out.
For a minute, I was a bit worried. You called me baby then.
To Jeremiah. Fourth leg, it's Jeremiah to throw first.
But nevertheless, Jeremiah there, taking out that double weight there to move 2-1 up here. And it's a good contest. This is where he needs to put his foot to the throttle, and he has. He's looking at treble 19 again. And you know what? That is a fantastic routine he's starting to do now. And, you know, really good stuff this is. And you feel Patrick needs to change the gears slowly, because otherwise Jeremiah's going to start running away with this.
Yeah, really good rat-a-tat-tat from Jeremiah. You know, to your point earlier, you know, about routine. You know, coming in,
44.
his mindset being, you know, I'm going 16s, and there's not going to be a thought process. I'm going to move right over to score on the 19s after that double 16.
100.
And all of a sudden, you know, Patrick with that ton there, it's put him back into the leg. This is where the pressure needs to keep straight, and he is. That's a good switch. You can see he's switching,
94.
and that's a really good switch there to the 19s. See, Patrick can't afford to have these wayward darts against his opponent. It's a 274 hit. Where's he going to start up? It's a good treble 20 there.
83.
See, now the times where I would have been more lenient to maybe switch, you know, switch to the 19s or the 18s.
100.
And all of a sudden, Patrick's only 29 points behind.
$91.
And that's a
adjustment
good check
from
on the
Lamar.
91.
Jeremiah,
So
you
here we
require
go,
100.
Malar with a nice clean 100 to take leg 4. Oh, and he mucks it up.
$80.
Unfortunately,
Right.
that is pressure with a capital P.
Mr. Keegan will tell you, if I'm not mistaken, that was the only thing he couldn't do, correct? Everything else would have left him in play, but the single one was the
Jeremiah, you
only thing,
require
right?
20.
The only segment on the board, but he can make it back up now with double 10.
And that's game shot in the fourth.
And he does so.
leg. To
That's really good.
Jeremiah.
You saw that.
It is a,
You know,
a
Fifth leg,
good
it's
effort there from
to throw
Patrick.
first.
It should be said,
Game
that
on.
99 to set him up to just in case if he got the look. But Malar hits the first dart double 10 and opens up a 3-1 lead, and we're still
No
at a
score.
1st to 5. So Jeremiah Malar in a quite a good spot here to make a push into the round of 32.
You can see, I don't know if anyone noticed it, but it was Millar's, you know, attempt at double 10 the first dart. You could tell that he sort of snatched it. You know, he was a bit nervous because he knew that Patrick was obviously on double top just behind him. I think that's the thing, isn't it? And then he kind of like composed himself,
41.
thought positively, and then obviously double 10 went in the second dart.
$81. $43.
These are this sort of situation in a match where
78.
you need to keep straight, and that 78, well, that 57 there has definitely helped him out there. But 100 here
60.
would have put Patrick, you know, in contention for the leg.
As I take a glance out on the tournament floor, Keegan will tell you it's always funny how Sunday everybody's in the mood to move quickly and be prompt, and they're at their board, and everyone knows where they need to be so they can make their flights this evening. Savada is in the middle of a top 16 match already, up 3-1 on Tim Neal. So Adam Savada is trying to set things right after getting knocked out last night. He seems to be in quite a voracious form, so we'll keep eye on that. And there's already a handful of top 32 matches in play, so things are moving
96.
nice and tidy here on Sunday.
Yeah, we like a good relaxing Sunday. We don't want no balls hanging around. We just want to get on with the action, don't we, more than anything?
79.
Indeed, from the staff to the
Jeremiah,
players.
you require 112.
Friday is all discombobulated, and then Sunday runs so super smooth. So Millar with a look at 112, that's not going to happen. So now it's just that case of Patrick continue
26.
to just relax, take off. A nice ton would suffice.
It's not what he needed,
40.
and he knows it. So all of a
Jeremiah, you
sudden,
require 86.
Jeremiah now knows he's got 6 darts at this 86. Might look at the 20s now for 68.
All right. Well,
So it's,
as I spoke a little earlier, right, that would be that decision making. If Patrick was on a 152, it might be a different choice for Millar, correct? And now he's got some space and he's not going to go bulls.
yeah, 100%. No dart player should be going out and question what they've got left,
Jeremiah, you
especially when
require
they get
32.
below 100. But now there's a bit of pressure on his 32. Needs to hit it. Now he's going to travel up the ball to 2/8. That should be a good marker.
60.
And he gets it. Oh, I
Nice
thought it was
enough.
in.
Patrick, you
Just
require
on,
84.
yep, I thought that was in as well. That just was probably in a little bit of space between his dart and the wire. But there you go. Not hitting the big number. 14 was needed to just give himself an opportunity at a bull, and
Jeremiah, you
it
require
drops
16.
out of that bed. So Millar
That's game
back
shot
for
in
the
fifth
2/8,
leg.
and his
Jeremiah.
first dart goes in, and he opens up a
6
4-1
legs,
lead.
Jeremiah to throw first. Game on.
There's one thing that I'm quite surprised about. Is obviously, everybody knows that North American players, they play a lot of
No score.
cricket, obviously soft tip and steel tip. But the part that I'm struggling with is when, obviously, say the 84, the 81 that we've seen in this match and the previous match, the players have gone for the treble rather than just setting it up for the one dart at the bullseye. So, like, if it was me, if I've got the 81 and I go for the 19s and I've hit the 19, there's no way I would even look at treble 12. Because that treble 12 could go in the treble 9, could go in the treble 5. And it gives you that sort of
65.
uncertainty factor that you don't want as a dart player. You just want to go up there thinking, right, I've got 81, it's going to go 19, big 12, one dart for the bullseye. And that's all you want, is just that one dart at the bullseye.
44.
I think you're spot on. There is, because I can hear those conversations in my head. I think a lot of people are taught to go for that triple and are told that, well, if it doesn't go in and you hit the single, you have bull. But it's not a determined route to say you've got 62 with 2 in your hand. It's a fat 12 right to the bull. I think some folks are, more often than not, are told, go for the 12s in the triple area, and if you hit it, then you move on. Like we saw, it goes to a double 13, as opposed to what you're saying, to just be firm and go, I'm headed towards a bullseye. Let's be honest about it. That's where I want to be. I don't want to risk it. I'm going to just intentionally hit the large single and go right to the bull.
85.
Because, let's be honest, if people's mindsets were going for, aiming for treble 12, but, take the single 12, if it's a bonus, you'd rather leave yourself your favourite, you'd rather leave yourself a more easier double, wouldn't you? You'd rather see treble 10 come into play for double 16 or treble 18 for double 4. But
so go someplace else. If you're not going for the bull, then go someplace else.
Yeah, 100%, 100%.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't think I think like a bull isn't used here sometimes as confidently as an
Jeremiah,
asset.
you require
It's almost a
142.
lark. Take a throw at it. If you hit it, all the better, as opposed to being really confident about it.
Yeah.
82.
And there's some sort of bullseye hitting finishes that obviously Leonard Gates did earlier, didn't he? Absolutely superb on that 84. When he struck that
79.
bullseye, you could see in Gino's face that his
Jeremiah, you
head just
require
went down
60.
because it does hurt. But it's Jeremiah here for 60 for the match. Should be a good marker and a good guide.
20.
So Patrick
you
with
require
116 to
116.
stay alive. Are you a 19s man on with the 16s, or are you 20s? I mean, are they pretty even?
Jeremiah, you require 40.
Yeah, I'm more of a 19s man, but I think Patrick there was in two minds to go for the 18s and all the 20s, and that's why he ended up with the one there.
Bust.
And they,
Patrick required
again, the
38.
same theme. You cannot be indecisive, because you're
Next
exactly
game
right.
shot in
So
the sixth
28.
leg. To Patrick.
There you go, Patrick.
Seventh
takes
leg,
out
it's Patrick to throw first. Game on.
the 38. Very interesting. Yep. We break it up and go 2 14s. Yeah, I see that a lot in cricket.
32.
Yeah, if you are split between the two numbers, you're going to literally be split between the two numbers. If you're not making a decision on 20s or 18s, it's going in the one. You need to have
No
a
score.
determined mindset on a game plan.
And once again, it sounds like the boring English bin this afternoon, but it really does come back down to routines and practice.
82.
You're only speaking truth, my friend, and that's what the sport is about. It's about routine, preparation, and repetition. It's a learning how to do the correct thing in a repetitive way, because that's what I used to get
59.
frustrated at a lot of people when I would talk locally and try and get people into watching high level darts, and I'd have somebody sniff like, "Yeah, I can hit a 180, or I can hit the triple 20," and it's like, I wanted to let that turn.
180.
That's a 180 for the beast, Jeremiah Millar. It's like, well, you can hit a triple 20, but you can't hit them for an hour and a half on
41.
stage at the Alley Pally. That's the difference, my friend.
Yeah, we do kind of get the same sort of personalities over, obviously, this side of the pond, and
54.
I always say, do you know what? I'll give you a game for £10. And guess what they always say? No, it's fine, it's fine.
60.
Yeah, ever so frustrating to me to not acknowledge the skill and the what it takes to be a
57.
player at that level. It's so much more
95 score.
than just simply being able to put a dart in a certain spot.
So Jeremiah now looking at 92 for the
require
match.
92.
So you're looking at treble 17. So he's looking at 70.
left.
What way is he going to go?
40.
Yeah, I've seen most players this weekend choose the 18 route with 70. Obviously, 10s are just as viable, personal preference. So Millar 52
85.
when he comes back.
Jeremiah, you require 52. 44.
So what does Patrick
You require
Wariglia have to
114.
say about the 114? The question is asked. And 99 leaves him in complete no man's land. There's rare occasions where there's just one thing you don't want to do,
54.
and he hit the
Jeremiah,
exact
you
thing
require
he did not
8.
want to do. So 2 4s for Jeremiah.
And that's game shot and the match.
And 2
Jeremiah
4s it is,
Millar.
and Jeremiah Millar takes that match 5 legs to 2, and he will advance into the round of 32, where he will meet Jack Robinson. So, Keegan, any thoughts before we head to commercial, or are you all set?
Let's get the show on the road. That's what I'm going to say.
All right, my friend. So we are going to take a break. I'm going to get a chance to take the dog out. She's been ever so patient. So, folks, we'll be back with the next round and more action from the CDC Indianapolis 501.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com or follow us on social media at azdarts today.
With their nails done.
Welcome back to the CDC Indianapolis 501, coming to you live from Indianapolis, Indiana.
And we are ready to hit the next round in our group here at the CDC Indianapolis 501. We open up the round of 32 with the number 2 seed Leonard Gates taking on Braden Hall. We saw Gates take a 5-2 win in his first match versus Gino Florian. And then we saw Braden Hall take a 5-1 victory over Tim Kraft. Must say that score line belittled the effort from Kraft, so kudos to him. And then the interesting thing coming out of that match certainly was Hall's attempt quite often at a bull open, so we'll see if that carries over. And I'm Anthony Eugenia, everybody. Welcome on in, and I am joined again by Keegan Brown. So welcome back in, Keegan. And let's see what the round of 32 brings. We've got players who everybody has a win. Everyone's settled into the format. So let's see what we get here from Gates and Hall.
Yeah, it's going to be a really interesting tie, this one. It'd be interesting to see if the young Canadian starts on the ball. That's why I'm going to put it straight out there. I can't see him doing it against Gates.
That's gonna be Is it a case of would it be seen like our earlier conversation as a little showy and a little gutsy to do that against in all fairness a tougher opponent in Gates? Taking a moment, I'm going to look up a little history, see if these guys have played CDC. We know Braden Hall is pretty much early in his CDC career. He's played a lot on the Evolution.
100.
A good open from Gates. And yeah, certainly
No score.
in that scenario, we'll wait to see Hall when he has the throw in leg 2, what his decision-making process is. But Gates puts the pressure right there, right away. And even Leonard, we talk about his, I want to be respectful, but his sort of laissez-faire. Leonard generally would go into a match, and Leonard's going to care about the board and Leonard's game more than his opponent. He's going to just try and play his game. But Leonard's going to know, I think, as things progress, he's playing last night's winner, and he knows that.
Yeah, 100%. And that's where Lennon's experienced. He's obviously got over the last, good 5 or 6 years coming across the pond, and obviously getting that sort of match experience, where, he's playing obviously other people and different talents, and I think he's going to use that to his, I can't even get my words out. He's going to use it to his exact. What's going wrong with me today, eh? What's going wrong? He's just going to use that as an advantage to his game.
You jumped on a flight from Las Vegas, an overnight flight, and you're parched, and Vegas took a lot out of you. That's what's wrong, and it's okay, my friend. We're just having some fun here. Gates has put together a nice tidy leg
85.
on 82
Leonard
after
required
15.
82.
Hall has corrected things a little bit, but just a step behind, so should be a comfortable spot for Leonard to pick up this first leg, although a gaff there. So 76 shot, if I'm not mistaken. So he's got a double 3. Well, this is those times where you say Leonard is going to be Leonard,
76.
and I thought he actually took that.
Yeah, I would have put my mortgage on that, but yeah, I'm surprised about that.
Leonard, you required 6. Three.
So that's where sometimes when you do leave that sort of six figure,
Mm-hmm.
and now all of a sudden you're on the three, it's a tough one.
94.
So it's double one. Oh, that's a good marker. Surely he's going to use it,
Game shot.
and he does so.
Second leg. Braden,
Yeah,
you
believe it
required
or not,
first.
we saw. I mean, it probably says something to the state of his game yesterday that he was spotty. But we saw Gates quite a few times get down to that double one, and he handled it every time. But again, that sort of tells you something that he's sort of stumbling through the the more optimal doubles and getting to a spot like that.
Yeah. And once again, it goes back to experience, doesn't it? Where I always say experience always wins you 20 to 30% of the games. Within this wonderful game, where the fact that you know what to do at a certain point.
100.
Standing behind a dart player, where you just think to myself, do you know what? If I stand behind, where obviously the young Canadian had 84 left.
81.
When obviously Leonard missed his second dart, there's always that you think, just miss one more, get me have a chance. And it's that sort of opportunity that Leonard hits, and it feels like a horrible punch in the side of the mouth, doesn't it? Because you just think, I could have had one opportunity. I don't know why you don't feel like that on the first or the second. But it's always that third dart when it goes in, you just think, oh, really?
It feels cruel because you've allowed yourself to get emotional about it, and you've built your hopes up that you're going to get a look, and it just the first dart you expect to lose, and then when you don't, you wait a second, and then by the third one it's a dagger right in the heart.
It's just when you just think you have so much optimism, you're thinking, now I've got a chance here, and then it is just literally taken away from you within seconds.
Braden, you require 81.
So I've looked up both of these guys. They have not met on a CDC event as of yet. So we'll this will be a first. Put it in the books.
60.
And we talked yesterday about Braden Hall. His journey is just getting started from a CDC perspective, and Leonard Gates has been with us
60.
from year one.
Braden, you require
I'd say probably the player with the most played matches coming into the weekend. He's played 346 matches, so quite a lot in the history of the CDC.
Wow, that is a lot.
As we see Hall tie things up one leg apiece. I mean, it's a lot for us, Keegan, and it's sort of, it goes to the story of what we wanted to do here with the CDC. To a large degree, before we built the circuit, you could, I mean, there were some rankings, but they were rankings based on different,
83.
open events, and one event here in the country, another event here, and there were some points standings, but in my opinion, if we sat down with a broadcaster or somebody who wanted to do an event, and they said, give us the top 8 players in the country to seed, it would have been subjective. It would have been your opinion versus mine,
96.
who number one would have been. So we did start this with the idea that we wanted to build a track record. So now we can sit in front of somebody and say, hey, we've got
59.
10 years of history, so we can tell you in a real valid way with information about people's track records,
98.
where they should be ranked, so on and so forth.
And and that's the thing, isn't it? Where like you said, where obviously Leonard's been with you since literally day dot, and it's the commitment. It's the commitment from the American players to back the system. And to be fair, I think it's worked dividends for everyone, hasn't it? Let's be honest. Where I was very fortunate, like last year, to come across to the World Series in New York. Went to Madison Square Garden for the first time. The first time I've ever gone to a darts event where the tables were rocking on the floor. And that's just great work from all the team, from start to finish, that is.
Double 16 for Gates in leg 3. He'll be back with Hall back on 293. But that yeah, what a maturation of what's been going on here on the continent is that room at MSG. Incredible.
Game shot. Fourth
Third dart goes in for Gates, so we continue to stay on throw as we move into leg 4.
Yes. Score. No score.
Leonard knows that was a great opportunity to get into the leg. Needs to find it. This is where Leonard can't give this up, isn't it? And let's be honest, that's a fantastic first start.
115.
And just as a point of conversation to bring us back to your point, you suspected we were not going to see Braden attempt 40. The bull in this match against Gates, and we have not yet seen that.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one because, do you find it, borderline disrespectful to the other opponent that you did it to? Because what, if you won't do it to one, you shouldn't do it to any, should you? But maybe I'm too old, old schooled for darts.
Just say it, too British.
96.
No, but point well taken, and you certainly it could be perceived in some of those fashions, and we'll let it go. Now I'm feeling like it's like a dog with a chew toy. 50. We've had too much fun with it, but yeah, I certainly could be seen from that perspective. I love it.
Talking about dogs, how's the pup? Does the pup
feel she's good.
Now?
She got a nice walk. She stayed out in some sunshine. That's what took me a little extra time, and I used the restroom myself, the loo, 100. And let her get some sunshine. And then we saw a big gnarly wasp or a hornet, and I said, "Let's go! Come on inside."
96.
I don't need that buzzing around while I'm trying to do commentary.
Now that's all you need, isn't it? Let's be honest. But it looks like Gates he'll be returning back for 50 now. It would be ironic if he went for 50 via the bullseye, wouldn't it? It would be, wouldn't it? Let's be honest.
Oh, it would be terribly ironic.
10.
Oh, that almost looked in that second dart. That was so right up against the right-hand corner of the wire. But he'll come back, and it does feel
100.
That Gates is really settling in. Scoring hasn't been super phenomenal, but just enough to open up and score well enough to be in a good position, just as he is there. Braden Hall is just enough behind him there. Doesn't get that sniff at the 87, and Gates breaks throw there. And again, this is still just first to 5. So if Leonard holds throw here, Braden Hall is in a very difficult position.
It's a bit of a weird situation, isn't it? Where this young man is obviously, he showed in his first match. He's got the pedigree. Obviously, the win yesterday, absolutely fantastic for him. I feel maybe in this situation, he might be playing the player rather than the board.
Explain a little.
So there's a concept in darts where we use it quite often in the UK, where we say just go up there and play the board, not the player. So you're going up there and you're focusing on your game rather than what your player has previously done, if that makes sense. So there's always this thing with obviously Phil Taylor, where Phil had beaten 95% of the people before he's even got up there and played the game, because people were more worried about what Phil was going to do rather than be worried about what their gamers. So it's this sort of weird concept where it comes down to experience, where you see it now, where one or two people get wins over. It was like Michael Van Gogh at one time. It was Gary Anderson, Adrian Lewis, and they were just finding some sort of magical way. But the unfortunately majority of the people would play the player, not the board. And I think this is what the young man's doing right here, which isn't a bad thing, because obviously he's very early on in his career, but it's just something maybe to work on further down the future.
I apologize if I'm pushing too far, but go deeper into what it means to play the player. Is it? And I'm genuinely asking a little bit here so I can interpret it, because I know the conversation you're having, and that people couldn't see I was jumping around in my seat when you brought up Taylor, because they always used to ask him that, and he would say, play the board, rubbish. I play the player, because he would have that bully mindset that he would, that's why he would give up the throw, because he wanted to break you and then beat you. A double attempt by Braden Hall there. We'll keep our eyes on the match, as the chat room probably is screaming at us. Lads, there's a game on. 2 8s there.
8.
Inside the wire. Yep, splits it. So Braden Hall comes back for his double 20.
Game shot.
Double 20 it is for Braden Hall. So he gets one back and gets an important break back. So now he's at the Aki to square things up at 3. So playing the player, I think of things like allowing someone else's pacing to change your pacing, like you talked about.
Yeah.
Watching what they're throwing. Like when I played, I would keep my eyes down. I didn't want
80.
to know. I didn't want to watch the player if he hit a ton that I needed to feel pressure to match him. I wanted to just play my own play. I think I've seen Kevin Painter play that way a little bit more, of like not focusing. So give me some of your interpretation of what it means to play the player.
Yeah, so it's some sort of situations where the first one is when you play a fast player, it's then getting used to how you cope with a fast player, where if you go too quick into your rhythm, it then plays havoc with how you play the game, where you just want to go up there and just play darts, right? You don't want to get in
60.
into a sort of a runaround match. I used to find it with Ricky Evans, because obviously Ricky takes about 2 seconds for a throw. I used to find it hard to keep track, and it's then just having these sort of little things where you'd think, right, you would only approach the Yoki when he's came back, rather than when he goes up to get the darts, which isn't, it isn't gamesmanship. It's just, I need to make sure that my dart is always feels right for me, and no different. And it's the same with a slow player, where Leonard Gates there, fantastic 174.
74.
How about that
48 there?
174 from Leonard Gates to set up a 48? Just beautiful play from Leonard Gates.
Yeah, and it's just them sort of situations where you have to focus, and this is where darts are selfish. You focus on you rather than the individual.
Double 8 now for Leonard Gates in leg 6. So he'll have time to come back after that beautiful setup. Braden Hall stumbled to get going, scored a little bit here. So now it's just to try and, get to an out, and he does so, cuts it in half. So a 1-4-2 with a puncher's chance if he gets a look at it. So Leonard Gates just inside those, trying to use those as a guide. I think he overcompensated and hit a single 8. He did. So Braden Hall has a chance here. 1-4-2. 22. 22 goes in for Braden Hall. The 1-4-2 ticket gets cashed by the Bull Shark.
Yeah, I can't imagine Leonard being very happy at the moment. But then, at the end of the day,
it was his doing, right? I mean, I think it was 5 darts at a double.
Yeah, 5 darts. You can't be squandering that many attempts.
100.
Now, I was trying to spit out in real time. I was considering asking you, with the 142,
60.
when that first dart goes in and you've got 82. Most generally, right? People are going to choose to maybe leave the 20s, or would you have
140.
stated the other options are the treble 14 or a bull? I don't like bull with 2 darts in 82. I would use that as the third choice. But where
60.
where are you going? He obviously was right. It worked for him, so we can't guess. But
No, definitely not. It's a weird one because 142, I actually
50.
prefer treble 19, treble 19, double 14, which is a little bit different. But I've always, as a youngster,
45.
we used to play darts on the 19s, but obviously as I got older, then it was obviously the 20s. So that's why I'm very good at the 19s, because I was practicing them as a kid. So I always try to leave anything with 2 treble 19s or 2 treble 17s for the finish.
and it also occurs to me 142, 2 treble 17s leaves you tops. So that quite a few options with 142.
Oh, 100%. But just like the previous leg, this is where Hall needs to just keep finding the treble, because otherwise he wants to give himself that sort of fighting chance, because Leonard's doubles have squandered him. Well, until the commentator's curse once again strikes again.
Braden to serve first.
Indeed, until but it was very much akin to the prior leg, almost down to the way that they both scored and the whole thing. So and that was on Gates's throw. So Hall didn't have much to lose there, to just try and make an effort. But
40.
Gates fixes that. First dart goes in, and here we are in leg number 8. So it's essentially a case of Braden needs to hold his
180.
throw, stay alive in the match, push it to a decider, or Gates breaks and moves on into the last 16.
77.
And I think this is where the young man needs to push on now, because if he can get this leg, I'd say the next 9 darts, he's
134.
looking very tasty to take it in this last leg, because all of a sudden that momentum of the 142, the momentum of obviously
100.
potentially winning this
Braden
leg,
require 100.
you would have to say the young man's looking more convincing. And he's not even used bullseye once in this match.
And with 150, he could have pulled a Whitlock and gone for bulls.
100.
But what a
Braden
grand
required
leg.
24.
And I apologize, I missed the 120. I was looking at the bracket. We're getting some information from the tournament director, and
Ninth
Braden
and final
Hall
leg.
puts in
Leonard to
a
the first.
13 darter, a very decisive leg for Mr. Hall. And we're going the distance. We're going to Noble. It's the Noble. Anytime you come on, Keegan. Anytime you go to a deciding leg, it's the Noble.
It is, it's the Noble effect. I totally understand it.
No score.
Which is never good if
Gorgeous
you're playing.
117 open for Gates. Sorry, my friend.
No, not a problem. I was just saying there's nothing worse. Oh, look at Gates filling these up.
140.
No mucking around, Keegan. I mean, he is coming out on fire in this decisive leg.
40.
You would say Leonard's more than capable to wrap this up, and within the next 6 starts, and he's doing so, isn't he?
140.
Perfect.
Certainly
What
is.
a perfect.
Yeah, these are legs that we know
required
Leonard Gates
104.
is capable of. So 104 after 9. Right decision, a single for tops. Tops.
Game shot and match.
Oh, what a
Leonard
good-looking
Gates.
12-dart leg. 117, 140, 140, 104 out. Say goodnight. Leonard Gates is in the round of 16.
Absolutely fantastic darts. That was one from Leonard Gates. And, let's be honest, the young Canadian would have had to hit a 9-darter just to beat Leonard on his throw then. That's how good Leonard Gates was in that last leg decider.
I mean, obviously coming into the group, he's the big seed. He's the 2 seed in the group, but that certainly, puts these next 2 players, Robinson and Millar, on notice, and quite honestly, could even put the rest of the field on notice that, if Gates is clicked on, if the light switch has gone on and Gates is going to play that, he is going to be a force to be reckoned with as we move on. Let's look over at the tournament. It looks like we may get Savada in the quarters, which is going to be a tasty thing, and that part of the bracket is moving pretty swiftly. So Savada is waiting on the winner of Nick Lindberg and BJ Pollock. So looking down the road a little bit, that looks like where the tournament director Peter Cetera is going to send us. So that'll be kind of cool to get the 1 seed while we wait for the players to get in the box and warm up. Our preview cam, I see Millar in there already. Let's take a look at the tournament right now. Very interesting as it looked like one part of the bracket's moving quickly, Savada. Everybody else is still in the 32s. So let's take a look to see if any new names have advanced. I think we spoke about most of these players. So currently underway, Albert Anstey and Drew Anuski in the last 32. Ethington above McCarg at 2-0. Scott Estel ahead of Tyler Reddy 3-0. And your 10 seed, Kylie Edmonds, is locked in a 4-4 battle with Dan Benner. One match still at the 64 level. Ron Gaiman from Arizona is ahead of Ram Guevara from Texas, 3 legs to 2. All right. Let's give you some housekeeping as well. Obviously, folks, welcome in. You're watching the CDC Indianapolis 501, the main event number 7 on the 2026 Road to the Continental Cup Tour Finals Championship. That'll take place at the beginning of November. We still have 3 more weekends to bring you action. Middle of August, we're in Chicago. Middle of September, we're in Chicago again, and we finish up in Ontario in Canada. So, lots to play for. The rankings will start to heat up. We'll get players headed towards that Continental Cup. We'll also start to get a look at who's going to get those spots for the Alley Pally. All right. And if you want to keep up with everything CDC related, you can find us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and of course here on YouTube. You search at Champ Darts, and our website is champdarts.com. And I urge you to sign up for our newsletter. Stay up to date on everything from our sponsors, our events, and the latest episodes of Shooting the Bull. All right, everybody. So that is your housekeeping, how you can find everything CDC related. Today, we're bringing you feature board coverage here on YouTube and PDC TV, as well as bonus coverage of boards 2 to 5 exclusively on PDC. And if you do not have a PDC subscription, I don't know what you're waiting for. I would urge you to go get one today. It is one of the best, bargains in darts. You get full PDC Players Tour coverage. You get women's tour events. You get affiliate events, and you get, all of those great majors. So sign up to PDC TV. And I think I got everything covered there, Keegan.
I think you have, haven't you? No, yeah. What a time to be involved with darts in North America, isn't it? Where, the CDC is doing absolutely fantastic, work with the PDC and, bringing the whole sort of the elite level darts coming to America. And, and let's be honest, it's going to benefit every single player in the system, isn't it? Like it is today.
It certainly is. Where we've been very proud to be an affiliate of the PDC, and we were the first affiliate tour to have their coverage on PDC TV. So it's always been a proud moment for us.
No score.
The players have bulled up. Jack Robinson has, and we're off and running. I wasn't sure if we were official or not. I couldn't hear the scoring official.
101.
So yep, there we go. We pod up a little more volume from the board. And Millar opens up things with a 101.
No score.
You know, I think this is the type of match where Jamar cannot get used to it. He just needs to hit the board really hard because we know what Jack can do. You know, let's be honest.
58.
He was losing in his previous match. He came back, mismatched darts. His opponent then mismatched darts, and then he managed to close the game out. So, yeah, excuse me.
100.
And this is the type of situation where, you know, Millard needs to hit it, and he needs to hit the ground fast.
Yeah, in all
45.
fairness, Robinson comes in as the 15 seed, and that's earned, not given. So, he does come in as you would tip him as the seed. We know Millar's pedigree,
60.
but yeah, you've got to stay on top of somebody as we get into this phase of the event.
45.
All of a sudden, a Tanner or 140 from Jack does make it look quite interesting. Needs to move over just a slightly bit. Needs to use the marker.
83.
It's a good 83. And then all of a sudden, there's now only 6 points between both players here in this first leg. But yeah, I have to say, I was really impressed watching Jack in his first round match against James earlier. You know, he looked like he was taking it inside, as such. And, he's probably very fortunate. He did manage to get over the line with that double 15 in the end, but it was a win in the right direction.
52.
So a 1-5-2 for Millar to open up leg one. Not gonna be able to take it out, but now it's that important setup play. I pull up our stats page, and again, we've got a lot of players. Today, it's their first time meeting on a CDC event, and same here for Millar and Robinson.
Jeremiah, you require 126.
Needs to find another treble 19 hit. He has, so it's 50 left. Shouldn't be usable, but this is the situation where they should know what they've got left. So should be looking at 10 or 32.
94.
And that's good. That's really good ball management.
But what you're saying is that even though he stepped back, he did analyze. You can see the scoreboard. So walk to that Aki
76.
with those 3 darts, knowing whether you're
Jeremiah,
going to
require
go
32.
for bull or not, or where you're going to go.
Yeah, 100%. No dart player should be guessing to what they've got left or just assuming. You should know
16.
what you've got out there before you've even. Well, as soon as you know what you need, as soon as single in the treble, you should know what you've got left. It shouldn't be second guessing or even asking the referee. But double top here.
60.
Oh, nearly saw a double top there.
Jeremiah, you require 16. That's game shot in the first leg to Jeremiah.
First dart for
Second leg,
Jeremiah
it's Jack to throw first.
to
Game on.
hold the opening effort in this. This is our second match in the round of 32. The winner here, of course, meets Leonard Gates for the group, if you will. It'll be the last person standing, and then we will progress into the quarterfinals.
100.
It's a good 100 there to kick the leg off. Needs to find the double,
No score.
and he can't. Like we alluded to earlier, wasn't it? Where it's just now straight darts. All we want is relaxed straight darts.
Mm-hmm.
70. Oh, sorry, 80.
Yeah, there really is a time and place sometimes to really fight the urge to do too much, to overcomplicate things. And there's that good transition we saw. I can't even remember now who was the earlier player who was using that double 16 into the 19s to score. Might have been Millar, actually. Yeah, it was Millar. So Robinson taking a page out of Millar's book as I ask for an example, and Millar delivers.
60.
We couldn't time that any better if we tried, could we?
No, sir. $67 remaining.
137.
That's really good darts there. That 150 puts them in such a strong position out.
Jeremiah, you require 50.
Should be looking at 18 for double 16. So it's the big 18. That was 2 darts, double 16. Off the barrel.
34.
That's unfortunately, just clipped the wrong side of it.
Now, just going backwards for a second, Jack had 333.
41.
Should he have gone down and focused more on the
Jeremiah, you
19s
require
as
16.
opposed to opening up on the 20s?
Yeah, well, it obviously because he was on 333, it would have had to be the 108 to set up the shot. But it's more of the 303, if that makes sense, for the 19s to leave the 170 as such. But that's, to be fair, that's a good treble 20 there. Fortsy's just had that, obviously, two deflections now from them flights. So it's
You require 16.
Jeremiah now here for double 8 to go 2-0 up.
Good
That's
markers.
game shot in the second leg.
Oh.
And
Jeremiah.
he uses that third dart in,
Third
and
leg,
Jeremiah
Jeremiah
early
throw
on
first.
a break of throw and
Game on.
up 2-0.
What would he do now just to get a double to kick things off? And he does. That's a really good double top there to kick the leg off.
$35.
That was almost a brilliant marker that was after that first start. And once again, it's that sort of deflection to the right-hand side from these, obviously the harder plastic shafts and flights. But Jack here got other ideas.
108.
And that's a 180 for One-Eyed Jack. Jack Robinson. Those are the darts you need if you're off the throw. You really gotta push it. You gotta make space for yourself, and 140s and 180s are what you need.
60.
And all of a sudden, the pressure's now come back to this young man.
41.
Won't be happy with that. This is the situation where he just wants straight darts. But Jack now, he's got a brilliant chance. May look at 19s.
100.
Oh, stayed up there. Either way, he's left himself a really good finish.
But a brilliant follow to the Millar 41 to completely rest, the throw in that leg and put pressure on Millar. And
He's found 3 of them. So he's 50 left.
And that's game shot in the
Oh,
third
he has.
leg.
Absolutely fantastic darts there from Jack Robinson. Absolutely pinged that bullseye perfectly. And do you know what? Like we said earlier, if you want to go for it, go for it.
And I think that's a great example of what you've been putting in front of us. I don't think there was any hesitation, especially when he hit the opening triple. He knew the shot was going to be on. It was going to be whether the single or triple 19 dictated
89.
where he was going. But I think he was, as you said, the game plan was resolved that if I'm at bull, I'm going for it before he got there.
Yeah, he looked so confident, and it's one of the things where
71.
even how he threw that last start for the bullseye, he thrown it with convince, and it was so convincing that you knew there was only going to be one outcome, and that was to get the leg on the board.
Yeah, well, we critique sometimes where, if he missed, sometimes people would say, "Oh, he rushed it," and that can be the case, but so much to put validity to your
66.
point, it's about not stopping your flow. It's about the momentum and the movement of ease that darts needs, so to not be determined about what you're going to throw at causes you to stop and think, and it's just not what you want to do when you want that, you want your talent to just come flowing out of you. You essentially want,
60.
to turn your brain off and just allow the talent that you've prepared to just come flying out.
Yeah, 100%, 100%, and that's all you want. You just want your talent to come out. You want to be nice and relaxed, and obviously, if you're nice and relaxed, you're gonna have a nice and sort of rhythm throw, if that makes sense. So we see, like with Jack's throw there, okay, there's a little bit of a rock, but he's got rhythm. Even though there was obviously movement with the hat, with the body as such, but it's always the same sort of movement, if that makes sense. And that's why that makes this young man very dangerous.
Jeremiah, you require 49.
So it's 49 now. So it's 2 darts, a double 16.
That's game shot in the fourth leg.
Yeah, that's good darts there. That's one thing I have to say about Jeremiah's game is
Game on.
when he gets below the 50, he knows what he's doing. He's got the routine. He's going to leave double 16 every time, and that's why he's obviously keeps winning so far.
103.
Yeah, to give you a glimpse into Jeremiah, if you're not as familiar with him as we might be here, player who's very adept in both disciplines, soft tip, steel tip, has had a ton of success in the soft tip realm, winner of a couple of really major events in soft tip, and is always a threat in steel tip. It's a matter of he hasn't stayed in the CDC waters long enough. That's one of the only reasons why he's not a seed or he hasn't been in certain positions. It's a case of we see Jeremiah for a bit, and then he steps away. And in all fairness, it's not for me to know. Things happen in life and whatnot. But he's a player with the talent to where if he's here every single event, so on and so forth, you quickly see Jeremiah rise through the rankings, in short order.
140.
So he's definitely one of them players where nobody wants to play him first round, including the seeds.
Correct. Yeah, I wanted to see where he was coming into the weekend. He was in 27th position in the rankings, and that's just off of 4 events, So in fairness, an early season, but you are exactly correct. We talked about those players who are currently unseeded that you don't want to get, and your buddy Jeff is one of them. And Jeff is that similar case of, Jeff commits to CDC in short fashion, and Jeremiah
57.
tops. An unfortunate one there, a player like Jeff and Jeremiah, it doesn't take them long to accumulate the points to be in the top of the rankings, in the top 16.
140. Jeremiah, you require 40.
So it's double top now, and he gets it. Now, do you know what? That's one thing I have to say to Mal's game. He's came out actually. He looks focused, where the other 2 games, I don't want to say he wasn't as focused, but he knows this one he has to win. There's no ifs or buts. He's coming out with a wrong attitude, and that's, to be honest, the only reason he didn't win the leg was because of fantastic 126 from Jack.
120.
Beautiful open from Millar. I don't think you could be any more correct. It's something that I think I sensed, but I didn't want to say out loud.
81.
And I think it's a case now of he's very focused because he knows the opportunity at hand. Because I told you his soft tip experience.
49.
I don't know what the numbers would be, of course, but he's a guy that's played Gates a whole bunch of times in different areas. So I have a feeling that this is a case of Jeremiah Millar seeing an opportunity at hand, that I've got a pathway here to have a very good day, and it's really time to put the blinders on and focus.
Yeah, 100%. And it was the same thing I said about Leonard's game, the previous game, where he knew that he had to play well against a young Canadian, because otherwise he would have gone home. And I think that's the thing. I think both American players against the two Canadian players, the Americans are, thinking, right, I need to dig deep now. I need to get some of that grit. I'm going to go for it. And I think that's worked really well for both players over the last two matches.
And that certainly can also be seen as a compliment to their opponents, right? That they can recognize that these are players that I need to handle. I need to be on my P's and Q's, if you will.
And I think that's the thing, isn't it? Even though it's a really great compliment to the players, the opponents won't feel like that within 15 minutes of losing the game. But it really is. It's such a telltale sign if somebody has to raise their game by a good 10, 15, 20 points in the average just to get a win over you.
Jack, you require 144.
So a 144 for Jack to stay in the event, essentially, because 85 is going to be very doable for Millar. Stay right there at the 17s. All right, so two very wayward darts for Millar, and that opens up the opportunity for Jack Robinson to cash in on 73. Double 8.
65.
A frustrating effort
unlucky
for Robinson, so Millar back with the 60.
He's done the Priestley. So it's one dart, double top.
40.
Well, come on, Jack. Time to get them back
Darts
out,
were
Nipper.
in the pocket. He did the Priestley. I love it.
No score. Jeremiah, you require 20.
This
It's
is
gonna be a
where
good
you
guide
have
and a
to be
marker.
efficient. Get this thing done and move on.
Game shot and the match.
And there he
Jeremiah
goes.
Millar.
So Millar dispatches Jack Robinson, in over, you'd have to say, obviously, scoreline dictates 5-1 is a pretty tidy fashion, but, Millar, as you pointed out, scored pretty well, came in strong and just had a little bit more focus than we had seen him early on. So, my friend, we're going to see Gates and Millar. All right. So if you're good, we'll throw it to commercial, and then we'll kind of preview Gates and Millar when we return. How's that sound?
Oh, that sounds like that's the best thing since sliced bread, my friend.
Outstanding. All right, folks, thanks for staying with us. We'll be back in just a few moments, so we'll give Jeremiah a blow, get himself ready to go. So in a few moments, a few minutes break, Gates and Millar for the group final, and we'll be back with more from the CDC Indianapolis 501.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com or follow us on social media at azdarts today.
Welcome back to the CDC Indianapolis 501, coming to you live from Indianapolis, Indiana.
All right, everybody, welcome back in. Anthony Eugenia, joined by Keegan Brown. Let me see. We back in. We're back in. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Jeff in production. We got a chance to reset and excited here for our group finale, if you will. The number 2 seed, Leonard Gates, is taking on Jeremiah Millar. We just saw Gates in a clash with Braden Hall. He got through that 5-4, and then Millar took care of Robinson 5-1. So overall, everybody, we've got a few matches left. We're going to cover the last 16 here. Then we will have a quarterfinal, a semi, and a final. So 4 more matches to go here on the feature board. And that was subtly a message to my partner Keegan to let him know how far along we've got. We've got like 4 more matches, and he's on a half-hour sleep. So if Mr. Keegan wants to head out at any point, that's perfectly fine. We're happy to have you in. And this is the start, like they said in Casablanca, the start of a beautiful friendship. So welcome in, Keegan Brown.
No, thank you so much for obviously having me today, CDC. I really do appreciate it. And yeah, hopefully, you guys out in North America are getting a bit of a British aspect and how we look at darts, if that makes sense. And I hope it's a bit of fun, light-hearted, but yeah, overall a good educational sort of feel to it as such.
I'm glancing over at the chat, and there's very much support for more Keegan Brown on CDC streams. So we'll see what the road brings us. But we are underway, and we see Millar carry over that pretty good opening form, and Gates, to his credit, opened up well in his match against Braden Hall as well. So look at that, right? We've gone a few rounds, and now the boys are in straight away.
And I think that's one of the things that we're going to especially look at this game, where it wouldn't surprise me if this game's going to become, and I know we shouldn't look at averages today because it's a massive default in the set of the game, but I'd think it wouldn't surprise me if this game finished, like it would on a deciding leg, but both players averaging over the 80 mark. I think it's going to be an absolutely fantastic game for both of these players, and once again, Leonard on that treble 19 is absolutely faultless. That's a brilliant treble 20 there from Jamal. Could be the first 180 of the match. Oh, he's unlucky just to clip one of the darts for the 140.
From a CDC perspective, they have played 3 times. Gates has got the better of Millar all 3 times. But as I commented at the end of Millar's match, these are 2 guys that have played in I'm sure many different settings around the U.S., both steel tip and soft tip. So no stranger is Millar to Gates or Gates to Millar, and Millar takes out the 113 to put an exclamation point on the first leg. So we're off and running, Mr. Brown.
Absolutely fantastic, isn't it? Let's be honest. 15 dart, hold a throw, double one, and let's not forget Leonard in his previous match, he took a 12 darter out on the last leg. So obviously this really is set up for an absolutely fantastic thrilling, and it could only be 6 legs.
43.
Yeah, both players showing that. You talked about you noticing a little Millar, tightening the focus in his previous match. That certainly is carried over. He's locked in, and you talked about that wonderful way Gates left his last match in a tough deciding leg in prime fashion with the 12 darter. So I think both of these guys are ready to bring their best here at the last 16.
97.
And to be fair, this is where you guys would say this is where you win the group, and obviously over on the other side of the pond, we say this is where you win the board sort of scenario. Exactly the same concept, and it's that thing where your opponent's played well for 3 games, you've played well for 3 games, and it's going to become an earthquake, isn't it, on that hockey right now? And it's that sort of scenario where both players want to get out of the gate, no pun intended, as quickly as they can,
Mm-hmm.
and then just hit each other as hard as they can with the knockout blows. And so far it's going to the way of this gentleman.
Yeah, indeed. These are the prime matches that you talk. Everyone has victories under their belt. Everyone's got some time on the board. So this really should start to produce everybody's best efforts. And Gates takes a stab right there at bullseye for leg number
For that
2.
absolute-
Going to be 25 when he comes back.
121.
And let's be honest, this 25 is under pressure. Cabello's back on 98, so there's 2 darts of double 8, and he gets really good stuff. This is. So I don't want to say I've jinxed it, but Leonard's above 80 and Jeremiah's above 90. So far, a Brit's winning in America. That's not happened all week. What's going
jinx. No jinx, my friend. Yeah, I definitely think both of these players are up to the task, without a doubt.
And I feel as well, this game's got a really nice tempo to it, if that makes sense, where it's really easy on the eye and people are just absolutely slogging it out, aren't they? They're literally slogging it out of the park.
Yeah, and these are the good fun matches for commentators. There's not a lot of space. Things are moving quickly. It's like I'm looking at the bracket and I want to give updates, and it's like this is just too fun, too back and forth.
180.
There's a 180 for Soldier Leonard Gates. Matches Millar's earlier 180. We are in a sprint.
81.
We are definitely in an all-time slobber knocker right now.
Oh, God bless you. One of my favorite terms. Oh, God bless you, young man.
59.
I love that term. An old-fashioned slobber knocker.
You can probably work. Oh, fantastic.
Bingo. Look at that. Crisp as can be. Think that was about a 14 darter as I glanced down the Dart Connect. But yep, 2 darts takes care of 79 for Jeremiah Millar. What quality in front of us.
And let's be honest, his winning legs so far in this match are 15 and 14. And this isn't just straight on 501 darts. This is double on, we must add. And he's averaging over the 95 mark. Well, until that moment.
What a plunge. But yeah, they were, and he had a right to sort of be shocked. They were so good.
80.
They continue to be right there. And there you go, second one in.
Or 45. Sorry.
I've talked sometimes, and I will get your perspective as a player, that not all misses are equal. To me, sometimes those darts, like those darts that came out of Millar's hands, even though they didn't hit the intended target, they were so good. Let's see, does he have the 180? No, he can't. They're so good that I would surmise that that a player should not be troubled in those moments. They're just so good at it. It is just those millimeters of luck that happens in our sport, right? That they're so good, you just stay with it, and they will hit their intended target soon enough.
And that's all it is, and it's that sort of thing where I think dart players, we are creatures of habit, and it's the fact that we are, most of us are quite stubborn, and that's why we're good at this, because we don't like change. And it's the fact that you could, I always say, if you can hit a 45 on a let's say, I'm trying to think of your decimals now, because I use British coinage, so this saying's going to go completely wrong now. But usually I would say is probably on a cent. If you can hit a 45 score on a cent, you're not doing nothing wrong. It's just the placement was unlucky. If you move that dart millimeters to the right hand side, you're easily looking at ton 140 or a 180.
Yes. Yeah, and my point being is, I know we're finishing up a leg here, but my point being, sometimes you see players get frustrated unnecessarily. They're right there, just they're so close that the style, everything came out okay. It'll be okay in the long run, and just keep that expectation, that frustration level down. So tops for Gates to tie us up at 2 legs apiece.
46.
Oh boy, an opportunity for Millar. We've seen how effective he's been today on 19s. All right, so 78. Is he going double-double? He is. Right, so we got double 12. If my math is correct. No, double top. My apologies. All right, so again, conversations coming to fruition. You talked earlier about, those are bigger targets. Those are very viable routes to go in those situations. 2 5s, 4 Gates.
Jeremiah required 40.
He's done this again.
21.
And I could hear it bled over the board microphone. He extolled himself. He screamed out Jeremiah, giving himself, oh boy, and Gates does the same. What was that frustration about?
No score.
I think this is the type of match situation where both players know this is a fantastic opportunity, to advance to the quarters, advance to the semis, and then to the final. And these are the situations where you have to grab it with both hands, where both players are getting visibly frustrated, but they're not getting frustrated at their opponent. It's more the frustration towards themselves in the game, if that makes sense.
It certainly makes sense. I mean, I think that's the core of frustration in darts. Most of us, I know I did when I played. Anytime even if it was out of line, and certainly sometimes you do go a little over the top. It's not a frustration with your opponent. It's your expectation level of what you can produce, and it hasn't come from the practice board or whatnot. So it almost certainly is always a more frustration with self. But to your point about this match, it's the scenario of the match. It's the opportunity of where things go from this point on. There's a lot of opportunity here for both of these guys.
Gates disappointed with that first treble one, but he made it up with the 60 and the 20 to follow it. But this is where Jeremiah can't lose focus. He needs the straight darts.
137.
And the straight darts he has. Because you have to remember, this is his throw. This isn't Gates' throw. And he needs to be so careful not to squander this great opportunity to go 4-1 up here.
Oh, and a beautiful third dart to back up your point, to follow that 137 with something effective, and that third dart 96 does it. So Jeremiah will be the first one at and out.
And he's doing this absolutely fantastically. There's a lot of sayings that we get brought up in the UK about darts, and it's only a good 180 if you follow up with more than 100. And this can apply for anything. So if you hit 96 is only good if you hit 140. But Jeremiah here should be looking at the 20. So this goes back to the sort of routine earlier where you should be knowing what you've got left. That is a very brave. That's very brave. I wouldn't do that in that situation.
and I don't believe he was successful. It looks like it's on outside of in the right corner. Yep, and that's and it was. And yeah, he's risking Leonard Gates not taking out a 128. Not going to happen. And you talked earlier even that's one of those scenarios where the single 18 is actually just a little tighter. I'll take the single. So 32 for Millar to almost get away with one a little, right? It feels
Yeah.
like that he got lucky that Gates wasn't on the beam for that 128, and he does get that 4-1 lead.
So it's not panic stations yet for Gates, but he knows if he goes down, he needs to bring back a very good comeback, because otherwise it will be an early night from the man from Houston.
Yeah, and we have extended things, so this now is 1st to 6. So a little more work to do for Millar than he would have done in prior rounds, but yeah, Gates, as he has to, is gonna make Jeremiah earn it, come out on his throw. Gates has got to be impressive with the darts.
And I think that is well, isn't it? It's the fact that it is the Gates' throw. So if Jeremiah does lose this leg, it's not the end of the world. It's good to see. Just taking a little bit of time. And it goes back to, once again, remember, don't play the player, play the board, play at your own sort of tempo, play your game.
100. $99.
And as I do take a chance to glance around the board thing, around the bracket, there is a lot of exciting things developing. We will get that Savannah Lindbergh, that's ready to go. So that's going to be our match in that quarter. And the second quarter is going to be a mix of, we've got Alex Spellman, the 4 seed, has been dispatched by Scott Estel. So Estel is in the quarterfinals.
60.
And let's see, Gates at 22. Double 4. So double 4 doesn't go in for Gates. So I'll get back to the bracket for a second. So we talk about opportunities. So there's a quarterfinal that's going to feature Scott Estel, Fred Kruger, or Albert Anstey. Those 3 players are not seeded, so one of those 3 is going to be in a semi. So big opportunities there. That's going to be exciting to watch. We move down. Glenn Richard is knocked out the 10 seed, Kylie Edmonds. So Glenn Richard waits for the winner here in the quarters. So lots of movement here on Sunday. David Cameron, Chris McCarg, Jason Watt, Danny Young, Ram Guevara. That's your bottom group. That's going to be a quarterfinal amongst that group. So go check that out along with us at tv.dartconnect.com.
It's one dart, double top. Oh, he pings it. That is a killer, and Gates knows it.
7th leg, Jeremiah.
It's going right for Jeremiah Millar here at the last 16 versus Leonard Gates.
Once again, it's like a dagger to the heart when that last dart goes in, especially on the 3rd.
No score.
It's a good start from Gate.
75.
He knows this is last chance at the saloon. He knows he needs to start finding the trebles as quickly as he can.
No score. $43.
So Jeremiah he's still in a good situation. If he can get off this throw, needs to find. I'm surprised he's not gone for the double 16.
8.
Well, he's off. That's all that matters now.
Gates.
30.
Even though Gates has been in now for 9 darts, they haven't been anything spectacular. So the opportunity's still there for Millar. What I was going to say a 140, but that goes away with the 1. But some solid scoring in the next 6 darts really can put Millar back in this leg.
137.
And just like that, the commentator curse strikes again.
I was thinking exactly the same thing. As soon as I say it, Gates unleashes a big score, but and here they come.
140.
140, I believe. 140, 76. So Millar now has a boatload of work to do if he wants to threaten. But of course, well, it's against throw, so there is a little urgency,
81.
But at 5-1,
Leonard,
there's
you
still
require
some
76.
allowance to play, but it can't go much further with a guy like Gates.
60.
You can't let him in too much. So Millar should try and do enough here to make Gates think about it, right? Get down into 140 out-ish area. 101.
That's perfect board
score.
management then.
So,
Leonard,
right?
you
That
require
that
60.
130 hopefully just puts a little bit of thought in Leonard Gates.
8.
And Jeremiah
Jeremiah, you
Millar
require 130.
in with a chance. This 130 would push him into the quarterfinals.
It's always going to be tricky after that first one.
40. Leonard, you require 8.
So, to be said, to stay alive in the tournament, Leonard Gates now needs a double
6.
2.
Jeremiah, you require 90.
Should be looking at the 20s first. Yes, it'd be 20 for the bullseye. That's what you needed. See, this is the thing where just aim nice and straight.
78.
He gives another chance to Gates, and surely Gates can't say no this time. Surely.
I mentioned earlier, I saw him, be effective up there. Boom, and for whatever reason, Gates is going to be really good up at that double 1. Again, that says something that you're up there. But when he gets pinned against that moment, he responds.
60.
And he responds well, doesn't he?
He certainly does.
100.
So does this man.
He does not want to be in a position to watch Leonard Gates start to reel back leg after leg. It needs to get done, and it needs to get done soon.
And once again, it goes back to that word momentum, doesn't it? You do not want Leonard Gates to start getting momentum, because he's very hard to beat when that does happen.
60.
Yep, that from the naked eye, that looked a lot better than the 60. So that's a place where Millar has to take advantage. He needs 3 digits. He's got to find the scoring triple.
60.
That's a great 60. That's a good 20. Needs to 140. It's be disappointing not to get more than 100 after that one.
You talked about momentum earlier, but you also talked about rhythm. That's the place where Gates gets dangerous when the comfort and the rhythm gets there, and it appears that
100.
it's starting to get into a rhythmic pace for Gates.
I'm so glad you said that than me.
97.
Almost broke my voice on that.
The Gates a fantastic opportunity. This 84. He's already taken it out today. Should be 14 for the bullseye. Bullseye to go 5-3.
59. Jeremiah, you require 133.
Just needs to set it up now. Can't see if that's in.
93.
Must be, yeah. So that's good boards management there to leave tops. So it's led it now. It's got the 25. So 2 darts are double 8 to come one more. And he gets it.
So another leg on the board for Leonard Gates. And you know, and you feel with the throw, this has got to be finished by Millar right here and right now.
Yeah, because otherwise you think it's going to be the big Texan that's going to start getting that rhythm back.
80.
And he has done that so well, hasn't he? Let's be honest.
Indeed.
Should be switching.
60.
Yeah, these are them sort of situations where, you know, if you bash your darts into, you bash a dart into the other two, likelihood it's going to be the same sort of problematic area of the dartboard. I think he got away with that one. You think he needs to find at least a treble now.
60. 100.
Yeah, this is where the scoring boots need to get put back on from Millar. The momentum is just barely at his fingertips. He needs to get a grip back on this match.
140.
This is classic Gates, isn't it? He knows what to do in these situations. It's experience over the last 15 years on the CDC.
79.
Obviously, and all the other major darts competitions that have came that way from the CDC opportunities for Leonard Gates. And this is what he does. This is what he's having for lunch. It was double 19.
Whoo boy. I was gonna say that, you know, that 5 put him in a little bit of bother, but he corrects it and he'll come back with, you know, now it's Millar's. Millar's got to try and get himself in a good spot. He can still be, you know, way back if this isn't a good dart. So 121 if he even takes a look at it. So 19 for Gates to a very vital break. And that's it, a break of throw for Gates. So Gates is, you know, back here at the Aki to tie us up.
How many times has this man done this in his career? Coming back through, facing a massive deficit. Piss out the chance that he squandered to get off quickly.
And the same can be said for Millar. That was the opportunity there. So you would think Gates is probably not going to give him another chance, or maybe he will. Yeah, this is now a case of it's on the table. Which gentleman wants to reach and grab it and take it by the horns?
If there's one thing I've noticed about Jeremiah's game within the last leg, look how quick he's rushing to the hockey when Gates has finished. Or when Gates has finished his throw, he's
No
all
score.
there at the hockey. I'll see. Now he's taking his time. So this is what you need to do. You can't just be rushing into the rhythm of your opponent. You need to take your time. And this is what he's done. So he's now trying to find any double to go off.
No score.
And he hasn't. I still think there's a chance for me and you to play this game.
Well, I was going to say something similar. Exactly. You know what? This is now what we call a drama. Early on, we would have said, you know, it was pub darts, but at this point, late in the match, it sort of lends itself to drama. But
No score.
yeah, it's sort of a uncomfortable tennis match. The volley back and forth. It truly is. You know, who wants to take this match? And either player maybe trying too hard. They just can't get a grip. But there you go. Gates finally breaks the seal. And now watch, like you talked about earlier, you get a push and you respond to that push.
45.
And Millar gets in, right? Sure enough, one leads to another, and we're off.
Yeah, Gates won't be happy with just that 95 after the first dart in the treble 20. If I was Millard here, I'd just be taking my time a little bit.
78.
Let Leonard walk back past the hockey. But you see there, all of a sudden, he's sent him a 100-meter sprinter, hasn't he? He's rushed straight to the hockey.
Mm-hmm.
He looks, I would say, underprepared, and he looks flustered because now he's just searching for anything. Anything's better than nothing, and that's where we say the routine is so critical, because as soon as that routine's gone out the window, there's no preparation, is there?
85.
And that's the play and the player you talked about earlier, getting sort of drawn in by the other player's actions.
66.
Because he
12 darts
knows.
of scoring from each, and we haven't seen three figures yet. So it's still a sort of
99.
wasteland of a leg.
Needs to find a treble. I don't know what happened now. I think he's hit one of the wires.
Leonard, you require 100.
So Gates finally breaks through a little bit with that 99. So he'll have 6 darts at 104 to push us to a tie break. I can't see that. I think that's 23 scored. 32 maybe total. 32 was the effort.
He's found a treble 20. Should be switching to the 19s or the 17s.
140.
What do I know about darts,
Leonard,
eh?
you require 72.
So it's the big Texan for 72. 1 dart at tops to enforce the decider.
52.
And I have to tell you, I have not seen that outward emotion and frustration from Gates almost ever. Double 10 for Millar to put Gates out. Oh, Gates gets another look at the double 10. Let's see.
Leonard, you
Yeah,
require
what? Oh my goodness, burning a hole through the board with the eye contact and the determination from Gates. And there you go. We are all
11
tied at
final
5
game.
apiece.
Jeremiah to start.
What twists and turns we've taken, Keegan.
It's better than the Las Vegas roller coaster, isn't it? And this is only 20 minutes.
I've been on
But
that
once
roller
again,
coaster.
I hadn't. I just watched it. That's all I did.
No score.
All right, we saw this from the previous leg. Sort of, tension is building.
No score.
Are you kidding me?
Gates.
60.
Yeah, the
the worst bit for
emotion is
Jeremiah's-
just oozing out of both guys.
No score.
So this is where any dart players getting into the game of darts and are watching it. This is where you can't be negative. You can't be, feeding your opponent with negativity, because then would be watching this and you're just thinking, just keep saying that. You're putting yourself off. I just need straight darts now. That's all I need. And this is where darts becomes more psychological than it does physical. Let's be honest. And all Leonard wants to do is just straight darts. He knows a 140 is as good as anything now. And if you watch Jeremiah now, look, literally Russian.
Mm-hmm. So there is a example of playing the player in a reverse way, right? It's saying, hey, I know he's upset. I'm going to try and contribute to his unease, and I'm going to try and continue to needle him.
Leonard require 156.
Yeah, Leonard here. Chance for the 156 for the win. Leonard knows he's going to get at least another 6 darts from this opportunity.
Yeah, and that's a case exactly that 156 didn't need to be taken out, but a ton would have sufficed. Would have been a beautiful thing, but he misses the first darts. He, as I said, I've not seen Leonard be this outwardly emotional. $110. So 90, some decision making. I would think to reset and go to the 18s, and that again, same exactly. The
57.
Have that thought process in hand so you don't need to think about it. I suspected as much that I was wondering if there was something that was not pleasing to Leonard. So I don't know if there's a match going on adjacent, and I don't know what he's referencing. Of course, I'll stick my nose under the tent and ask the tournament team what they may know. Tops. Oh my goodness, yeah, he is just the emotion on the sleeve.
But a steady ton here from
140.
Oh, the 140. That's timing, isn't it? What's the odds of this going in third
if you
dart?
were only going to do
say.
it once for Jeremiah, that was the time. What timing, Keegan?
Leonard knows the importance of this. That's going to be a good marker, and he gets it.
Game.
Yeah, incredible. I want to stay with the players for a second just to sort of see the exchange, both so emotional, and you hoped that things were not getting into Jeremiah's head. That's part of the process, not to sit there and think, my goodness, I had a big lead and I've fettered that lead and everything. So, but Yeah, a disappointing loss for Millar in the sense of, what a lead built so efficient early on, and it just slipped away from him, and that momentum went towards Gates's way. But in all fairness, Keegan, Gates then started to run into his own problems, and he was getting very vocal and emotional himself.
Yeah, 100%. And you could almost see that it was a game of tennis that nobody wanted. You gave the ball to the opponent was trying to hit it out, and so were you. And it was just one of them games where it wasn't. It was full of drama. It was full of everything, but it wasn't so aesthetically pleasing on the eye, one might say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, which
I think that
sometimes happens. It's just the drama. The drama might not be pretty, but it's drama, and that drama is entertaining, and that sure as heck became filled with drama.
Yeah, 100%. And it was the fact that you could see both players were struggling, visually, and you just have to feel, being in a situation where you were like, 4-1 up, 5-1 up, 5-2 up, and then all of a sudden your opponent's already on the double before you've got out the 200s, and that would be a tough one for Millard to take as such for a loss. But all dart players do is we just dust ourselves off and say, do you know what, today wasn't our day, tomorrow's going to be our day.
So, folks, I'm talking to production right now. We normally would take a break after the last 16, but to my knowledge, I think we've got Savada and Lindbergh pretty much ready to, not ready to go, but ready to prepare soon. So if I can get them up, I prefer to maybe not take a commercial and we can get right to the quarters. But let me see what production says. Yep, I see Lindbergh on the line. So since we took a longer break before, I'm gonna vote that we just stay here and let's get the quarterfinals ready. And Keegan, my friend, I've got to let you know that you look exhausted. You look as handsome as ever, but quite tired. I could during that match, I could see you fell off the table. So,
it was yeah, it's just it's been a really, really wonderful me obviously being on the CDC and commentating. So I think maybe this match coming up might be my last one before I have some Horlicks and go to bed. I think that might be the kind of the evening.
All right, that sounds good. We'll do a quarterfinal, and we'll head to commercial, and we'll say farewell to Mr. Keegan Brown. So it's been a pleasure to have you, and I cannot imagine how solidly you're going to sleep this evening.
I'm hoping so. I'm hoping I'm not overtired, but that's never mind. It's
Understood.
It's been a really good, wonderful night.
Let's what time is let's put on the TV, see the World Cup, see how many goals Messi is going to score today.
Oh no, it's all about Spain tonight. I'm just going to put that out there.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, why not? Why not?
Why not? Because screw Spain. I don't know. I don't really. Doesn't really matter. I mean, I was rooting for the Three Lions.
Ironically, I'm a bigger baseball fan than I am a football fan.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I bet you wasn't expecting that.
Who do we root for?
Oh wow! The thing was, I was a massive Saved by the Bell kid when I was a child. So, unfortunately, it's the Dodgers.
What do you mean? Unfortunately, they just won like 2 World Series.
But ironically, every time I end up going to California, they always win the World Series that year. That's very strange, right. Isn't it? Yeah.
It is. It's a good luck charm. Have you been to Chavez Ravine? Dodger. That's where Dodger Stadium is. Have you been to the
Yes,
to see the Dodgers
yes.
play?
Sorry, I've never actually seen the Dodgers play, but I've obviously done the stadium tour, and I have to say, to me, I'm going to get a lot of stick, but I think it's the best stadium I've ever seen in my life. That's including cricket, rugby, soccer, the lot. I think it's when you take that drive up from downtown LA, obviously to the top of the hill, and you can see the whole of Los Angeles. I just think, it's just a
50.
sort of pin moment, I find.
I've been there. It's extremely beautiful. Great stadium. Great Dodger dogs. But our partner L. David Irete will back it up. It is a hellish time to try and get in and out of Dodger Stadium with that LA traffic. That's why Dodger fans are notorious for leaving in the 6th inning. I gotta get home. But it is a nice nice stadium. That is a fact. All right, folks, we are going to still have some fun and chit chat, but we right in front of us here we've got the number 1 seed Adam Savada and the number 8 seed Nick Lindberg. So we're letting them get warmed up, and we'll go at their pace when we get word from the our floor official Jeff Good. They're in their practice 9. Adam has the throw. So, Dodger Stadium, very, very pretty, and it's a good organization. So you could do a lot worse, my friend, than the Dodgers. All right, and Aaron Quinn just sent me a notice that the Dodgers just beat the Yankees 8-2. So good on the Dodgers.
It's a good day.
Boo that they beat the Yankees.
It's a good day for a Dodgers fan that's sat on the Isle of Wight in the UK, not sunny California.
Watch him when he
No, sir. So we are about to get underway. So this is the quarterfinal stage. It is a best of 11. So 1st to 6 between the number 1 seed Adam Savada and Nick Lindberg. I will pull up some stats and we'll get some information.
It works out when I go for the bottom board, Ladies and gentlemen, this is a quarterfinal. Best of 11. 501 double in, double out between Adam Savada and Nick Lindberg.
All right, so numbers on the guys. They've played 5 times in CDC play. Savada just edging out Nick Lindberg 3 matches
61.
to 2. So that bodes well that Nick has held his own in recent years with Savada. And Adam opens us up. He's in on the scoring.
Score. $92.
You think, people like Adam Savada, all the effort he's been putting into the darts over the last 3 or 4 years is, it's paramount to where he's got to in the game. Being obviously top dog, as we would say. If you're number 1 seed in the UK, you always refer to being top dog. So, Adam's top dog in the North America. Obviously, he's played at Ali Pali now. He's played at different, obviously, formats throughout the world now. Is there any surprise that he is number 1 in North America at the moment? To me, he is the best player.
No
currently.
score.
And he's proven that now solidly over the last 2 years. With the amount of tournaments he's won and the performances he's put up.
55.
So he's definitely a player, and I think one of the his hurdles, and that really helped in New York that he got that North American Championship is
No
that
score.
and he would admit it too. It's bringing the floor game to the stage. That's his next greatest challenge, and I think with the expanded opportunities that he's going to get, that he's both in the Grand
64.
Slam and the World Championship, that's going to increase. And I think he will be a player that will learn from those opportunities to be on stage.
40.
100%. And
Adam,
the
you
beauty
require
of
129.
I don't know, for the 129, that's good boards management. It's going to sound really daft, but that's good because at the end of the
57.
day, his opponent's not going to finish. He doesn't need to set up. He doesn't need to go for the 19s to kick the shot off. So, that's a really smart player. So, that's usually a good telltale sign
45.
of how someone has become very mature in
Adam, you
their
require 72.
board management. So it's 2 darts at double 12, 1 dart at double 6.
60.
And Lindbergh has had troubles getting in. It took him into his 5th turn to double in. So that's why Nick is way back there on the 416.
90.
So essentially, Nick is trying to just get through this leg to get
12.
to his throw in leg 2 to get his kind of feet underneath him. 2 threes for Savada. Okay, I was curious about that. Yeah, a bust with Nick back on 326, and it's still, that doesn't solve anything. Double 6 is
100.
still, it's a nice dart in the sense that it's right
Adam,
in
you
line
require
with
12.
the bull. So it's a nice right-handed throw. But he did break it up. Okay. I had a feeling he was, and that's where I was trying to, I was mumbling over it, but that's where I was going to maybe, get to a better spot than the double 6.
26.
Yeah, nobody wants to leave double
Adam,
6.
you require
do they?
4.
Ask Leonard Gates.
And that's game shot in the first leg to Adam.
And, the strategy
leg,
pays
it's Nick
off.
to
So
throw
a
first.
first clean
Game
dart
on.
at double 2 for Savada opens things up here in the quarterfinals. So I'll take a look in a moment at the bracket and let you know. Although I'm glancing around, I feel like I'm in a sports pub right now. To my in front of me, I've got the beautiful CDC darts, and then I've got additional PDC coverage. I've got the World Cup up there, 0-0, 43 minutes in, and to my left, I've got James Wade doing James Wade things, up 8-4 on Watamita at the match play. So if you need a sports pub, bring a pizza.
60.
If you're near me, come on over. We've got lots of TVs and lots of stuff going on here at Casa Eugenia.
The only problem is, for me, it involves me going back to Heathrow, flying back out to the States, so I probably won't get to you until about probably tomorrow morning at some time.
At the best.
$60.
So Lindbergh gets on the beam, fixes that, the doubling in woes in a nice fashion. 101 in, follows it up with 260s. Savada hasn't really roared yet in this second leg. So, Nick needs to keep that solid fashion. And I think that's the right word. We've used that a lot
100.
for Nick Lindbergh and his CDC career and as a dart player. Very solid performer. Just one of those guys that is going to sort of give you a standard of play on a regular basis, and that's hence coming in as the 8 seed,
90.
right? Just sort of consistent results. Unfortunately for Nick over the years, there hasn't been a lot of sort of like skyrocketing things. He's picked up a title, but probably not as much as he should have, but he's always around
55.
in this part of a tournament,
Yeah, he's always there and thereabouts within the last 16, the last 8 of the competition, and to be fair, that just shows you what the gentleman's made out of, because let's be honest, for a dart player to always be there and thereabouts just shows how much determination and grit they've got in their game, and
Nick
yeah,
require
it
125.
for him for his personal self, but oh, well, that's unfortunate to hit the 2 bullseyes there. Should be looking at a 9,
109.
and he hits it perfect. So this time, Adam will be
require
hoping for the 2
132.
bullseyes. So we'll be looking at 57. So it's 88 left.
Let's see.
And that's good darts to leave 28. Yes,
Very
that is
good play
104 score.
from
Nick, you require
right from
16.
both of them, right back and forth. Sorry.
So two more
That's game
throws,
shot in
and
the
he gets
second
it.
leg to Nick. Third leg,
Yeah,
it's
really
Adam to
solid
throw
stuff.
first. Game on.
In a PDC parlance, you know, when we talk about, like you said, I love that expression, there or
76.
thereabouts. You know, I always saw someone like Steve Beaton like that. That
Yeah.
you know, yes, of course, a BDO championship in the '90s, but you could always count on Steve Beaton
No
to
score.
win first or second rounds of pro tours. You know, he was never going to be dispatched early. He was always going to be solid. You know, and as a talking point, I always wondered what's a better career,
145.
a solid 20-year career where you're always there and thereabouts, or the 4 to 5 years of and
No
maybe you
score.
pick up a major. You know, I don't even know what the correct answer is, but you know, it is a very admirable career to always be there and thereabouts.
You know, I'm gonna
43.
put my hat in the ring, and I believe it's not the flash in the pan as I would refer to. I think it's more you've been there for 20 to 30 years.
No score.
You've seen people come, you've seen people go, and then you appreciate the sort of standard that you've always gave to the game, if that makes sense. And I just think, you know,
Yeah.
if you look around at all the sort of talisman darts where,
137.
you know, you would have had people like John Lowe, you know, for 30 odd years before he retired. Then it was obviously Phil, then it was Steve, and even now, you know, you think just talking about James Wade against
65.
Wattamina, it's James's
Adam, you
21st
require
appearance at
100.
the World Match Play.
Incredible.
That's phenomenal, isn't it? Absolutely phenomenal.
2 10s for Savada,
80.
and he'll come back again. Trouble for Nick to open up in a leg that he didn't start, and Savada's just been solid enough to come out of the gate. A couple of big scoring turns, a 1-4-5 and a 1-3-7. So puts Adam in
you
a
require
spot
20.
to sit and hold throw with a double 10. And that was quite curious. With 20 points,
That's
he
game
decides
shot
to
in the
break
third
things
leg.
up.
To Adam.
It worked. I mean, he
Fourth
got
leg,
it.
it's Nick to
but
throw first.
that was very.
Game on.
I mean, double 10 is not something that you would find distasteful. So I'm quite shocked at that. I've never seen him do that, or
120.
No,
very
it's a
very
weird one
curious.
because,
And
yeah, it's more the fact that if you've got 20 left, there's a chance if you go for a big fall, there's a small chance it could go in the 18 to leave 2.
40.
So, yeah,
I
I'm a
guess
bit...
it was simply the idea of not arriving at the double 5. I think, Nick was far back enough that he had room to play. And like you said, it could go awry, but that must be the thinking. And curious enough here, we go into leg 4, Nick with the throw, and Nick right away, it gets in. So we've got a small pattern of just 4 legs, but Nick with the throw in, comfortable, boom. Nick off throw has difficulty.
50.
I think Adam needs to start finding the trebles.
85.
This is this obviously type of game where, Adam on his throw is very, very dangerous. But obviously Nick's just doing enough on his throw to keep him alive, if that makes sense. And, that's why you see such a deviation, between averages where, okay, it's do double 1, but even so, it's more the fact that, Adam's playing consistently better than both, than the pair as such, and Nick's just holding on his throw.
$75 remaining.
137.
It's around 140 here from Adam. Puts a bit of pressure on, even a ton.
60. Nick, you require 58.
58 should see a comfortable attempt from Nick for tops.
Game shot in the fourth
And there you
leg.
go, 2 darts with tops, and Yeah, you just
Fifth
see a
leg, it's
completely
Adam to
two
throw
sides of
first.
the coin
Game
of
on.
Nick Lindberg, you know, showing in legs 2 and 4 with the throw, that comfortable, solid player that I described, and then just hasn't been able to do it. So this very curious to watch here in 5 as Adam opens up first dart, puts
110.
pressure on, gets a good cover shot. He went double 18 in over the 20s, single 20 back to triple 18 to score. That's so my apologies, not 92, 110. So good dart from Nick there. Very important dart to stay in that opening 3 and checks in on his last dart with tops.
60.
So Nick breaking the cycle a little bit, and now it's just got to get the scoring boots on.
And that's the thing, isn't it? He needs to find it, and he needs to find it on Adam's throw. Because otherwise it could be an early bath as such, and nobody wants that.
140.
Nobody wants that at all. So I've had some fun, and I've enjoyed everybody in the chat room on YouTube. Keegan and I have had so much fun. I haven't been in there a lot, but I've been watching, and I've been seeing what you were saying, and I definitely want to point something out while I still have Keegan. Wonderful comment by one of the folks in there. They say, I love... if you love darts, this weekend is an overload. PDC, WDF, CDC, all at once. It's like a celebration of the game. Here, here. Wonderful comment. That was a wonderful comment. And exactly, this has been a celebration of the game this
Adam, you
weekend.
require 91.
Cheers to that.
Yeah, it's 100%. You know, if you're a solid spectator of the game and you love the game more than me, you know, it's been brilliant, hasn't it? Where you've got darts in every sort of vision, you've got darts on 2 different continents, and yeah, it's just really good to see the game absolutely just flowering as such everywhere.
19s for Bull. Didn't get the triple, so now it's just set up play, and he hopes he gets an opportunity that Savata lets him off the hook. But 18 for tops for Adam. Adam's been pretty solid today. 2 10s.
And that's game shot.
Let's see, back to that. Yep, 2 10s work for him that time. So Savata picks up leg number 5. So we'll see. We've seen really good performances out of Nick in his 2 opportunities with the throw. So let's see what he gives us there. And yeah, to your point, Keegan, being a dart fan is fantastic. You know, obviously I'm behind a mic now, but I'm a dart geek and a dart fan at my core. And you know, we did 7 hours of an event yesterday. What do you think I do when we finish 7 hours? I put on highlights of the PDC, eat dinner, and then I watch the WDF from Vegas before I go to bed. You know, we are slaves to this sport that we love. We can't get enough.
And you know, once again, it goes back to your effort in making sure you get all your researches done, because what people don't realize is, you know, people might say, oh, well, you're only just talking to a microphone for a couple of hours playing darts. It's nothing like that. You need to know the facts. You need to get the right information. You need to see who's playing well. And, you know, people don't realize that actually that is half a, you know, that's a, you know, not a full-time job, but just to get the right information is critical. And it's more of a, you know, what you see in the production for 7 hours is what you would probably see somebody's research for 15 hours to make it right. And, you know, it's obviously not just us, you know, here commentating, but it's all the guys in the gallery that's being able to, you know, set all the cameras up, you know, all the spotters, because, you know, what you might see is just us 2 talking about darts for the last hour, well, the last couple of hours, but what you don't see is the actual 25, 30, 40 people that's actually made this production so smoothly that you don't realise that it's that many people in operation. And but yeah, I've always been very, you know, thankful that, you know, every time I've ever commentated, I've always been surrounded by great people. So yeah, so it's been a really great pleasure tonight of obviously joining the CDC for the first time.
We appreciate you, and I will let you know that the 6 people that put this whole event together laughed out loud in unison when you said 25 or 30.
117.
And my apologies,
Adam,
Nick
you require
Lindbergh.
90.
Great effort there on the 1-4-1. We'll come back to that, have some fun. So Savada on the route, of course, staying there. Bullseye for Savada in
That's
leg
game shot in the
6.
sixth
He
leg.
nails the bull,
Adam.
makes Lindbergh pay.
Seventh leg.
Great
It's Adam
effort
to
by
throw
Nick.
first.
Just missed the double 12. And look at him. He says, "Did you really had to do that? What did I do to you? Who did I insult?" And Adam gives a nice chuckle back on the Aki. But yeah, impressive darts from Savada. So these guys have settled in now.
116.
And, you know, the performance is going up a little bit, and the entertainment factor is certainly there. Wonderful 116 from Adam Savada.
60.
The thing is, it's that sort of, experience that Adam is now getting playing darts worldwide, where he is taking out that sort of 90 on the bullseye, where, it's awful. There's nothing worse. Being a dart player, missing a dart at any double for a high finish, and then somebody hitting the ball in the last dart, it really feels like a sucker punch. And that's what Adam's applying his trade. And that's why you will see Adam doing well, in my opinion, at the grandstand, because he doesn't just get one game, he gets 3 games. And hopefully, he'll get more than 3 games, I think. Because if he plays like this, he's averaging, 75 in this match, but the majority of the day, he's been averaging over 80 double one.
32.
Most elite players won't average 81 at the Grand Prix, and Adam, that's why Adam's, in my opinion, #1 at the moment in North America.
Well said.
95. Adam, you require 160.
So there's 160 here for Adam. Might switch to the 18s. And he does as a clever switch.
56.
So when he returns, he's got 104 left.
Before we leave you at the end of this match, I'll give you a
108.
that's a 180
Adam,
for
you
Nick
require
Lindbergh.
104.
So
So it's
50
18.
remaining.
72.
That's unlucky. At 32 was very unlucky there.
Require
from
109.
Adam. He might not be back. Shots on, so there's 49 left. So there's either 9 for top, 17 for 32, so it's 32.
77.
Well, that's unlucky.
It felt good. Nick
Adam, you
Nick
require
thought that was
32.
in as it left the hand. So 32 for Savada.
That's game shot in the 7th flag.
That's good darts.
8th
Goes
flag.
right
it's
next door,
it is
fixes
that-
it.
Game on.
Go ahead, Keegan.
It is that sort of point where you feel a bit unlucky for Nick, where he's just missed that 141, he's just missed that 109, and it's the fact that actually
Yes, the
he
second
could be 4-3 up against Adam right now.
Yeah, without a doubt. Exactly. Those are two moments. He worked hard to get to that moment, and then it was all for naught. So it's Nick's throw. Again, we've seen him be solid on his throw. So, I mean, he doesn't have a choice right now. 5-2 down. So Nick has got to, reel off 4 in a row. But that can't be the complete thought process. It's got to be, one leg at a time and one turn at a time, and so on and so forth. And the small opportunity is there right now. He's got 6 in, and Adam just on the scoring board.
110.
So now it's all to do for Nick Lindbergh.
He does like kicking off with the 110s, doesn't he? Old Adam.
Yeah, just like your friend and partner Jeff Smith, Adam is a very comfortable 18s player.
Yes, he is that. So I don't
So
know.
I am going
looking for-
to. Sorry, Keegan. Yeah, take us
That's all
over
right.
for a second. I'm just going to prep. I want to give everybody an idea of what the rest of the tournament looks like. So go ahead.
So Adam, a bit of a solid 60 there. Would have hoped for a little bit more, but it opens the door still for Nick, because Nick's not out of this one.
60.
Surprised he didn't throw at the 19s down for that last start to leave the 130, but Adam still got the ball in his court, just needs to find a treble. You find he's found one, might be looking at downstairs at the 19s.
Nick, you require 129.
So looking at treble 20. So now Adam's got
27.
an unlikely chance at this 131, but nothing
Adam, you
this man
require
is impossible, is it?
131.
No, in this form, is that an interesting choice that he goes 20s
49.
with the 131. So let's see, Nick on the 20s. I believe he got that. Can we tighten up on? Okay, so 70, double 16.
86.
Oh, and it continues, right?
Adam, you require
Keegan, that's
82.
the third effort in a row at a 3-digit that he just comes up short.
And he is, doesn't he? And there's nothing you can do. It's just unlucky darts, but what's this man can do? That's the question. And it is. So it's double 8 to round off the win.
66.
We could
Nick
hear it. We
requires
could hear the
16.
dart carrying a wire. But it's now Nick that's got his first chance in this leg. Chasing it around now. 2-2s.
14.
Big chances in this
requires
match, but you
16.
feel it's going to go with Adam in this one. 2 falls.
12.
Oh, and that's uncharacteristic for Savada
2.
to run into that
We've seen
trouble
2
like
Priestleys. Unbelievable scenes. That's a good marker. It should be double 1. Surely.
No score.
Should be coming off the barrel here.
2.
Oh boy,
I just
back
don't think these.
to Nick Lindbergh.
just don't think.
2.
I just don't think these guys want me to leave this evening.
And that's game shot in the.
They won't let you get to bed. we are playing more darts here in this quarterfinal.
All the best. Game on.
All right. Quickly, everybody. This is who remains here at the CDC Indianapolis 501. We're one player short of a full quarterfinal lineup. Top to bottom, it's Adam Savada and Nick Lindbergh. We're watching them here, the 1 and the 8 seed. Next quarterfinal, Scott Estel is playing Fred Kruger. Third quarterfinal is the 2 seed Leonard Gates playing Glenn Richard. The fourth quarterfinal is the 14 seed Chris McCarg, and he is awaiting the winner of Jason Watt and Graham Guavaro. So those 9 names I just gave you, one of them is going to be our champion here at the CDC Indianapolis 501. So only 4 seeds out of the 8 players in the quarters, Keegan. So, we talk about opportunities, right? It's a day to make some movement in the rankings.
100%. But, even though it does show that, the biggest thing it does show is that the CDC is not guaranteed for the elite players. This is showcasing American darts, North American darts as a whole, where just because you're a seed doesn't mean you be winning. There's going to be guys that are going to be right on your tails, and it just shows you that how far the system has came in North America to be having non-ranked players in the last 8 situation, which is fantastic for the game in North America.
Yeah, we've gotten to a real place of great depth, and that shows in some of these matches that you see in the last 32s, where just a few years ago they would be finals. So yeah, the quality of play has gotten real deep, and that serves everybody. It serves the players, serves the fans. So Savada, 214s, and 214s it is for Adam Savada to dispatch Nick Lindberg at the quarterfinal stage. So your 1 seed, Adam Savada, is the first player into the semifinals. All right. So he's going to join some of those other players. Like I said, Estel Kruger, Gates Richard, McCarg, Watt. We saw Jason Watt yesterday have a fine day, and that continues. All right. So there's your little scenario of everything. I'm going to talk to Keegan for a moment, and let's let him go, and then we'll head to commercial. Keegan, my friend, thank you so much for joining us. We talked about it for the last few months, and very happy that we got things together.
100%. I was so glad that I've been able to actually you've gave me the platform to come here for the CDC event for the double and double out here in Indianapolis, and it's been good because hopefully I've gave a bit of a different perspective on how we see darts across the pond, and hopefully this could be a very good working relationship we've started.
I second that on behalf of my partners with the company. We certainly second that. So we will be seeing more from Keegan Brown on the CDC circuit as things unfold. So we wish him well. We wish him a good sleep. All right. So everybody else out there watching, stay tuned. All right. And we are going to be back with the semifinals. Give us just a little bit. We're gonna need the bracket to catch up. We've only got one player in the semis, so this might be a little extended break. So give us about 10-15 minutes, and we should be back with the semis of the CDC Indianapolis 501.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com or follow us on social media at azdarts today.
Girls with their nails done. Girls with their
Welcome back to the CDC Indianapolis 501, coming to you live from Indianapolis, Indiana.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com or follow us on social media at azdarts today.
I think the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com or follow us on social media at azdarts today.
I think the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their
Welcome back to the CDC Indianapolis 501, coming to you live from Indianapolis, Indiana.
Welcome in, everybody. We are at the finals stage here. We've got 4 remaining, 2 great semifinals coming your way as we round the corner and head for home at the CDC Indianapolis 501. My name's Anthony Eugenia, and I'm going to take you through the completion of today's action. Over on board number 4, about to get underway, is your number 2 seed, Leonard Gates. He takes on Jason Watt. We saw Jason have an amazing day yesterday. That form continues into today. Jason took out the 14 seed, Chris McCarg, to get into the semis. Leonard Gates, the 2 seed, dispatched Glenn Richard to make his appearance. On the top of the bracket, the match we're going to see here, Fred Krueger was in a absolute slugfest with fellow New England player Scott Estel. 6'5". Fred makes his way out of that. You saw that in the little live look in that we had, and he takes on the number 1 seed, Adam Savada. We saw Savada take out Nick Lindberg here on the featured board 6-3. All right, so one of those 4 players, you've got the 1 and 2 seed, Savada and Gates. The 1 and 2, flip the numbers, the 1 and 2 players all-time leading for CDC circuit wins. All right, so either an all-time CDC great is going to add 1 to their amazing record, or Krueger or Watt will be a first-time winner, joining last night's Braden Hall as maiden winners. So interesting, fun stuff to be had over the course of the next few matches. All right, so you can see the Gates Watt match over on stream 4 on PDC TV, and here Savada Krueger on PDC TV and YouTube. So welcome into everybody on both platforms. Welcome in the chat. I've got you in there. Let me know who you see winning both of those finals, and then we'll have some fun going into the finals on predictions. So let me know who's going to get through the finals. And our players here in front of us are about ready to go. Adam Savada with the throw. And we're off Double in, double out here at the CDC Indianapolis 501, event number 7 on the road to the 2026 CDC Continental Cup Tour Finals Championship. All right, Savada in and Kruger in with his first dart. I had the pleasure of working earlier today with Keegan Brown, and we sat and analyzed a lot and talked about different strategies for a double in event and different thought processes that players may have. Adam with a big 140. So we'll take note of that. We saw a few people use what Freddie's been doing, double 16 into the 19s, and Savada is gonna, as we know, he likes that double top, double 18, really, especially area of the board. So a good exchange to open things up, 140, 108, respectfully. And that's a 180 for the Reaper, Adam Savada, here in leg number 1. One, 4, 1 after 9. Triple 1. Gets himself to an even 100, so it'll be up to Fred Kruger to put a little dent in the 2-3-2. $90 scored, 142 when he comes back, if he does. Adam, there you go, 2 darts at double top. Looks like a pretty good marker. Just steps over to get a little clearer view. And it looks like he put that in with that dart. He did. Third dart goes in. Adam Savada opens up 1-0. All right. Now, as we move into the semis and finals, we add a leg to the winner's tally. So this is a first to 7, best of 13 here in the semis and finals. So we'll, I've also got Dart Connect open for the Gates Watt match. So I'll keep you abreast of that score line.
108. No. 16.
Big open for Savada against the throw in leg 2. You know, Adam is going to bring it big, and pardon me.
140.
He seems back in form today after maybe a slight day off yesterday. I mean, and when we talk a slight day off, it's, Adam Savada still,
45.
making what, the semis or the quarters yesterday. Yeah, Savada made the semis yesterday, falling to a hot hand in Jason Watt. So, yeah, that's how good Adam Savada has been, that I call a semi performance an off day. But there was enough signs where he went a lot of matches to where he got pushed pretty far. So it got to a place where in the semis, it felt like Adam might be susceptible to being overcome, and he was. Seems a lot crisper today. I think it was a late Friday night into an early Saturday, and then we got done yesterday and allowed everyone to have a Saturday night where they got a chance to get some rest and refreshed, and Adam looks very much
81.
in sorts today.
Fred, you require 110.
90 left for Kruger. He was looking for that triple 18, doesn't get it.
50.
So Savada on a bogey, and Kruger will come back. Gates goes up to a 2-0 lead over in that second semi, so we'll keep you updated over there.
Game shot. third leg. Adam to throw first. No score.
Kruger gets back the opening leg, holds his throw, and we're in leg 3 with Savada missing his first 3. So Kruger gets that double 16 over to the triple 19 for score quite effectively.
126. 116. 140. $135.
Both players have showed up here in the semifinal. Great scoring from both these guys.
$99. $55. Fred, you require 160.
So an opportunity for an early break for Fred Kruger. 116 is the ask. $36.
80.
Now I thought maybe with 116 he'd like the 19s because he opens up his scoring down there. Maybe that's just a tactical thing coming out of that
66.
double attempt. So 36 for Kruger.
Game shot.
First dart looking very clean and smooth for Fred Kruger. Breaks Adam Savada in leg 3 in a 1-7 semifinal. Back and forth over on the other one. Jason Watt just missed a 93 out. Gives it over to Gates for 80 points to see if Gates can extend his lead to 3-0.
108. $74.
Fred Kruger got his tour card earlier this year. I'm trying to recall if it was up in Syracuse. But he obtained his tour card this year. Very excited to be in the mix on the circuit and sort of get back into top level darts. Fred's had a real journey, a top player when he was younger, took some time away from the game, real accomplished player, came back recently, and you can just see the talent that's there. Was excited to, as I said, get into the CDC mix, but had his sights set on Madison Square Garden, and he achieved just that. Played in both of the open qualifiers and earned his spot through there, and really had a great time and showed some poise and some class on stage at the theater at MSG. So it was a really great thing to see Fred up there with his son in attendance to play darts right there in the Big Apple.
Fred, you require 100. $40. Adam, you require 106.
So goes back to Kruger to hold his throw. with 60. Tops needed. He gets 2 darts at it.
40.
Just inside the wire, and you would imagine Savada's going to make him pay for that and get that break back. 2 8s needed for Adam Savada. Oh, is that going to cause some trouble in the eyesight?
Freddie required 20.
No score for Savada. All darts on the outside. So double 10 for Fred Krueger. 2 5s. Let's see. Does he decide to make a 1?
No score.
I think that was an
Adam, you
intentional
require
bust.
16. Game shot.
Double 8 goes in for Savada
First.
and ties us up at 2 legs apiece here in our semifinal number 1. The 1 seed Savada plays Krueger, tied at 2, and the number 2 seed in the other semifinal, Leonard Gates, is currently up 2-1 versus Jason Watt, and you can find that on PDC TV.
89.
All right, both players are in here to open up leg 5. One on the floor for Krueger. Real opportunity for Adam in leg 5 to open up some real distance.
128.
128 scored. Keeping, just pounding on the pressure is Savada. 116, 128, 140.
140.
140 himself. Krueger just right there behind Savada, just to let him know, I'm here if you don't take this out. It's not going to happen for Savada. So Fred Krueger, another opportunity. He took advantage of a break, but then gave it back. So 92 to break in leg 5. Double 16 on offer for Fred Krueger. 2 8s.
84.
And it comes and goes for Krueger. Will he get another look here in the 5th leg? 74. Triple goes in under 14s, double 16, and Adam Savada cashes in that 74. So Krueger out of luck on that opportunity for a break. So it's up to him to stand firm on his throw. He's been real good here, coming in on those double 16s and moving right over and getting a big score on the 19s. Oh boy, how good has Fred Krueger been on that today?
36.
Third dart save from Savada gets the scoring opened up, but now a big opportunity for Krueger. As I sort of mentioned, he goes 19s. He's so effective, but then we head back up to the 20s. I mean, not that he's not effective up there. Don't get me wrong. 4-1 now for Leonard Gates.
57. Or 97, excuse me.
57. Of course, Jason Watt and Fred Krueger stand in the way. They have something to say about it, but we may see a 1 and 2 seed rematch. We saw that Friday night. Adam Savada got the best of Leonard Gates 7-3 in the Winmore Darts Trophy. So there is the potential of a rematch this very weekend of the 1 and 2 seed. But will Watt or Krueger upset the apple cart?
Fred, you require 64. Game shot. 7th leg, Adam to throw first.
Krueger knots things up at 3 apiece, and a massive opening salvo from Savada in a pivotal leg 7. But Krueger right back at like he's been all day. Look at this. This is why he's in the semis. A 1-4-6 reply. 1-4-6 has been just a hammer blow in the toolbox of Fred Krueger.
18.
Folks, this is double in, obviously. Krueger's got a 93 average and Savada's got an 87. This is quality stuff. 7 legs in.
57.
Adam looking for the minimum 95, which would give him a big fish. So 119.
95.
Just play it safe. That's the smart way to go. Don't try and do too much. The 170 will suffice. We know Adam Savada is more than capable of taking that out.
58. Adam, you require 170.
So Savada's in the boat. It's rowed out to the lake. Is he going to reel in the big fish? He's not, but how much of a bite is he going to take out of it?
90.
92
122.
off of the 170. So 240. This is Krueger's just got to sort of get to a place where he can be in a place to get an opportunity. It's barely going to do it. Yeah, well, 160 will be in with a shout if he gets a look at it. 212 for Savada in leg 7, double 6. And there you go.
66.
That's why
Fred, you
all day
require
long
160.
Keegan and I talked about trying to stay focused. Just give yourself a chance. A 160 is a chance. It's a big one. It's not going to go. But you don't hit any of the shots you don't take. So Fred got himself at least in a position as an opportunity. 212s now down at the bottom of the board. The Ash down. Ash down gets accomplished by Savada. 4-3. 4-2 Gates over in the other semifinal. We're bringing weekend number 3 to a close. Savada, Hall have been your 2 winners. Who will join the weekend 3 list of honor? Will it be another one for Savada? Will Gates get comeuppance for Friday night? Will Watt or Krueger break through and be the newest name on the list of CDC champions?
134. 135.
Good answer from Savada to Krueger's strong 134. See some good form on Fred. Not a lot of movement, and that's what you've got to do as a top player.
140.
140.
180.
That's a 180 for Fred Krueger. On his throw in leg 8, beat Savata to the out. So Krueger first one with a 96. Savata right behind him at 126. Double 18 for Fred Krueger in the 8th leg. Just inside the wire. And Savata comes up 126. 19s will be the route. Triple or a single. Double 6.
114.
So Fred Krueger gets another opportunity. Double 9 is the first ask.
Game shot.
And double 9 is answered. We are
Ninth
all
leg,
square.
Adam
4 legs apiece here in the first semifinal. Things are getting a little tighter over in the second semifinal. Jason Watt has fought back to a 4-3 deficit. So that one is still very much in play. The one difference there, it's leg 8, and Gates has the throw being up 1 leg. So there could be a
16.
difference, just a slight difference maker.
100.
Yeah, Savata looks locked in, completely focused. He is in an absolute street fight.
96. $60. $100.
Gates goes up 5-3 in that other semi. I think that was a pretty important difference, Gates, with that throw in that last leg. So that's a little bit more of a deficit that Watt's going to have to dig himself out from. Krueger in a much better spot in his attempt to slay his seated dragon. He's tied up, and
97.
he has the throw when it comes back to him in leg 10.
58.
Now, of course, if they do continue to exchange holds and we get to a 13th leg, Savata would have the throw at that point, but that's neither here nor there at this point.
32. Adam, you require 120.
Shanghai attempt for Savata. He gets 2 looks at that triple 20. Maybe a little blocked. He comes over to his left.
60. Freddie require 160.
So this is the sort of big brother version of the same thing Adam was trying to do, but Fred would need 2 triples. He's not going to get it. He gets the 1, but that's not good enough for an out attempt.
Adam, you
But the
require
100
60.
cuts things down, so we're at 60 apiece on the score line, 4 apiece in the legs. What a great match.
20. Freddie requires 60.
Savata over the top on his double 20 attempt. So Krueger, over to you.
Game shot.
First dart
10th
at the
leg,
double
Freddie
after the
requires
setup goes to Fred Krueger. And what a critical break of throw in the 9th leg. So the 10th here is Savata to throw. Krueger to throw. He gets in like we've seen him do this entire match.
100.
Boy, oh boy, how deadly effective has Fred Krueger been over there. Good answer from Savada in terms of getting in. So no struggles there, but not a big enough number to threaten the Kruger throw. And Fred is making his stand here.
170.
How about that 174 for Fred Kruger? Gates now up 6-3, so it is looking more likely than not that Leonard Gates is going to book his spot in the final.
99.
Fred Kruger doing a lot of things right at the moment. 120 remains, so he gets the smaller brother version of the 20s. Shanghai, he needs the triple right over that dart. He did it last turn, couldn't do it here.
60.
So now it's a setup shot, and now Savada is going to obviously look to put some pressure, maybe hit a max. He was looking for it, just couldn't pull it. 121. So 60 for Fred Kruger to go up 2 legs on the number 1 seed.
Game shot.
Oh boy, third dart. What composure. What a critical moment in the match. Fred Kruger takes that third dart to go up 6-4. And let's see how he opens up. He's been so good here. Oh, swoops a potential disaster. Third dart gets himself in. And now it's a battle of scoring power. Savada in. It's Savada's throw. So a 60 opens the door for Fred Kruger. You feel it's got to be something along the lines of a 134, 140. I saw the eyes go down. I thought he was going to choose. He's going to go down now.
97.
Oh, what a good dart. He's been so good down there on those 19s. 97. Not enough to, rest the throw, if you will, from Savada.
83.
But Adam's got to do his part. And that last triple did enough. It's got to be 2 scoring triples from Kruger to really swing things in his direction here in the 11th leg. He gets 2 of them. What a good recovery. Fred Kruger's done such a great job to stay in each and every turn, and keep that third dart really effective. A 135 from Fred Kruger. You thought that was going in. It might have just glanced off the darts that were in there. I think that's 2 in the bed. We got to go downstairs for a 177 attempt. 139. Puts pressure on Fred's 117. What a big moment to knock out the 1 seed. 97. Boy, if he's needed at triple 19 at the critical time, it deserts him. 57 scored. Boy, did Fred need that triple 19. So here comes the 1 seed, double 16, to stay in the match.
46. Freddie requires 60.
Savada just gives an inch. Will Kruger take it and run with it? Double top for Freddie Kruger to make his first CDC final. Double 10.
50. Adam
Did the moment
16.
get to Fred Kruger? I mean, he'll be back. He's not the one against the wall. It is Adam Savada. So Savada needs this to stay alive.
8.
Oh, and he doesn't get it. Literally kisses the double 8 wire. So 2 5s for Fred Kruger. We're going to go right at it. What a wonderful marker. Right in the middle of the bed. Ah, boy. So now
6.
a 1 for double two if he gets an opportunity. The big man has been kind and giving opportunities back to Kruger. Double two. Madhouse, double one.
6.
Again, he kisses the wire. Fred Kruger, astonishingly, has yet another chance. More match darts. Glides over that barrel. Madhouse to you, sir.
Game. Shot.
And Madhouse it is.
Fred Krueger.
Freddie Krueger takes out the number 1 seed and is into his first final, where he will have a showdown with the number 2 seed, Leonard Gates. What a match, folks. What great scoring from both players. 80 averages in a double out tournament. So, boy, oh boy, if that does not get you excited for what's to come, I don't know what will. We've got an amazing showdown. The 2 seed, Leonard Gates, the all-time winner of CDC circuit events. Will he add number 15? Or will Fred Krueger obtain his first CDC trophy? Come on back, folks. In just a few minutes, we're going to have the final of the CDC Indianapolis 501.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com or follow us on social media at azdarts today.
With their nails done. Girls with their
Welcome back to the CDC Indianapolis 501, coming to you live from Indianapolis, Indiana.
It has all come down to this, folks. Anthony Eugenio with you as we bring this weekend to a crescendo. Weekend 3 comes down, the curtain comes down with the CDC Indianapolis 501. We're going to have either the number 2 seed Leonard Gates hoist his 14th, which is an all-time record CDC circuit event title, or Fred Krueger will be handed CDC hardware for the very first time. So what a wonderful different part of the spectrum, different storylines. We just saw Fred Krueger come through an amazing semifinal versus Adam Savada. Fred did just about everything right. So effective on his double 16 to come in. He then would, jump right over to the 19s and most times would put in 2 triple 19s. So it was just sort of deadly up there. Took advantage of some great opportunities and just really literally stood toe to toe with the 1 seed Savada. So a well-earned finals appearance for Fred Krueger. Leonard Gates, this is his second finals appearance of the weekend. He fell to Savada on Friday night. So Gates is looking to sort of, right the ship for the weekend. He has a win earlier this season in event 3, which was the first event in our second weekend. So, as I just mentioned, Leonard Gates, no stranger to the finish line. Nobody has crossed the CDC finish line more times than the Gator soldier Leonard Gates out of Houston, Texas.
25.
But he plays a man who's having an absolutely wonderful summer. Fred Krueger is a newly minted tour card holder from earlier in the winter at our Q School series. Had lovely runs in our first weekends of play, and then specifically in those qualifiers head towards Madison Square Garden. He played well enough to get himself a berth there on stage, and we saw some really moments of brilliance from Fred up there on stage, and he's had a wonderful day today. Big performances in a quarterfinal match against Scott Estel, and just a super impressive semi versus Savada. So we've got a good one. Let me know, everybody in the chat, who you see coming through this final. Is it Gates? Is it Krueger? We will know in a short time. An amazing day of sport here. We've got the final of the CDC Indianapolis 501. Last match of the PDC match play. Nyman and Chisnell. And the ending of the FIFA World Cup. Spain up 1-0. What a good day to be a fan of sports.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final. Number 7, 501 double-in, double-out best of 13 between Fred Krueger and Leonard Gates. Leonard to throw first. Game on.
All right, I believe we are. Time to get some action. And Gates opens up with a 120 in. So setting the bar high right off the bat is Gates. And look at that. It's what we've seen. Boy, oh boy, this was so effective against Savada.
108.
It's just clicked all day down there on the double 16s for Fred Krueger.
57.
And even though Fred, does have that opening, as I talked about, he'll move back up to 20s for the predominance of his scoring. And Gates looks to be back on track. We saw him in was it the Millar match, or was it the last match of his match against Hall? Because we saw Gates today on all day on the feature board, and he had a great 12 darter to edge out of that, and then some real flashes in that last 16 match against Jeremiah Millar of that real rhythmic Gates that we know can be so dangerous. So we'll see. It looks like we're flirting with that, and then once that
43.
paper gets lit on
Leonard,
Gates, he can
142.
be just an absolute beast, and he can run away fast from an opponent.
$100. Leonard, you require 86.
Fred looking to do enough to put a little pressure. So
61.
Yep, that was 2 singles. I couldn't tell if it was a triple 18 or not.
Require 150.
Bullseye attempt. So 150 for Fred Krueger in this first leg.
100. Leonard, you require
Takes
25.
a tidy 100 off it. puts him in a good spot. If he gets a look, Gates
That's
2
game
eights
shot in the first
to
leg.
open the ledger
To
up
Leonard.
in the first leg, and he does just
Second
that.
leg, it's Fred to throw first.
Takes 2
Game
darts
on.
to dispatch 25, and we are into leg number 2. And this is another place where Fred was really strong in the match against Savada, holding his
96.
throw, and he it obviously took a late break, and Fred did that against Savada.
No
A late
score.
break opened the doors for him, and he stood firm and saw it through.
$99.
Gates. 40 in.
Yes, sir. 100.
A good recovery for Gates after missing his first 3 to come in. So 100 on his second
84.
attempt. And Fred doing good solid things to on the darts.
100.
3 scoring turns. And that'll be enough to keep his throw. He's just got to stay steady like that.
$58. $100.
3 straight tons for Gates, but that still doesn't, after the first 3 missed, still doesn't get him to an out. So Kruger's got 6 darts to take off 164, and he's going to need them, but he's going to take a nice chunk out of it right here.
140.
That's what he was dying for. The 140 leaves him at double 12.
140. Fred, you require 24.
Good pressure from Gates with the
That's
140,
game
but
shot in the second
I was just
leg.
going to say, but
To
Fred
Fred.
Kruger should handle that
Third
double
leg, it's
12
Leonard
pretty
to throw
good.
first. Game on.
He has been so impressive. Has
80.
been Freddy Krueger, just in this little glimpse that we've got to see him now in a little over a match. So you can just imagine what's been going on out on that floor to put him here in the final.
32.
All right, it wasn't big scoring from Fred, but as we open this
100.
broadcast up, job number 1 is, even if it's a double 1, you got to get in on those first 3 darts. Yeah, it puts you in such a hole that if you can't get in those
100.
first 3, kind of saw it with Gates. Gates had a great leg that previous in leg 2, but he was just behind a heartbeat
41.
because he didn't come in his first 3 darts.
$54. $45.
All right, they exchange here some for what the standard they've been setting, some lackluster turns. So it sort of creates an opportunity for one or the other to
82.
sort of take the reins. So they're kind of tied after 12 darts. So Gates still has the
97.
throw. Yeah, and that 97 does now ask a question of Kruger. See now 233. I would think you'd start on the 19s.
45. Leonard, you require 138.
Gates gets 6 at 138 if he needs them. 76 shot.
Yes, sir.
Think that's 62 left.
86. 58. Leonard, you require 52.
52 needed for Gates to hold his throw in the third leg. Double 10.
32.
So there's a big opportunity here for Fred
Fred, you
Krueger
require
to pick
130.
off the little fish. 2 cracks at that triple 20. He gets the first one, so another triple gives him double 5. Single bullseye attempt in leg 3.
And that's a game shot
And
in the
bullseye
third
it
leg.
is.
To Fred.
Freddy Krueger gives Leonard Gates
Fourth leg,
nightmares
it's
in
Fred to
leg
throw
number
first.
3.
Game on.
And what crucial moments those are when you're in such a match as this.
55.
Of course, he's going to be a little disappointed after getting in on the first start that the score wasn't a little higher, but he's in. Job done. Gates coming in big.
101. $96. 100.
Gates on the big push to get that break back.
96.
Krueger doing just enough to keep Gates at bay. Gates needs 2 scoring triples.
85. 100. 41. Fred, you require 154. 82.
Krueger comes back with Gates back on 174.
100. Freddy requires 72.
And that's certainly going to put some pressure on Krueger, but we've seen him down here. Okay, double 18. Right outside the wire. Great marker.
54.
Oh, a little over adjustment. Brings him
Leonard
down
requires
into the single
74.
18 bed. So let's see what Gates can do on 74. 14s is where he's going to start. So he's got 60 left, 20 for tops. 20 for tops needed to get the break back in leg 4. A moment to compose himself.
54.
On the moment. Goes
Fred,
back
require
to
18.
Fred Krueger. 2 9s. We've seen him peg this in his semi.
And that's game shot in the
And he
fourth
pegs
leg.
it in the final.
To Fred.
Fred Krueger opens
Fifth
up
leg,
a
it's Leonard to
2-leg
throw
advantage
first. Game on.
over Leonard Gates here at the CDC Indianapolis 501 final.
No score. $71. Yeah.
Continues to impress over there down in that double 16 quadrant.
No score.
So it's all on the table for Krueger here in leg 5. Gates, it's Gates' throw, and Gates has
96.
not come in yet. So 6 free darts essentially for Krueger.
8 or 40. Sorry.
Gates is on the board. So Krueger's got to really put some distance so he can
140.
put him in the rearview mirror. And boy, oh boy, how good does a 140 do that?
60.
We know Gates is good, but Gates doesn't have 400 points in 3 darts, so Kruger's got time to work, but with such a big opportunity, if you're in the Freddy Krueger fan club, you want to see him get that done sooner than later and not give
125.
Not give Gates a
Freddy
chance.
require 98.
So 98. Double 12.
74.
So he'll come back. We've seen how good and composed Fred can be, you know, when he's got 3 in hand.
44.
And he likes it up there at the double 12.
Fred, you require 24. And that's game shot in the 5th leg.
There you go. We've seen that today from Kruger. Real poise and composure. The unseeded Fred Kruger opens up a 4-1 lead on the 2 seed, the all-time champ in Leonard Gates.
32. No score.
So Gates again, just opening enough of a window, an opportunity
59.
for Fred Kruger to put distance between himself and his opponent.
40.
On throw, Kruger needs at least 100. I mean, he's going to, if he keeps him straight and true, he's got at least that and more. That's a 180 for Freddy Kruger here in the final of the CDC Indianapolis 501.
60.
The stars are aligning for Mr. Kruger. This is the stuff of dreams, folks, not nightmares. And I stepped all over that line.
94. 100. Fred, you require 136. 120. 140.
A big
Fred,
push from
requires
Gates
16.
to add a little pressure. He's there with a shout, but 2 8s
That's
for
game shot in
Fred
the 6th
Kruger.
leg.
First dart
Fred.
composure yet again
7th
gives
leg,
Fred
it's Leonard to
Kruger
throw first.
a 5-1 lead.
Nope. 100. 32 in. 60. 140. 100. 99. 42. 60. 59. Fred, you require 170.
How fitting would this be to have a day like this? Second one in, so now it's a setup. Will he go back down?
140.
140.
Leonard, you require 140.
He doesn't care what he leaves right now. Everything looks like an opportunity for
100.
Fred Krueger.
Fred, you require 30. And that's game shot in the
First
seventh leg.
dart.
To Fred.
First dart double 12. First dart double
flag,
8.
it's Fred
First
to
dart
throw
double
first.
6, double 15.
Game on.
And Fred Krueger is poised to win his first CDC main event championship. And boom, just on cue, he's in. And here comes the scoring numbers.
70. No score.
And once again, Gates just gives him enough of an opportunity there with not coming in on his first 3.
96.
So it's there for Fred Krueger.
79.
Just needs to, I mean, he hasn't let up, so keeping on the pressure.
134.
And 134 does just that.
96. $97.
Gates.
81.
104 stands
104.
between Fred Krueger and the CDC Indianapolis 501 title. 86 remaining. He's going to stay right there. 68 left. 20s will be the shot.
39.
So 65 when he goes back.
100.
65 needed.
65.
Let's see the choice. He was looking for the 25, so a 4. That gives him 61. He doesn't need to go anywhere near the bull. Let's see, maybe 15s. All right, we're going bullseye.
25.
Oh, he fakes out the entire
Leonard, you
room,
require 145.
sets up 50, and doesn't go for it.
125.
Gates almost snatched it out from
Fred,
under
you
his
require
feet.
40.
But Fred Krueger needs tops for the title. A great marker.
No score.
No score for Freddy
Leonard, you
Krueger,
require
so it's
20.
over to Gates to stay alive in this final. 2 5s.
No score.
Freddy Krueger back.
Fred, you require 40.
Fred Krueger needs 40 points double top to be a champion. The right side of the bed is open. Double top for Krueger for the title.
20. Leonard, you require 20.
6 match starts come, 6 match starts gone. Double 10 for Gates. We saw him miss the previous turn. 2 5,
That's
same
game shot in the
scenario.
eighth
He
leg.
cashes in this time.
Leonard.
And we go to leg
Ninth leg,
number
it's Leonard
9.
to throw first. Game on. $100. 32.
Gets the job done. He's in. Gates with the throw, a commanding 100 open. So we'll see what he piles on that. This
59.
is in Gates' hands here to keep this match going. Can Leonard Gates win 5 in a row? You know he can. Will Leonard Gates win 5 in a row? Fred Krueger is going to have something to say about that.
48. $96.
Good scoring from Krueger. Not enough completely to rest the throw from Gates.
100.
But enough to threaten. This is right here. This has got to be another 3-digit score, maybe a 136. He's going to stay up top.
100.
The 100. All right, the 100 does it.
60.
So Fred Krueger's the first
Fred,
one at and out opportunity. 136 for the title. The shot's on. Going to be a 16 for setup.
96.
All right, so now it's all up to Soldier Leonard Gates to tackle 134 points. Or Krueger comes back with more match darts. Championship darts,
88.
if you will.
Fred
Krueger
40.
needs double 20 to take the title in Indianapolis.
Game, shot,
and dreams become reality. Freddy Krueger is your CDC Indianapolis 501 champion. What a great day from Fred Krueger. The emotion right there just spilling out of him. He had to absolutely remove himself from the playing area. He is just beside himself with joy and excitement. And if you talk to him in MSG and you got to see what he's all about, a lot of emotion. He's thrilled. He is your champion, a first-time winner on the CDC circuit, the championship darts circuit. He dispatches the all-time champ. Leonard Gates goes down twice this weekend. That's not a disparage. That's a testament to the greatness that is Gates. Makes 2 finals, doesn't go home with a trophy, but comes away with a whole lot of points and legacy for Leonard Gates. But the man of the hour is Frederick Krueger, your Event 7 winner. Congratulations to Fred. Don't go anywhere. Stay in tune on our social media platforms. We will have a word with Freddy Krueger. Our CDC CEO, Peter Cetera, will catch up with Fred Krueger. But for us on the broadcast, we are done. So I want to thank our great tournament team that is in the process of packing up, setting up, and tearing down now, and worked the floor the whole weekend. Kudos. We cannot do this without you. To the whole production team that's back there, thank you, boys. What a great job. Great cuts, great pictures, great production. We all enjoyed it. It was my pleasure to lead the commentary team. Thank you, Angelo DiGiulio. Thank you, Keegan Brown, for joining me. On behalf of my partners, Jeff Good, L. David Irete, and Peter Cetera, thank you so much for watching this Weekend 3 action. Congrats again to Adam Savada on Friday, Braden Hall on Saturday, and Fred Krueger on Sunday. That's all from Indianapolis. See you next time, folks.